Let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade entitled The Main Estimates of 2015-16. Thank you, sir.
L'Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Growing Problem of Identity Theft and Its Economic Impact.
Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Main Estimates 2015-16, Vote 1 under the Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying, Vote 1 under Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Votes 1 and 5 under Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Canada, and Vote 1 under Senate Ethics Officer. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to the NDP's dissenting report on this report on the Ethics Committee. We believe that identity theft is a very, very important issue and that we need to examine this with regard to the economy. In general, we agree with the recommendations made and the report as such, but we believe that there are things that were excluded, for example, requiring from the government to make sure that internet providers should be able to put in place a targeted strategy for First Nations, ways of verifying pieces of ID, requiring the freeze of credit for consumers, directives for the use of social insurance numbers by private enterprises, and being able to give orders to the Privacy Commissioner. Let us put an end to identity theft. That is the gist of our dissenting opinion. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Madame Papillon.
Ms. Papillon, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Competition Act, Competition Prosecution Service. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present my new bill on the creation of a competition prosecution service, which would allow the Competition Bureau to act more quickly in the case where a violation calls for criminal proceedings. This would allow the director of this service to engage on behalf of the Attorney General of Canada, proceedings with regard to competition theft. This measure has been called for by the former competition commissioner in order to accelerate legal proceedings against offenders. Unfortunately, the price fixing remains a common crime in Canada, and the public expects offenders to be rapidly reprimanded. My bill would speed up the legal process and therefore better protect consumers, and so therefore I hope to receive the government's support on this bill.
Madame Papillon.
Ms. Papillon, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions, and particularly happy to present them in the fact that they're from youth in my riding. And the one petition is for the removal of all flavors of all tobacco products. And the other petition is to adopt international aid policies to support small family farms, especially women, and recognize their vital role in struggle against hunger and poverty, and ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farms to protect small family farms in the global south to preserve and use friendly exchanged seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Député de Pontiac.
Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bien,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling a petition that seeks to put pressure on the Government of Canada to adopted international aid policies that would support small farmers, especially women, in order to recognize the role they play, the indispensable role they play in fighting hunger and poverty, and to ensure that the policies and programs put in place by Canada be developed further to a consultative process with regard to small farmers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of the Toronto waterfront who are asking the federal government not to reopen the tripartite agreement which governs the island airport, in large part because of a proposal for jets on the waterfront, which many Torontonians find objectionable and at odds with the $1 billion of investment that the federal, provincial, and city governments have made to beautify the waterfront. We ask that the federal government reject the request from Porter Airlines to reopen the tripartite agreement to allow for jets, and for all members of this House to respect the waterfront, to respect the residents of the waterfront, whenever possible, refrain from flying Porter Airlines and making the situation, which is bad, that much worse in terms of air pollution.
The honourable member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting petitions today from parents all across Ontario. And the petitioners request that Parliament require Internet service providers to provide a mandatory opt-in Internet pornography filter as a tool parents can use to protect their children from Internet pornography. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's been many human trafficking cases around the Windsor area, and the majority of these petitions come from the Windsor area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, I have three petitions. The first two are petitions signed by the residents of Post 83 Co-op Housing Association and the 115 Place Co-op, both of which are located in my riding of Burnaby Douglas. Over the past decade, housing prices in Metro Vancouver have skyrocketed and too many families are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to immediately renew funding for long-term operating agreements with social housing providers, and I strongly urge the government to consider this petition. The second one, Mr. Speaker, third petition is presented on behalf of my constituent George Soika. In 2005, George's sister Helen Sonia Francis, a registered nurse, was killed by an impaired driver. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the RCMP were unable to forward a warrant to the Justice of the Peace for approval within the 4-hour time limit as legislated. As a result, the blood samples of the impaired driver's blood were ruled inadmissible. The petitioner calls on this House to amend the Criminal Code of Canada to change the current 4-hour time limit for warrant approval to a 6-hour time limit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some petitions to table this morning. This is some 100 people across Canada who want us to remove the tax on feminine hygiene products. So we already had an opposition motion that was supported by all the parties in this House, and we would like the government to move forward on this. So this is a tax that is sexist according to us, and we would like to see it eliminated. I have a second petition from people in my riding to put an end to the reduction of our mail services. The government is continually cutting back on postal services, especially with regard to home delivery, and that concerns seniors, people who live alone. And the government needs to listen to these people because there are more and more people who are calling for the government to reverse these cuts. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present a petition seeking to remove the GST on feminine hygiene products. As I said, I myself had 3 daughters, and these 3 daughters had 7 daughters, so it costs a lot of money for parents, and I think that it would be only fair and reasonable to remove this tax because we women have no choice but to use these products. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to table a petition seeking to abolish the tax on the GST on feminine hygiene products. There may have been an era where these products were considered luxury items, but that was a long time ago. Now they have become essential products for women, and that is why all the parliamentarians supported this motion, the motion of the NDP to abolish this tax. So we want to see it eliminated because it is a sexist tax, and it does not reflect the reality in which we live now. So now it's high time to act and to abolish this tax. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. The first concerns a Canadian Optimist Day, in the first week of February, and that would ensure that we develop the potential of young people across Canada. There are already more than 60,000 members of the Optimist Club in Canada, so we should continue to encourage more young people. And the second petition concerns the access to internet in rural communities and across Canada, given that internet is a fundamental tool in order to develop knowledge and attract people to the regions. And it allows public programs to remain in contact with people so that they can remain in touch with their family at a lower cost. So the signatories of this petition want to ensure a low-cost broadband high-speed internet service to rural areas. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt à rentrer.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 11, 2015 by the member for Timmins James Bay related to the government's response to written question Q1129, which was tabled in the House on May 8, 2015. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay for having raised this matter, as well as the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and the Opposition House Leader for their comments.
This matter, the member for Timmins James Bay explained that the response he received to his written question, Q1129, regarding the procedure used by the government to verify that Senate appointees meet their constitutional residency requirements was that, quote, the government does not comment on matters before the courts, unquote. He characterized this answer as both completely insufficient and completely incorrect, since the matter does not fall within the purview of the courts at this time. Thus, he argued the misleading character of the question, of the answer provided, constituted a prima facie breach of privilege. In response, the Government House Leader claimed that the answer put forward was, in fact, a restatement of the Sub Judice Convention. He argued that this was entirely appropriate, as the question pertained to a matter rightfully before the courts in criminal proceedings at the present time. In addition, he noted that it is not within the purview of the Speaker to review government responses to questions, and that other avenues were available if the member was not satisfied with the response. Members place great importance on obtaining full and accurate information through answers to their written questions, a procedure that exists in part to allow members to fulfill their obligations as parliamentarians. Thus, the frequency with which the Chair has been called upon to rule on questions of privilege of this kind is, in some respects, understandable. Invariably, when members deem that the content or quality of responses to written questions falls short, the Chair is asked to adjudicate. In each instance, the Chair has sought to remind members of the clear and long-standing limitations of the role of the Speaker in this regard. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Second Edition, this states at page 522, quote, there are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions, unquote. Nor does Parliamentary Convention allow for this. The Président Milliken.
On February 8, 2005, Speaker Milliken, at page 3234 of debates, confirmed this, stating, quote, any dispute regarding the accuracy or appropriateness of this response is a matter of debate. It is not something upon which the Speaker is permitted to pass judgment, unquote.
Voici ce que
O'Brien and Bosk at pages 522 to 523 states, quote, on several occasions, members have raised questions of privilege in the House regarding the accuracy of information contained in responses to written questions. In none of these cases was the matter found to be a prima facie breach of privilege, unquote.
that the answer that the member received to his question invokes the sub judice convention in no way alters or bolsters the authority of the chair to review and pronounce itself on the accuracy or validity of that answer, even when it is interpreted to be a refusal to answer. Elle est écrite à la page.
O'Brien and Bosk at page 522 also states, quote, "As with oral questions, it is acceptable for the government, in responding to a written question, to indicate to the House that it cannot supply an answer," unquote.
Presented, I cannot conclude that the member has been impeded in the performance of his parliamentary duties. Therefore, I cannot find that a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning federal science research, standing in the name of Mr. Hsu.
Mr. Hsu, seconded by Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North, moves that, in the opinion of the House, A, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. B, federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. C, research is paid for by taxpayers and must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and the health and safety of Canadians. And therefore, D, the government should immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or government-created science so that it is easily available to the public at large through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions. Debate. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Etobicoke North. Today, the Liberal Party affirms its commitment to making policy based on evidence. The Liberal Party is using its opposition day to move a motion calling on the Prime Minister and the Conservative Party to end their muzzling of scientists. We also pledge to create the position of Chief Science Officer, whose responsibilities will include not only providing advice to the Prime Minister and Cabinet, but also ensuring that government science is publicly available and that scientists may speak freely about their research. We have heard from scientists and people across Canada who've experienced this Conservative government's suppression of science and muzzling of scientists. They are deeply troubled by it. We heard just last week about Stephen Campana, former DFO scientist, a researcher in the population dynamics of sharks and other fishes. He was disciplined for, amongst other things, giving an interview for a fluff piece about a great white shark that was sighted off the coast of New England. This after previously receiving a Media Spokesperson of the Year award. In 2010, NRCan scientist Scott Dellamore was not allowed to talk about a large flood in northern Canada which occurred 13,000 years ago without getting pre-approval from political staff. In 2011, DFO scientist Christina Miller could not speak to journalists about her research on salmon genetics, which had implications for viral infections and salmon mortality. A journalist, Tom Spears, looking into joint research between our NRC and NASA in the United States, research on snowfall patterns, sparked 50 emails between 11 government employees. And meanwhile, a phone call to NASA got the information in 15 minutes. Another journalist seeking an interview with DFO scientist Max Bothwell about Didymo, an algae known as rock snot, generated 110 pages of internal emails between 16 government communications staff and no interview in the end. Environment Canada scientists were shadowed by communication staff at the 2012 Polar Conference, which we hosted in Montreal. Environment Canada scientists were given a script by communications officials instead of being trusted to comment on a study led by Aaron Kelly and David Schindler on contamination of water by oil sands operations when they presented their results at a scientific conference in Boston. Our federal scientists are experts in their fields. We should trust their ability to share valuable research findings in a professional and objective manner without commenting on government policy. We believe they should share their research with the public, free from political interference. Conservative suppression of science goes beyond preventing government scientists from speaking freely about their research. It includes cuts to scientific research for the common good, cuts which jeopardize our safety, our environment, our competitiveness, and our place on the world stage. Government scientists, Mr. Speaker, want to do work which helps us govern ourselves wisely. No wonder the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada is pushing for an unprecedented scientific integrity package in its collective bargaining agreement. Now, Mr. Speaker, what benefits do government scientists provide? Well, government scientists work in fields such as public health, environmental protection, resource stewardship, Canadian cultural and historical studies, or basic science, which industry has little incentive to fund. Government scientists can have the expertise to inform regulatory and legislative work in a more objective way than scientists employed by industry or interest groups. The perception of neutrality is also important when policy debates reach the public square. Scientists in government work closely with policy makers, which helps align their research priorities with public needs. Now, why is the freedom of speech important for government scientists? Well, restrictions on communication alter scientific work. Science relies on free and vigorous debate between scientists who have reached opposing conclusions. Scientists should not be pressured directly or even indirectly to self-censor or weaken their conclusions so as to avoid upsetting the government of the day. Mike Rennie described the work environment at the experimental lakes area when it was under the control of the federal government as, quote, toxic, end quote, in part because of the communications policy. The more controversial a public issue, the more we need independent, objective, professional, well-reasoned facts to anchor government decision-making and the public's democratic participation in that decision-making. When it comes to decisions that affect health and safety, fairness, the environment, or the economy, we need the best information when we decide on policy or how policy is to be implemented. Restricting communication, Mr. Speaker, will make it hard to recruit good scientists. In an unprecedented move, PIPSI, the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada, the union which represents government scientific staff, is asking for a scientific integrity package in its collective bargaining, not salary increases, but in effect, the freedom to do their work and allow it to contribute as much as possible to the public good, to make their work meaningful. By contrast, Dr. Campana, the former DFO scientist, said last week, and I quote, "The vast majority of senior scientists are in the process of leaving now, disgusted," end quote. Finally, communications. It's important for science to talk about the research about nature while following simple precautions. That's really free speech, something of value in and of itself in our society. What are the precautions? What are the reasonable restrictions on what scientists can freely talk about? Well, first of all, the public should never think that scientists are speaking for the government of the day, for elected officials to whom the people have given the responsibility to make decisions. Scientists should talk about their research and not about government policy. Government communications people can review a scientist's communications with the public in order to prepare a response because scientific findings do affect people's thinking, but they should not restrict that communication. Government scientists may collect personal data that should be kept confidential or proprietary information that is protected by an intellectual property agreement. That should be kept from the public. Government scientists may have knowledge whose public release would have negative consequences for public safety. That would be a limitation. Government scientists will be known by their affiliation with federal institutions whose reputations will be affected if there are significant errors in their research that is communicated publicly. So, of course, there is a requirement for some sort of scientific peer review or for quality control before public communication is permitted. That's appropriate. This is reviewed by people whose expertise is science, not communications. These are all examples of the limited restrictions that are mentioned in the motion, and these restrictions will be made public. Making the changes that we are calling for will, of course, require monitoring, since different parts of government have different communications needs, and that is why we call for the establishment of the position of Chief Science Officer to ensure that these changes are implemented and maintained for the benefit of Canada. Canadians expect their government to embrace policy based on evidence. That process must be transparent. Government science, which informs policy making and is paid for by taxpayers, must be open and accessible to the public. The public must be confident that information comes directly from scientists and is free from partisan political influence. The Conservatives, one of the things the Conservatives will say, Mr. Speaker, is that scientists can publish their results in journals. Well, even scientists don't just read journals to understand what another scientist did. You can only really do that if you worked in the exact same specialized field as the other scientists. Scientists will sit down with another scientist, make a phone call, or sit in the hallway in a conference, sit down and discuss the details of research in order to understand what the other scientist did. And so it's even more important for a scientist to have a two-way communication with the public, usually through a science journalist, to communicate to the public, to make sure that the journalist understands what the scientist did, to make sure the communication is complete. So it's not a rebuttal to say that scientists can publish in scientific journals. So to summarize, Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government will unmuzzle science for the public good and work to reestablish a respectful relationship with government scientists. We will create the position of Chief Science Officer, whose responsibilities will include not only providing advice to the Prime Minister, but also ensuring that government science is publicly available and that scientists may speak freely about their research. The Liberal Party of Canada is committed to including these measures in its election platform. A
Liberal government will de-muzzle science for the public good and will work in order to re-establish a respectful relationship with scientists in the government. The Liberal Party of Canada is committed to including all those measures in its election platform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
I listened, of course, with great interest to my friend's speech, and I, first of all, would like to congratulate him on a good motion, and I'll be supporting it in a vote here. And as will the rest of us, I think, on this side of the House. My question, though, is the first part of his speech is about the problems that this government's created for science, and the second half of the speech is about solutions to the problem, and I find them slightly mismatched. I find that the solutions that are proposed are good, but they don't go far enough, and I'm just wondering if he would perhaps have additional measures that he would like to add to protect science in Canada. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess my answer to that would be that we are creating a position of Chief Science Officer. The Chief Science Officer is related to the Science Advisor that the last Liberal government had that was removed by the current Conservative government. So this position of Chief Science Officer not only has the responsibility of advising the government in science, but also ensuring that that scientists are free to communicate, that the government science is really accessible to the public, because the public has to have that information so that it can participate in democracy. You know, Mr. Speaker, if you look in the economy, you look at the innovative companies, you look at leaders in social enterprise, in doing government better, you can see that in the last couple of decades, the leaders have often been the ones who've been able to take knowledge and use it in a better way to make government, in terms of government, to make it more efficient, to make it more effective. And really, the Chief Science Officer also has the responsibility of making sure that we use our knowledge so that we govern ourselves more wisely, so that we govern ourselves more efficiently, so that Canada is a stronger country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, listened with great interest to my colleague opposite in his comments. And, you know, it wasn't that long ago that this particular member came up to me and complimented our government in terms of what we were doing in unprecedented funding for science and technology. In fact, one of the things, if we can talk about, was that we talked about the 30-meter telescope, and at the time there had been some considerable interest in supporting this, and the member opposite said that he wasn't going to pursue it at this time, simply because of all the other strong support that we had given for science in this country. So, you know, it's interesting hearing his comments. My question is this: how does the member opposite square the unprecedented financial support that this government announced in Economic Action Plan 2014 and Economic Action Plan 2015, tremendous financial support, with his comments about somehow muzzling scientists, which frankly, why would we put that kind of money to support scientists when he claims that we're muzzling them? That makes no sense.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a slightly different recollection of that conversation about the 30-meter telescope. I certainly did congratulate the government on funding the 30-meter telescope. What this government has done is it's put more money into collaborations with industry. And that's a fine thing, getting industry to use science and technology to innovate. But what it's done is it's cut its own science capacity. And that's the capacity that's used for the public good, for public health, for public safety, for protecting the environment, for studying Canada's culture and historical heritage. And if you look, for example, at Statistics Canada, there's a table in Statistics Canada it's entitled Federal Expenditures on Science, Technology, Research, Development, and Related Scientific Activities. You look at it in constant 2007 dollars, Mr. Speaker, and you look at it where it was before the Conservatives took over in 2005, 2006, and you have it at $10 billion. And then you look at it in the last year that's available, it's about $9.2 or $9.3 billion. So actually, if you correct for inflation, the spending on science inside the federal government has decreased. Now, it's fine that they have helped industry, but if you look at the inflation correction, Mr. Speaker. Oh, and by the way, add on the fact that the scientific research and experimental development credit has been cut by several $100 million a year. You will see that that's a total fabrication. This government has actually cut funding on science.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, science has always been and must remain a driving force for smart public policy. By providing evidence how to best treat autism spectrum disorder and dementia, for example, to ensure the safety and efficacy of our prescription drugs, to mitigate and adapt to climate change, to monitor our freshwater lakes and ozone, to protect species at risk, and the list goes on. Scientific evidence helps us understand how a rapidly changing world affects our environment and health. Science should always be impartial in its application, and it is vitally important for administrators to affirm that they believe in the scientific process and in transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, policies affect people. For example, when a family member has a prescription filled, he or she wants to be confident that if federal scientists had any concern about the safety or efficacy of that drug, they were able to speak out, and that decisions were made based on the basis of research, not politics or profits. Only in such a policy-making environment can we feel that a drug is safe, that our air, food, and water are safe. The point is we need to know that outcomes, both research results and policy decisions, are grounded in science, not in special interests that ignore the scientific process. And we need to know that science that is uncomfortable for the government is not muzzled. Mr. Speaker, scientists must not only be allowed to speak up during the course of their research, but also be allowed to speak freely to the media and to the public, or as the motion says, with limited and publicly stated exceptions. Scientists will always remain the best spokespeople for their own work, and barring rare instances where information is highly sensitive, it is essential that they be able to communicate their expertise to the media and to the public. And members of the media must have timely access to federal scientists. This process is routine among federal scientists working for our closest ally, the United States. Mr. Speaker, since the Conservatives came to power in 2006, there has been a tightening of media protocols for federal scientists. Some scientists say an iron curtain has descended across the federal service. Researchers who once would have responded freely and promptly to journalists are required to direct inquiries to a media relations office, which demands written questions in advance and still might not permit scientists to speak. Federal scientists are under growing surveillance and control. Many studies have shown a pattern of suppression, manipulation, and a distortion of federal science. Canadian journalists have documented numerous cases in which prominent researchers have been prevented from discussing published peer-reviewed articles, or only discussing after a journalist's deadline has passed, on climate change, on an unprecedented loss of ozone over the Arctic, on viral infections in salmon. This isn't just theory. These are discoveries paid for by Canadians that tell us that Canadian environments are changing. Why would the government want to work so hard to prevent Canadians from knowing this? Mr. Speaker, new policies that muzzle scientists and slow or prevent them from speaking to Canadians corrodes confidence in our democracy. In the past, journalists were generally able to contact scientists directly for interviews. Now scientists have to get pre-approved from their minister's office before speaking to the national or international media. Shockingly, in one case from 2014, a request from the Canadian press to speak to federal government scientist Max Bothwell about his work on algae led to a 110-page email exchange to and from 16 different federal government communications officers. Perhaps the scrutiny was because of a possible link to climate change. Mr. Speaker, there have also been reports of restrictions on scientists being able to travel to conferences to share their results. And some international scientists have even voiced concerns that working with Canadian scientists will affect their own ability to speak freely about research results. This has broader implications for Canada's prospects as an international partner. And I hear about a broader chill. The case of a minister not being able to define a simple scientific term that is part of the core work of his or her department, but knowing what scientists' funding has been pulled. Federal scientists being pressured to shut down non-governmental organizations' advocacy work, and even young researchers who are not in the federal service being pressured to stop what is termed activist activities. All are afraid to come forward for fearing their job or losing their funding. Mr. Speaker, I can personally attest to scientists' increased fear around doing their jobs. I used to consult for Environment Canada, and I have numerous friends who are scientists across Canada and the United States. Because of a fear of retribution if they speak out, Canadian scientists often ask me to speak to American colleagues who can freely comment on what is happening in Canada. I had one friend who was so concerned that he or she wrote to me from a spouse's email account to my old university email account, and then explained that he or she would call on the spouse's cell phone from a busy mall so that the call could not be traced. Surely everyone in this House should be outraged by the climate in which our scientists are being forced to perform. Surely everyone should be outraged by the quashing of dissenting opinions and by the war on science. Mr. Speaker, Nature magazine, one of the world's leading journals, has reported that the government's policy directives confirm its little understanding of the importance of the free flow of scientific knowledge. The journal reported that, quote, rather than address the matter, the Canadian government seems inclined to stick with its restrictive course and ride out all objections, end of quote. Following the symposium on muzzling government scientists, how to reopen the debate, the Conservatives' media policies were center stage in the international spotlight. According to Nature, the way forward is clear. It is time for the Canadian government to set its scientists free. We used to be praised internationally for our openness, and now we are seen as a pariah. Mr. Speaker, today members of the Conservative government will repeatedly deny claims of political interference in public science. They will try to deflect from the issues at hand. They will claim scientists are able to share their research with Canadians. But evidence and the facts speak otherwise. A study by Evidence for Democracy and Simon Fraser University give media policies governing science-based departments on average a C-.
I've been buzzed twice.
And
I don't
how
know why.
well
It's maybe jumped out of my skin. I get this
open
loud.
communication between scientists and the media. Moreover, a survey last year of 4,000 Canadian scientists found that 74% thought the sharing of government science findings with the Canadian public had become too restrictive. Mr. Speaker, scientists, the media, and Canadians themselves have taken note of the Conservative government's chilling war on science. Hundreds of scientists even staged a mock funeral procession in Ottawa to protest conservative government policies they claim are causing, quote, the death of evidence.
It seems like sometimes
there have also been open letters written by science organizations, journalists, and a group of international scientists calling for the unmuzzling of scientists. A letter signed by more than 800 scientists from 32 countries asked the Prime Minister to end, quote, burdensome restrictions on scientific communication and collaboration faced by Canadian government scientists, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian has a vested interest in public science. We cannot accept policies that undermine government transparency and accountability and stifle communication. Canadians absolutely have the right to know about the research that is being funded by their own tax dollars and how this research might be used in other contexts. I am proud to support today's Liberal motion to unmuzzle science. Our party believes in the importance and value of evidence-based policy making and the expertise of our public servants, federal scientists, and researchers. We must ensure that policymakers have the right facts so they can best serve Canadians. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government must stand up for science and for scientists. It must immediately begin to unmuzzle researchers and to restore and preserve scientific integrity so that Canadians can receive the best possible policy outcomes. They deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague previously said, I appreciate the Liberals bringing forward this motion. It's a critical matter facing our country. Regrettably, the previous member who spoke mentioned a good friend of mine, Dr. David Schindler, a professor emeritus at the University of Alberta and the Killam Memorial Chair. Dr. Schindler at one time worked for the Government of Canada, and he too left because of the repression of scientific information. And he stated in a letter to the Ottawa Citizen in March 2010 that the muzzling occurred under Conservative and Liberal administrations as far back as the Mulroney government. So I guess we remain hopeful here that future Liberal regimes would reverse the policies they previously had, where apparently they also limited science information being released by government scientists. The question I have to my colleague, and I admire her as a scientist, one matter that neither she or her colleague have mentioned is an important issue for Canadian scientists, and that's the fact that now, in order to get a federal insert grant or even a Western Economic Diversification grant, you have to partner with one of the industry sectors in favour with the government. I wonder if she could speak to that.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague in front for the question. Let me say I'm very proud of our record when it comes to science. It is a Liberal government that did have a science advisor, and many of these changes that we are seeing, particularly around muzzling, have come in under this government. There is a war on science in this country. Science is under persistent attack in Canada, despite the fact that benefits of university research and development are $15 billion and 150 to 200,000 person years of employment each year. And I'll give examples. Budget 2009 cut $148 million over 3 years from the Federal Research Granting Councils. Moreover, the government attempted to direct research towards subjects it perceived as priorities. And I think we have to pay attention that we've seen thousands of scientists across this country demonstrating because evidence is being drained from decision-making. And when the facts show that a policy cannot be defended, it might be better to revise the policy than suppress the facts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I have regard for the member for Etobicoke North. We've talked on a number of issues over time, and I generally appreciate the tenor by which she presents her commentary. I think a little overcharged, if I might say, on the words war on science, and I say that with deep respect because that's just not the case. We heard comments from our colleagues opposite in their debate about the reference to a science officer, and I would tell you that that it was back in 2007 that our government created the Science, Technology and Innovation Council. 18 qualified experts to to advise and provide the government with unbiased policy advice. My question for my colleague opposite, when she read the last two reports of the Science, Technology and Innovation Council, was she impressed with how unbiased their presentations were?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I appreciate very much my colleague from across the way, and yes, we have had many good conversations. Having said that, I am a scientist, and I hear from my former colleagues across Canada, across the United States, and internationally. Many of my colleagues have gone to the United States because they feel that they can no longer do their work freely, that they can no longer talk to the Canadian public and to the media freely. When there is an issue, a science issue that is breaking in Canada, it is my international colleagues that reach out to me. Let me be very clear. We have amazing scientists in the public service. They should be allowed to do their work freely. They should be allowed to talk to the Canadian public. It is a matter of fairness. It is Canadian taxpayers that are paying for this research.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to respond to comments made earlier today by the honourable members for Kingston and the Islands and for Etobicoke North, and to present information regarding the communication of our federal science and technology policy. Mr. Speaker, I've never been more proud of the commitment that our government has in research and development, and also for our strong support of science in this country.
The government recognizes the importance of science and technology in the creation of a strong and prosperous society. We have never stopped honoring this commitment through tangible means.
Providing some context. Back in 2007, we set forward our vision for science and technology and a strategy, which we updated in 2014 when the Prime Minister launched Seizing Canada's Moment, Moving Forward in Science, Technology and Innovation 2014. This new strategy will provide a roadmap for how Canada can build on its world-leading strengths and move on to new beginnings of scientific achievement, discovery, and economic success. Mr. Speaker, guided by our science and technology strategies, we have made record investments. Since 2006, in fact, the government has invested more than $13 billion in new funding in all facets of the innovation ecosystem, including advanced research, research infrastructure, talent development, and business innovation. De plus,
moreover, the government supports strategic relationships between the various research institutes, researchers, and businesses that need to benefit from the various possibilities flowing from this ever-broadening knowledge base.
We all know the role that science and technology plays in driving long-term economic growth. Prime Minister Harper said it best, quote, "Science powers commerce." In our view, the role of the government is to establish policies that strengthen the science, technology, and innovation enterprise from discovery research all the way through to commercialization. As such, we have bolstered federal research that informs public policy decision-making. These investments help the government achieve key social goals, such as improving public health, ensuring safety of food and products, building strong and vibrant economies all across the nation, and ensuring a clean and healthy environment for future generations. Conformément.
In accordance with our new science and technology strategy announced in Economic Action Plan 2015, there are additional steps to support science, technology, and innovation in Canada, particularly through the provision of $1.5 billion to move forward our objectives in the renewed strategy for science, technology, and innovation.
And I'm proud to say that this government's investments have made Canada well-known internationally for its research strengths, for its highly qualified personnel, and for advanced research infrastructure. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada leads the G7 in spending on R&D in higher education. Building on the government's historic infrastructure investments, including the new Building Canada plan, on November 24, 2014, Prime Minister Harper announced
Order. Member, this is the second time he's used the name of a member. I didn't comment the first time, but if he could be mindful of that, the chair would appreciate it.
I will be respectful and mindful, Mr. Chair, and I would apologize for that. The Prime Minister announced $5.8 billion in investments that will continue to build and renew infrastructure and on-reserve schools across the country. This unprecedented and historic investment in public infrastructure will ensure Canada's future economic growth for years to come. The ability to invest such a substantial amount of funding in infrastructure is a direct result of the government's responsible actions to return to fiscal balance. Dans l'annonce que le Premier ministre
In the announcement that the Prime Minister made last November, we set aside $380 million to build or renovate federal labs in Canada so that employees would have leading-edge facilities in order to support job creation and economic growth while improving productivity.
In addition, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide resources totaling $243.5 million over 10 years to enable Canadian access to and participation in the construction of the 30-meter telescope. As announced by the Prime Minister on April 6, 2015, this funding is building on Canada's scientific leadership, securing a viewing share for Canadian researchers at the 30-meter telescope in partnership with the United States, Japan, China, India. This investment will help maintain Canadian scientific leadership in astronomy and will help Canadian companies create and maintain high-quality jobs in communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, investments in science and technology must include investing in people. We want Canada to be a place where curiosity is encouraged, a place where our youth are inspired by science, technology, and innovation, a place where the world's best and brightest minds come to push the frontiers of knowledge and make groundbreaking technology advancements to help Canada succeed in the global economy. This government is very aware that it's not only important to perform world-class research, but it's also important to communicate the results. That is why we are committed to ensuring that federally funded scientific research is shared widely with Canadians. We regularly promote and encourage media and public access to our scientists. We remain committed to promoting the great work of our scientists and staff and raising awareness of the importance of science and technology in the lives of Canadians. Les experts de
Canadian government experts respond regularly to calls from journalists and participate in public activities during which their work and they themselves are presented. They're the subject of articles that the departments organize proactively with Canadian and foreign media.
Our government encourages scientists to share their findings by publishing articles and by conducting interviews with the media. Their findings are also shared at scientific conferences, at home and abroad, and made widely available to other scientists, to Canadians, and to scientific communities around the world. According to figures from the Observatoire des Sciences et des Technologies, Canadian federal departments agencies have averaged over 4,000 publications in the natural sciences and engineering fields annually. This number has been increasing, and in 2011, federal researchers published over 10% more publications in these fields than they did 5 years earlier. In 2014, for example, the National Research Council participated in approximately 370 media interviews, and its scientists published more than 729 scientific articles. In addition, Environment Canada gave over 4,100 interviews with subject matter experts and scientists last year alone. Par ailleurs,
furthermore, last year, Fisheries and Oceans Canada received 713 requests for interviews tied to scientific issues and participated in 647 interviews organized by the media. If you do the math, that means that 91% of the interviews requested were granted. Moreover, Fisheries and Oceans Canada responded to 1,406 written media requests dealing with science.
I'd also like to point to our busy colleagues over at Agriculture Canada and Agri-Food Canada, who published more than 3,000 science articles, and our friends at Natural Resources Canada, who gave 472 interviews to reporters to discuss research results and findings. I share this with you, Mr. Speaker, through all of these numbers to make it very clear that this is about fact-based responsibility and fact-based reporting to this House. Our departments are also active online and in social media, promoting our science and our scientists through science.gc.ca and through Twitter accounts such as @CanadaQuakes and @SpaceWeatherCA. I would note that all departments and agencies must ensure that all communications activities conform to the requirements of the communications policy of the Government of Canada. The policy states that institutions must facilitate information or interview requests from the media and ensure processes are in place in responding to media calls. It also directs departments and agencies to cultivate proactive relations with the media and to promptly address their inquiries. Since the policy came into effect in 2002, ministers have been designated as the principal spokespersons of the Government of Canada. The communications policy of the Government of Canada also states that institutions must consult their minister's office when preparing a response to a media inquiry that could have implications for the minister, whereas media requests for technical information on specialized subjects are often directed to knowledgeable managers or staff designated to speak as representatives of their institution. Le gouvernement est extrêmement
The government is extremely proud of the world-class work being done by its scientists and researchers. Their work plays an integral part in the drafting of government policy and in decision-making. Thanks to the achievements of our researchers, Canada has reached its main objectives in the social domain, such as improvement of public health, food safety, the safety of products, and the establishment of a robust and vibrant economy, as well as the preservation of a clean environment for generations to come.
Beyond supporting the dissemination of research findings through the media and scholarly channels, the government has launched initiatives to make federally funded scientific research and data more widely available to Canadians. A good example, Mr. Speaker, is the Open Data Portal, which provides free access to thousands of government data sets and various websites such as science.gc.ca that highlight the work of federal scientists. What's more, we will advance open science policies and practices for publicly funded research by increasing public access to the results of government-funded research. This is part of a government-wide initiative to broaden the breadth and depth of information available through the Action Plan on Open Government. The reach of science across the federal public service and the opportunities to create new value through big data and other trends around the future of science demonstrate a strong need for a collective approach to define, develop, and integrate open science.
Thanks to the increased cooperation with the science sector, the private sector, and the public, and a greater mobilization, we expect that open science will have a positive effect on access to publications and data on science and technology.
Our government has already implemented a tri-agency open access policy formally launched in February 2015, requiring that the results of federally funded research through the granting councils be made available within 12 months of publication. Furthermore, we are committed to making available an online consolidated list of recently published research authored by federal scientists and will develop and implement policies to promote open access of federal science. As well, we've invested $3 million over 3 years in the Canadian Digital Media Network to create the Open Data Institute. The Institute, Mr. Speaker, will play a pivotal role in aggregating large data sets, informing the development of interoperability standards, and stimulating the commercialization of new data-driven apps. In September 2014, science-based departments and agencies and the granting agencies agreed to a common federal open science commitment to be part of the Treasury Board's Open Government Action Plan 2.0, announced in November 2014. Led by my colleague, the Honourable Tony Clement, the action plan on the Honourable open access to federal research and supporting openness and transparency. The initiative will provide Canadians with greater opportunity to learn about and participate in government, to drive innovation and economic opportunities for all Canadians, and at the same time, create a more cost-effective, efficient, and responsive government.
The government is committed to taking data-based measures open data-based measures that are intended to stimulate the digital economy and the free circulation of usable and useful data.
Challenges requires the need for a consistent, coordinated, long-term culture change with a whole-of-government approach. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to mobilize knowledge from the lab to the marketplace, to address business challenges, and to seize new societal opportunities, we've built bridges between businesses of all sizes, universities, colleges, polytechniques, federal researchers, and we will encourage closer connections between the public and private sectors. This will empower firms to leverage their investments in R&D by seeking solutions with universities, colleges, polytechniques, and government laboratories. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure all members that the government will continue to work with its partners to put in place these measures in a timely manner so that research institutions and businesses can take advantage of these opportunities and in order to maximize benefits for Canadians.
Innovation. Our government is building greater partnerships among business and the research community to help companies compete and win in the global marketplace. Science, technology, and innovation comprise the foundation of Canada's high standard of living and creates growth, jobs, and long-term prosperity. Federal scientists and researchers contribute to these endeavors every day, and our government truly values the role they play. And we are committed to communicating the results of their ingenuity, dedication, and hard work to Canadians.
Canada boasts an enviable reputation with regard to its contributions to the scientific and technological sectors and the major investments it has made recently to foster R&D. We can be proud of having some of the world's most brilliant researchers, among others, in our federal laboratories.
Canadian researchers are very active, producing more top-cited scientific articles than most industrialized countries. We clearly punch above our weight. With less than 0.5% of the world's population, did you know, Mr. Speaker, that Canada produces over 4% of the world's research papers? And did you know nearly 5% of the world's most frequently cited papers? Canada leads the G7 for research and development performed by a higher education sector as a share of gross domestic product, and is the only G7 country to have increased its share of the world's published papers in the last decade. Formidable, Monsieur le Président.
It's wonderful, Mr. Speaker.
Over the past few years, reports showed that Canadian science and technology is healthy, growing, and recognized around the world for its excellence, behind just a few countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany, and we're fast approaching. Le gouvernement est résolu à tirer.
The government is determined to take advantage of these successes and to strengthen our scientific community in Canada even further in an open and transparent manner.
Mr. Speaker, we've made record investments and bolstered federal research that informs sound decisions on public policy. We've supported people. We've encouraged openness. The world-class research of federal scientists and researchers help us to achieve our key goals. We've taken action because we are committed to supporting science and technology through the conduct of high-quality research and open sharing to improve the quality of life for Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, where I've had the opportunity across the country in this role as Minister of State for Science and Technology in the last 14 months. I praise our scientists, I praise our researchers for the great quality of work that they do, for the things that matter in this country. They make Canada so proud. I wish the opposition could come in with us and just talk about how proud we are of the great things that they have accomplished. In my own hometown of London, Ontario, for those who don't know, Mr. Speaker, the 10th largest city in Canada, I would share with you that it is the home of Sir Frederick Banting, where one night, in the middle of the night, he woke up and declared 25 words that would change the world. Those words were the formula for insulin that he shared. And when you go to the Banting House Museum, and how appropriate today is Diabetes Day on the Hill, where Grant Maltman from the Banting House Museum will be there. And he will have the opportunity not only to showcase Sir Frederick Banting, but the great work that Canadian researchers, Canadian scientists do. And what Dr. Banting did with Dr. Best was something that was so incredible and saved millions of lives. We do that in Canada. When I've had the honor to visit facilities like Triumph, and when I have seen Communitech And when I go to Snow Lab, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, what you will see is science at its very, very best. These people are not shy to share their views. In fact, more importantly, what they do is they are proud to say this is what they do on behalf of the Government of Canada, the federal researchers who do work for us. I will tell you what they do is unprecedented in terms of the caliber of the work that they do. I've shared some of the statistics about how we punch so much above our weight in terms of the number of publications that are cited, and that can only make one very proud. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I'm pleased that members opposite brought this topic forward, not because of the description of the topic, but because you know what it does. It gives us the chance to highlight not only the great work that our scientists do, but if I may say, the work of the Prime Minister in this government in supporting, in unprecedented fashion, and when it really matters, through policy and through financial support, the great work that they do across this country. I couldn't be more proud as Minister of Science and Technology to say thank you to the work that they do. And I know this House will join me when I say to the great scientists in this country, God bless you, thank you for the great work that you do. You change lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague, the Minister of State for Science and Technology, for his remarks. And he says thank you to all Canadian scientists. And maybe I'll start by saying you're welcome on behalf of the 4 research scientists over here in the Liberal Party caucus. But, you know, as research scientists, we get approached. We get approached by other scientists who tell us the stories of how their work is impeded by the communications policy of this government. How some guy comes up to me on the street in Kingston and tells me how the conclusions of his research paper were reworded before it's submitted for publication. Just for example, the real evidence, I think, which just came out last week is the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada, the union that represents scientists who work for the federal government, that decided to forego an emphasis on any other ask that a union might make for its members in collective bargaining, and instead ask for a scientific integrity package. Why are scientists themselves so upset about the government communications policy, about muzzling of federal government scientists?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And to all the scientists, both within the Liberal Party and throughout the House, let me, on behalf of our government, say thank you to them for the quality of work that they have done in past lives. And now that they're in politics, they get to bring another sense of wisdom, I suppose, to this House, and it makes us stronger. You know, it's rather interesting. The member made reference to the communications policy of the Government of Canada. I might remind this member that this policy actually was established in 2002, and that was when the Liberal Party was in power. And I share that with you, not because it was a bad policy, but it was the right thing to do at the time, and it's the right thing to do now. Because what it says, Mr. Speaker, is this, that while ministers are the primary spokesperson for government departments, government scientists and experts are readily available to share their research with the media and the public. So it's from that standpoint that I would agree that that policy made sense in 2002. It makes sense today.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the Minister of State would agree with me that the buck stops with him when it comes to science in this country, and that it's important for him to have a firm grasp on his file or he's not doing his job. And I would like to ask him a question about employment with science and tech employment in the federal government. In 2011, Treasury Board and StatScan report that 39,189 researchers were employed by the Government of Canada, but last year, 35,189. That number has been cut by 4,000. We've lost 4,000 scientists and researchers. That's 10% of our entire workforce. Wondering if the Minister can confirm these numbers and perhaps explain why they've happened.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, I'd like to thank the member opposite. We certainly have had discussions in the past with respect to my file. You know, it's rather interesting, Mr. Speaker. There are scientists who work for the federal government, and of course, then we have scientists who work for post-secondary institutions, research institutes across the country, and there certainly is mobility in those areas. Let me respond this way here. When I spoke about the commitment that we have made in terms of science in this country, I mentioned the $13 billion towards research, development, innovation, infrastructure, Canadian talent in this country. In 2014, in Economic Action Plan 2014, the Honourable Jim Flaherty announced at that time $1.5 billion of legacy funding to develop within our post-secondary institutions world-leading research. This year, the ask that we had was to provide strong research support in terms of infrastructure. So we added to that $1.33 billion of monies for infrastructure. And I will tell you, those are the kinds of commitments that we make to support the scientists that are there. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, with that kind of a commitment that we have in place, I look forward to science being alive and well and strong in this country for decades to come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as someone who has a university in the riding and whose first degree was a science degree, very much appreciate what the Minister has done. Now, the Minister in his previous response and also in his speech talked about some of the investments the government has made. I was wondering if the Minister could, again, break down what specifically was done in the 2015 budget as far as investments in new research. He had organized it in a variety of fashions in his speech, but I wonder if he could specifically zero in right on what has been done in the 2015 budget.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question as well. Economic Action Plan 2015 was a significant year for science. We have done so many things with respect to supporting science in this country. I've already made reference in broad terms to the $13 billion that we have committed since 2006, but specifically to this year. Let me talk about the Canada Foundation for Innovation. Now, that was a request that we received to support advanced research infrastructure across the country. So $1.33 billion has been committed, which includes $100 million for the Digital Research Innovation Program and $105 million for Canary. Mr. Speaker, the 30-meter telescope, which you would have heard me comment before, which frankly, from our standpoint, plays to Canada's world-leading strength in astronomy and astrophysics. Well, let me say this, that we have committed some $243.5 million to be able to support this project, which will bring the best of our astronomers and the science that brings to them as well. Our strength, our support of MyTax, our support of Triumph, our support of the Canadian Council of Academies. Mr. Speaker, it goes on, and if I get the opportunity, I'll continue talking about those numbers. But it's an impressive list, and I'm very proud of our government and our finance minister and our prime minister for ensuring that science remains strong in this country. It's unprecedented.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I did an order paper question to ask about this government's claim about $13 billion in new funding. Actually, I did it about a little while ago, so it was the $11.8 billion that was quoted many, many times in the House last year. And what I found is that many of the items that are in this list that add up to $11 billion are actually compensated by cuts somewhere else. So, for example, increases to funding for NRC IRAP. Well, that was funded by cutting the Scientific Research and Experimental Development Credit. Increases in funding to the granting councils. Well, we know that the granting councils' funding have not increased after inflation. Doesn't take into account inflation, this $13 billion number. Doesn't take into account cuts in other programs, cuts to scientific research and experimental development tax credits. That $13 billion number is a bogus number, Mr. Speaker, but I want to give my honourable colleague a chance to respond to that.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thanks for the question, and because the honourable member gives me the chance to do that, I'll carry on in a moment with some of the other strong supports that we've done, because that $13 billion of money is very real money, Mr. Speaker. He made reference to IRAP. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, when the Jenkins panel, which we convened to totally transform the National Research Commission or National Research Council in a very transformative way to ensure that they were research-driven, research-focused, what we did was we doubled our support for IRAP. When I go around the country, Mr. Speaker, and I have interviews and roundtables, the comments I get about IRAP and our doubling of support for IRAP is unprecedented. It's well received because it matters to people on the ground. Because what we do with those funds is we take entrepreneurs who have ideas, we combine them with the great staff we have at the NRC, and through all of that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to get the best out of our local area businesses, and I'm just I'm greatly impressed with the work that the National Research Council does. Having said that, since he's brought up the issue of our support, I'd like to add that we've added another $45 million, Mr. Speaker, for Triumph in terms of their world-leading physics research and their national partnerships. I've been there and I've seen the work that they do. The College and Community Innovation Program, an additional $5 million annually to support their collaboration between colleges and industries on research and development projects. Mr. Speaker, we put great investments and new investments in international science and technology partnerships with other countries around the world. That's the commitment that we make for science in this country, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that they do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My pleasure to rise today and speak on this Liberal Opposition Day motion, and just like to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Rivière de Mille-Îles. So it's my pleasure to rise today and speak on this Liberal motion on science brought forward by who I would call the distinguished member from Kingston and the Islands, and of course we're supporting this motion. Before I continue, I'd like to say how sorry I am that the member will not be standing in the upcoming election, and he is an experienced and welcome voice for science, it's especially welcome in this Parliament where science seems to be constantly under attack. Turning to the motion itself, Mr. Speaker, it has two parts. So the first part is about principles, the second part is about propositions. In terms of principles, the motion calls for the House to recognize that this government is wrongly muzzling government scientists and researchers and keeping valuable information from the public. And we agree with the Liberals that this is the case and that it is happening here, and it's also the case that this is the wrong thing to do. The Conservative government has essentially waged a war on the scientific community, and they hold great disdain for data and evidence that do not support their ideologically driven policies. They deny this, as we've heard here from the Minister of State, but the public know this to be true and scientists know this to be true, and that explains their protests on Parliament Hill, constant protests across the country. In addition to muzzling, this government has slashed over $1.1 billion from federal science budgets since 2011, and as I mentioned earlier, fired 4,000 federal researchers over this same time period. And if this isn't a war on science, Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine what one would look like. In 2011, the government employed 39,189 researchers across all departments and agencies. This isn't in universities. This isn't in the private sector. This is in government department and agencies, 39,189 researchers. This number has been slashed to 35,189, which is a drop of 4,000 researchers. So in an age where science is king, Mr. Speaker, the government, in its wisdom, has chopped 10% of our total government research capacity, and I submit to you this is madness. While we support this motion, Mr. Speaker, and the principles, I have to note that the NDP itself has had opposition day motions on this same topic twice, and I suspect, unfortunately, that we'll get the same result today with the Conservatives voting against any kind of motion that would bolster science in Canada. Turning to propositions, Mr. Speaker, the meat of this motion is that the government that the government should immediately create a chief science officer. And in my reading of this motion, Mr. Speaker, and as the comments earlier today suggested, this position would be very similar to that of the National Science Advisor to the Prime Minister, which was put in place by the Martin government in 2004 and then abolished by the Conservative government in 2008. This position was held only by Dr. Arthur Carty, who served well in this position. But this position only provided private information to the Cabinet on scientific issues. It wasn't really a champion for science in Canada. It was a stream of additional advice for decision-making within the Executive. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, such a position is much preferable to what we have now, but it does not really take us where we need to go. So I've made my thoughts on this matter clear in two proposals currently in front of the House. The first one is Motion 453 on scientific integrity, and this is the need to develop new government communication policies that encourage scientists to speak freely to the media, allow scientists to present viewpoints beyond their scientific research and incorporate their expert opinions as long as they indicate they're not speaking on behalf or representing a department or agency, ensuring communications officers do not restrict, limit, or prevent scientists from responding to media requests, prohibiting public affairs or communications officers from directing federal scientists to suppress or alter their findings, as we heard examples today of this happening under this government, and affirm the right of federal scientists to approve the final version of any proposed publication that represents their scientific opinion. And this motion on scientific integrity comes directly from the Office of Science and Technology of the President that President Obama put in place, and this is one of his first actions as president was to help science grow in the United States. The second motion, the bill I have in front of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, C-558, is the Parliamentary Science Officer Act, which is a much stronger version of what is proposed here today. It's modeled on our Parliamentary Budget Officer, the UK's Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology, and the White House's Office of Science and Technology Policy. This bill would establish an independent agent of Parliament with a mandate to assess scientific evidence relevant to any proposal or bill before Parliament, answer requests from committees and individual members for unbiased scientific information, conduct independent analysis of federal science and technology, raise awareness of scientific issues across government, and encourage coordination between departments and agencies conducting scientific research. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a much stronger, I would say almost an Auditor General for science that we're proposing here as the official opposition, where again the Liberals are returning to a position we once had that was easily abolished in 2008. We don't think it's strong enough, and we don't think it's secure enough. So we need to move something more of a 21st century solution to the problems that we're facing. Mr. Speaker, I think my friend will agree, and his motion speaks to this, that as science goes in this country, so does our economy. The Conservatives' only plan for economic growth is to really triple the production of export of raw bitumen by ramming pipelines through communities, whatever the cost. And this plan is now falling to bits due to low oil prices and the realization that many communities will not be bullied into accepting pipelines. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, our national investment in research and development is plummeting. Where natural resources are an important part of our economy, of course, where our future growth is going to be is in the knowledge economy, is rewarding and helping our knowledge economy grow. However, under this government, things are going in the opposite direction. Where investment in research and development was never stellar under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, overall R&D investment has fallen to just 1.62% of our overall GDP. So if you compare this to competitor countries like South Korea, they put 5 cents out of every dollar in that economy is plugged back into research. And in Europe and the U.S., it is 3 cents on every dollar. So we are spending, in Canada, we're spending less than a third of what they spend in South Korea, and in most of our other competitor countries, we're spending less than half. We are falling behind under this government, Mr. Speaker, because the government is destroying our culture of discovery. That's what's happening here, Mr. Speaker. Muzzling scientists is part of it, but chopping all these researchers and also chopping money is really killing our culture of discovery here in Canada. It is cutting and it's firing its way to the bottom of the international tables, and it's a real shame. Future generations are really going to pay for this, Mr. Speaker. In a 2004 position paper, the Royal Society of Canada states, quote, "We are in danger of slipping behind our competitors in our support of research and development and thereby losing our competitive edge. We recommend that research funding in Canada should increase to at least the average level in the OECD and G8 countries. We advise the government develop a 10-year plan for research, innovation, and skill development." And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring to your attention a unanimous motion that was passed at our 2013 National NDP Convention to show why the NDP is leading on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the motion that was unanimously passed by 2,000 delegates said, "Be it resolved that the NDP consult widely and develop a made-in-Canada science strategy, national science strategy, and be it further resolved that the NDP move to match the percentage of GDP invested by the public and private sectors in research and development," that's called GERD, as found in other global leading countries such as the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, while I agree with the principles that my colleague has put forward, I think the solutions need to be more robust. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what I've outlined in our speech here with the scientific integrity motion, with the Parliamentary Science Officer Bill, and then with the motion that we passed on the National Science Strategy at our National Convention, that we've met these challenges and will put them in place while we're in government. So let's be ambitious, Mr. Speaker. Let's be big. Let's be a world leader and not a world laggard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for his speech. He's always worth listening to. And I guess he has the advantage that he is running again. So. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that I actually disagree with very little of what he said in his speech, but I think I differ a little bit, and maybe he doesn't even disagree with what I'm going to say now. But I think it's important to realize that the parliamentary science officer that he is proposing is somebody who is accountable to Parliament, who works with Parliament. And he mentioned that it was more like the Auditor General. So it's more of an after-the-fact investigation. Whereas if the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are making decisions in real time, I think it's very important to have private advice so that private and timely advice, perhaps on a day-to-day basis, where the ministers, the Cabinet and the Prime Minister can confer with a scientific advisor in confidence so that everybody can speak freely and so that all the information can get out. In my opinion, both are important. I think his proposal for a parliamentary science advisor is a very valuable one. I think the work of this body would be much better if it were properly informed in that way, but I also think that cabinet decisions would be better if it were informed by a science advisor.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think we both agree that it would be much better if this cabinet listened to scientists instead of muzzling them. So I think, again, that's the strength of this motion today and the ability of us to opening up the debate. The parliamentary science officer, why I compare it to the Auditor General is because the office is afforded the same protections as the Auditor General in the sense that the person in this position cannot be arbitrarily fired by the government. It is the person would work for parliamentarians, and it would actually provide proactive research by replying to requests from committees and individual parliamentarians. So, for example, I know in this House, that side of the House denies that climate change is happening. This side of the House, of course, we know that it's happening, that we have to address it. The parliamentary science officer could bring the science forward by request to show the other side that climate change is happening, that we have to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I was a little shocked at the member's remarks opposite, because if I heard him correctly, he not only said that scientists should be able to speak about anything they might be working on within government, but they should be able to opine on any policy that might strike their fancy, as long as they say, well, I'm not really speaking for the department. Now, let's carry that a little bit further, Mr. Speaker. Supposing any officer of a department, any bureaucrat, any public official decides they have something to say on a public issue, so they stand up and they join the debate that's usually confined to the House of Commons on public policy. We have a convention in this country of a neutral, objective public service that provides neutral advice to government. Now they're going to be standing in this place, so to speak, giving their opinions on this, that, and the other thing. Does a member really think that this is going to be an enhancement of our democratic process? And what about the neutrality of our public service?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the question kind of underlines the attitude on that side of the House. The directive, the scientific integrity directive that I put in front of this House actually comes from other G8 countries where, as I just pointed out, research and development investment is double or almost triple ours. They are fostering the culture of innovation and discovery in these countries by allowing their scientists to speak freely, where we stifle ours and our economy suffering for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to the opposition motion tabled by the Liberal Party on science in Canada. Under this motion, the government is being called upon to rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created science so that it is easily available to the public at large, through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions. This is a motion that I'm very pleased to support, Mr. Speaker, because it sums up to a great extent what the scientific community has been calling upon the government to do. Allow me simply to recall that the NDP has already brought forward two opposition motions on this. The first on June 5, 2012, condemning science cuts as well as muzzling scientists, and a second on March 20, 2013, which called upon the government to support the NPD's plan for scientific integrity. This topic is particularly timely today because this week in Rimouski, the ACFAS convention is being held. This is the most important Francophonie scientific event of the year. The consensus in this convention is clear. The scientific community is absolutely dumbfounded by the federal government's approach to research. The president of ACFAS, Louise Dandurand, not only condemned budget cuts and the loss of jobs in sciences, but she also strongly condemned the fact that scientists employed by the federal government cannot communicate with their peers. She stated that science is built on exchanges amongst researchers. Not allowing scientists employed by the federal government to communicate with their peers, whether that be in Canada or globally, only impoverishes the very nature of science. She also stated that this ill-informed approach on the part of the federal government is sad and dangerous, and the consequences on the advancements of science will be felt for a long time in this country. Another message that came out of the ACFAS convention is the importance of placing a value on science conducted in French. In an interview in the Devoir this week, this was the message that was communicated by the honorary president of the 83rd ACFAS convention, who is none other than the chief science officer of Quebec, Rémi Quirion. The Conservative government, though, has turned a deaf ear. It has closed about a dozen scientific libraries, including the only one in French at Fisheries and Oceans Canada. The government has also restricted, even forbidden, communication on the part of scientists with respect to their work, even if that work is published. The government has made scientists go through a complicated process in order to be able to speak with the media. And oftentimes, requests for interviews are turned down. The Conservatives have also prevented federal scientists from participating in scientific conferences and conventions and with a view to sharing the results of their research, which also is harmful to international collaboration. In 2013, the NDP tabled a motion to end the muzzling of scientists once and for all. Motion M453 would have allowed scientists to publicly speak about their work and would have prevented ministerial staff from unduly restricting access to the media. Now, I'd also like to talk about the lack of balance in the research that has been led by the Conservative government. Since 2012, the government has undertaken a major reform of assistance programs for innovation, which has led, for example, to the elimination of support for basic research, and which has fostered business-led research. Currently, research that is conducted in Quebec is mainly undirected research. That represents 86% of all scientific research done in Quebec. It's particularly important to support this kind of research because, you know, Mr. Speaker, you never know where the next discovery is going to be made when it comes to scientific research. The Conservatives' approach also has led to the elimination of the first pillar of the National Research Council, which was created in 1916 in order to support basic research. The Conservatives' approach will have a disastrous effect on our scientific legacy and on science done for the public good. This is why the NDP has also proposed the position of a chief science officer in Canada. The NDP has been calling for this since 2013. Many eminent members of the scientific community supported the NDP's proposal to create an independent, arm's-length oversight body for scientific research in order to end the muzzling of federal scientists. Let us just recall that in 2012, the Quebec government decided to create the position of Chief Science Officer. In some countries, like in England, that function or position has existed for about 50 years. There are Chief Science Officers in about a dozen countries, but not federally in Canada. This week, the Quebec Statistics Institute will be presenting a damning report about the damages caused by eliminating the mandatory long-form census. When research suffers, so does the quality of government decisions. Now, what do we need to do? Well, there have been many questions that will never be answered because we do not have this mandatory long-form census. The study that was done shows that the National Household Survey, which replaced the former census, 2011 census, is not only weak, but it is more costly. At the time, the government justified this change because it said that it was for privacy purposes. But that is pretty ironic, given that Bill C-51 has been introduced by the very same Conservative government. 5 years later, the former chief statistician, Muniz Sheikh, who resigned in a protest because of the government's decision, said that it is impossible to trust this new survey. There's a new joke actually going around the scientific sector which sums things up. It says, you know what, Canada has managed to eliminate all poverty. How did it do it? Well, it simply eliminated the mandatory census. Alain Bélanger, a specialist in population studies and language and immigration himself, said that for 5 years I've been wondering how I'm going to be able to continue conducting social science research, or if I should simply stop because the data is simply too biased now. We cannot allow science to continue its free fall in Canada. At a conference in Halifax in 2014, Mr. Peter Nicholson, who worked in the cabinet of the Prime Minister of Canada from 2003 to 2006 and was former a special advisor as well of the Secretary General of the OECD, said this: there is this spiraling decline which has started and which started under the former Liberal leadership. It truly is the sign of a lack of leadership, and it is a serious problem because we absolutely need to have scientific resources that are healthy and that are motivated as well. In the 1995 budget, there were some very deep cuts in science and technology research, despite the promise of the Minister of Finance at the time, Mr. Paul Martin, to spare granting agencies and scientific councils. Under the Liberals, the industry portfolio was also affected. Almost 42% of the spending of that program was lost over 2 years. There was the elimination as well of the productivity program for defense material. University scientific research has also suffered a decrease in financing of 25% in current dollars. The National Research Council that subsidizes as well university research also saw its budget reduced by 14%. In terms of the Canadian Space Agency, well, they lost 15% of their budget. Mr. Speaker, we need a government that is going to invest in science and technology in Canada. This is not simply an issue of discovery and the pursuit of excellence. It is also an issue of social justice, of democracy, of our heritage, and of our scientific future. rather than simply mortgaging our future, the NDP is going to stand up for science and for scientific integrity. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to add a comment on the budget that was tabled this year by the Conservative government. This could have been an opportunity for the government to repair the harm it had done to sciences in Canada. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we saw was that the government has not changed its recipe. It simply continues to support business-led research. So, Mr. Speaker, the government's approach is not working to protect the health of science and scientists. We need a change, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I support this motion.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech, and I had a couple of questions for her. I was wondering if the NDP intends to vote for the major investments that have been announced in the 2015 budget. And secondly, I would like to know why the NDP continues to vote against every budget that makes major investments in science and technology and the environment, and are they going to maintain that trend of voting against major investment? The Honourable Member. This is a question that doesn't take the facts into account. We know that the government has cut into research and development in Canada, and these figures were set out by my colleague from Burnaby Douglas in his speech before mine. We know that there had been a lot of layoffs of scientists in government departments, Environment Canada, Department of Fisheries and Oceans as well, and we know that investments in research and development, even for industrial research, are declining. So the real problem here is, and because my colleague mentioned the budget, and he said that facts have to come before ideology, and it is specifically that the Conservative government is taking decisions based on ideology by muzzling scientists and preventing scientific research that goes against their own ideology and their own decision-making. That is why the Information Commissioner is carrying out an investigation on the Conservative government and the muzzling of scientists. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. As we have said already, the Conservatives have cut $1 billion from their budget, and more than 4,000 jobs have been eliminated for researchers. Now, my question's the following. How is communication, the muzzling of communications with scientists, harming science in general? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Îles. First of all, Canadian citizens are paying for the scientific research. They fund it. And in our opinion, it's critical that Canadian citizens have access to this data and the results of this research. It's important for democracy and the importance of public debate in Canada that we have access to the fruits of this research. But we know that this is also harming our collaboration with other scientists abroad. Very well-respected magazine, publication, Nature, has criticized this Conservative government and the fact that they are muzzling scientists in Canada. We've also heard testimony from scientists internationally who've spoken out against the fact that they were unable to communicate with their Canadian counterparts, and that this threatened Canada's cooperation with other research projects internationally. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity yesterday to participate in the Open Data Conference here in Ottawa. And one thing that's often said is that the government's presenting this open data project. It all looks good on paper, except that tangibly and concretely speaking, we're seeing a culture of secrecy that surrounds this government. We have data that are not published, we have scientists that are muzzled, and the information doesn't get to the man in the street. So this is a great problem. I think that today's motion really speaks to that. So I'd perhaps like to hear my colleagues' comments on this this plan that looks, as I said, good on paper, the government's open data plan, but where concretely we see nothing. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much. I know my colleagues working very hard on this issue, and it's critical that we have open data in Canada. This would allow us to innovate in terms of health, environment, and the protection of Canadians, but it also allows us to move forward and innovate economically, and it will allow small businesses to have more information and more data that will help them with applications for new products. So we know that this is critical for the business environment in Canada. Unfortunately, this is a community that's been very neglected by the current government. And first of all, they did away with the mandatory long-form census in Canada, which is harming the business community in Canada. And we also know that despite the unbalanced approach of this government, industrial investments in research and development have gone down. And now Canada has gone down from the 16th to the 22nd rank in industrial investments among the OECD countries.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The need to base public policy on reliable evidence and for the public to have access to, as well as understand, that evidence is an issue that I have advocated for passionately my entire political career. I'm proud to speak today in support of a Liberal motion before the House. The thrust of the motion is simple. Scientists should be able to discuss their research findings publicly in a timely manner and without political interference. Unfortunately, that is not the current reality for scientists working for, or sometimes even with, the Federal Public Service in Canada. As the motion states, quote, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers, and federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. François Giraud,
who's responsible for the communication of information program at Moncton University, explained the dangers of this approach when he spoke to the media today. The dangers of such a practice and the efforts to control a message has been negative. The health of our democratic health relies a great deal on the transparency of our governments. Taxpayers pay for the very existence of their government. So this free access to government information goes through transparency and freedom of the press, but as well in the case of an organization that is subsidized, that is a scientific organization, through freedom of speech.
Of a 2013 Professional Institute of Public Service of Canada survey, hundreds of federal scientists have been asked to alter or exclude technical information from documents, and hundreds more have been prevented from responding to inquiries from media and or the public. The Conservative government has demonstrated a clear pattern of cutting off the flow of information when it doesn't support their rigidly ideological agenda. In fact, within months of coming to power, the Conservative government introduced new, strict procedures to constrain how government scientists are allowed to speak about their research to the media. Démuseler la science.
To muzzle scientists doesn't mean that scientists can be free to speak without any restrictions. We know that their work often deals with sensitive issues in terms of security or are protected by intellectual property rights.
By their ministers' offices regarding how or even if they can discuss their work with the public. The tragic consequence of this government's disturbing pattern of constraining federal scientists' ability to share their research and to collaborate with their peers is that Canada's global leadership role in basic research environmental, health, and other public science is being put in jeopardy. This is not just the opinion of the Liberal Party, but of hundreds of scientists and engineers from around the world who signed an open letter last fall urging the Prime Minister to end burdensome restrictions on scientific communication and collaboration faced by the Canadian government scientists, end quote. The Liberal Party understands that researchers are central to how policy is made, and that is why the Liberals are standing firmly behind scientists and their research.
Decision makers and Canadians in general count on the critical research done by federal government scientists to ensure the safety of their food, their water, their air, and their environment.
Their findings will benefit the integrity of scientific research, will help the Canadian public and policymakers make informed decisions, and will help repair our nation's international reputation. I remember being so angered and embarrassed at a large public health conference in 2010, Women Deliver in Washington, at what this government had done to our international reputation. At the conference, Susan Cohen, head of the government affairs at the Guttmacher Institute, which is a U.S. nonprofit organization that promotes reproductive health, referred to Canada as in quote, evidence-free zone, end quote. In the wake of the SARS crisis, the Naylor report made it clear that Canada needed a public health agency headed by a chief public health officer who could speak directly to Canadians. Buried in last year's omnibus bill is the demotion and muzzling of the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada. He has been stripped of his abilities to set priorities, determine appropriate resources, and to speak directly to Canadians without political interference. He has been reduced to an advisor to the minister on the things that the minister chooses to be advised upon, instead of actually speaking up for the public health of all Canadians whenever he or she sees fit. The Conservative government's obsession with political control and suppression of science is damaging our reputation around the world and is truly appalling. This decision and those like it must be reversed in the interests of all Canadians. One need look no farther than the government's misguided decision to replace the long-form census with the National Household Survey for proof of their ongoing war on evidence. The government spent $22 million more on the 2011 National Household Survey than it would have on the long-form census to collect data that was seriously compromised. As a result, they have essentially ended our ability to compare the data with earlier census statistics, and we can no longer see trends over time. This means we are flying blind when it comes to a whole host of policy decisions. Chief Statistician Munir Sheikh resigned from his post over this misguided decision and explained that a critical issue was the fact that StatsCan was subject to significant interference from the Conservative government. He has gone on to say that, quote, in my mind, the most serious consequence of cancelling the census is the loss of trust in Statistics Canada to be independent of government interference, end quote. Their misguided approach to the long-form census is unfortunately not the exception, but the rule in terms of this government's ongoing approach to science and scientists. Ongoing Conservative cuts to scientific research programs and its continuing muzzling of federal scientists represent clear attacks on evidence-based policymaking in an attempt to silence opposition to their ideologically based policies. I remember very early on in this regime that the government side continued to refer to the sort of liberally funded social science research as though it was a swear word, because we know that when you do good social science research, it never proves what this government is intending to do, and therefore it had to be silenced and defunded. This Conservative government understands that if problems are not measured, they are not noticed, and therefore the government does not have to fix them. The government is cynically and systematically undermining the public and the not-for-profit sector's ability to research areas they feel will prompt action on issues counter to their very narrow agenda. Unfortunately, my allotted time does not permit me to provide an exhaustive review of all the government actions in support of this disturbing pattern, but here are a few of the highlights. The world-renowned experimental lakes area was defunded by the federal government in Budget 2012. Since 2013, DFO scientists must now get departmental approval to submit research to scientific journals. And in 2013, the government shut down the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, formally an arm's-length organization, and even prevented it from posting a final report. In 2014, the government defunded the Canadian Health Council. Also in 2014, the government closed 7 out of 9 Department of Fishery and Oceans libraries. The library closures are nothing less than an erosion of Canada's collective memory. As my Liberal colleague, the MP from Kingston the Islands, himself a scientist, so eloquently said of the library closures, quote, the Harper government may not like science, but it does not have the right to literally trash the products of decades' worth of research just because it doesn't suit the ideology of the Harper conservatives. Destroying data is not just an ideology.
For, I think, the third time this morning, I remind honourable members they cannot use the names of other members, including the Prime Minister, even when they are doing so in a quote. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Destroying data is not just an ideological problem, it's also blatant fiscal mismanagement. Government decisions must be based on evidence and facts, and the health of our democracy depends on an informed public. Unfortunately, this is a government engaged in an ongoing and deliberate attack on science. They cynically and systematically gut funding for programs that may produce results not in line with conservative ideology. But this motion is more than a condemnation of the government's war on science and scientists. It sets out a roadmap for how to move us beyond an attitude towards science resembling the medieval Inquisition to modern acceptance that scientific freedom is at the root of progress. As Nobel Prize-winning scientist Sidney Brenner said, quote, science is the best tool available for man to solve human problems, end quote. The motion calls on the government to immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created science so that it is easily available to the public at large, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions. The motion also comes on the government to create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public. This motion offers me the opportunity to reflect on the way forward and what a government committed to evidence-based policy and the importance of research and science could achieve. We must return to the practice of transparent and public advice to ministers. We have an ideal model in the way it could and should work in Canada with the operation of the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife Canada, CSEWIC. CSEWIC was created in 1977 as a result of a decision made at the Conference of Federal Provincial Territorial Wildlife Directors held in 1976. In 2003, the Species at Risk Act established CSEWIC as an advisory body to ensure that wildlife species would be assessed using the best available scientific and Aboriginal traditional knowledge. Under SARA, the Government of Canada is mandated to take CSEWIC's designations into consideration when establishing the legal list of wildlife species at risk. More importantly, CSEWIC's evaluation process is independent and transparent, and the results are reported to CESCC and the public. The final decision rests indeed in the hands of the minister, but the scientific and recommendations are available to the public, and it is up therefore to the minister to explain to the public the reasons behind any decision not to follow exactly upon the recommendations of those scientists. There is no question that government decisions must be based on the full picture: science, economics, and common sense. But all the information and context that go into that decision should be available to the public in a transparent way. The Science Advisory Board at Health Canada should be re-established, not only to to advise the minister on emerging issues of the day, but should be mandated to strike the appropriate advisory panels. These panels must be free of bias, conflict, and their advice seen as truly independent. They must be able to provide the best possible evidence-based policy that Canadians will be able to trust. Mr. Speaker, there is a very important virtuous cycle in between research policy and practice. It's imperative that governments understand that moving from research to policy requires really informed knowledge translation that includes the public. To move from policy to practice means that governments have to have the political will to move the good evidence-based policy into practice in a timely fashion. And then it's very important that an evidence-based government would take that practice, moving it back into better research questions by funding the applied research in community, in practice, that would allow us to ask better research questions, moving to better policy, moving to better practice. This virtuous cycle only moves properly when citizens are involved of the research and the evidence that exists. It is only then that citizens can hold their government to account. It's only then that citizens can ask why this research is not in public policy, why this policy is not actually in practice, and whether or not that practice is being properly evaluated to make sure that governments are funding what works and able to stop funding what doesn't work in this virtuous cycle. With a truly informed public, that virtuous cycle moves rapidly, and that's what we're calling on today. We want the government to understand that by muzzling scientists and not allowing researchers to speak to the public directly and to their colleagues out of government and around the world, that we are depriving Canadians of the ability to truly hold their government to account, depriving parliamentarians of the ability to hold Parliament to account, to actually insist on policy that is evidence-based, not rooted and anchored in ideology. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve complete and open access to the information produced by scientists, which are paid by them, the public Canadians. So I urge all members to support this motion, and I thank my colleagues for having put this forward.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a speech passionately delivered in the House, as she so often passionately engages in our debates and our discussions. But I think that in this case, passion may have overwhelmed memory somewhat. Mr. Speaker, from 1994 to 1997, the Liberal government of the day drastically cut government funding of science and technology. And I think in contrast, since 2006, our government has quite enthusiastically funded some $13 billion in funding to science across Canada, across the dimensions. I wonder if the Liberal member can explain why she has consistently, since 2006, voted against our government's funding requests for science and technology.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question, and I also want to remind the member that the Liberal government had a terrific track record in the tough times in 94, 95, 96, where Canadians were with the Liberal government on the decisions that had to be taken to actually get Canada out of the economic basket case that we had been left by the previous Conservative government. These were tough decisions, but I think we did a good job explaining to Canadians why they had to be. I think today's issue is about the muzzling of scientists, and obviously we are upset with the funding cuts to these research entities that we believe are absolutely necessary. But the attitudinal problem of this government to not want the public to know what scientists are finding out, what they're discovering, in order Canadians to be able to hold government to account and to insist on evidence-based policy is why we are supporting this really important motion today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Clearly, this is a very important motion, and we are very pleased that a chief scientific officer will be created. The Liberals always promise during campaigns to make science a priority. And what does my colleague think of that?
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Merci, merci.
I'd like to thank the member for her question.
It's actually in the DNA of Liberals to actually want evidence-based policy. C'est une situation primordiale.
This is primordial for us to have evidence-based policies with the leadership from the Prime Minister's office. That is a very important issue today, and I'd like to thank you for your support.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. The muzzling of scientists under this administration has been unprecedented. I worked in the Minister of Environment's office in the Mulroney administration, and Environment Canada scientists spoke freely, and sometimes the minister would be disturbed by the forthright comments of ministers, of scientists. But when we think about it, I said, well, of course, we can't ask them not to talk to media. This is an essential part of democracy, that our Environment Canada scientists are free to talk to media. I want to put it to my colleague that the Conservatives may well, and we've heard it from the member for Thornhill, have spent billions of dollars on science. But I think it's important to remember that money alone doesn't tell the story. The 2012 budget quite specifically said research funds must be, quote unquote, business-led and industry-relevant. And we've slashed the scientists who looked after fisheries and the environment, and I asked my colleague if she agrees.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and I also thank her for her participation at the wonderful debate we had at the University of Toronto with Chris Turner and one of your colleagues with Scientists for the Right to Know. It is hugely important that money on its own, with an attitudinally incorrect government, is not going to move the progress of this country forward. I think that all of us in this House very much enjoyed the presentation 2 weeks ago from the scientists at McGill of the really importance of basic research in curiosity-driven research in going forward, and I think curtailing the funding of research to what government thinks might be a route is just generally misguided and wrong.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, I'm honoured, Mr. Speaker, to have the opportunity to ask a question of my honourable colleague. You know, it's interesting. Unprecedented funding last year, $1.5 billion for world-leading basic discovery research by institutions right across the country. You tell me where the bias is. It does not exist. This year they asked us for well, that's what we provided, $1.33 billion of infrastructure funding. And because we were told by the community that that's what they needed to continue on the scientific agenda, to continue Canada to be world-leading. Now, I think Canadians love consistency, Mr. Speaker, so here's my question. The current communications policy with respect to scientists conducting media interviews, well, that's the same, interestingly enough, as it was in 2002 when the Liberals presented it. So my question to my honourable friend is, does the member now go against the policy that her party, when she was in power at that time, put in place, which basically is the policy that we are continuing on with as the government?
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question because it gives me an opportunity to explain that it depends under whose hands any policy is executed. And what is happening now, when you have scientists with minders assigned to them from political offices to make sure they don't speak to the media, as opposed to people trying to make sure there's opportunities for them to speak to the media, is a very, very different approach. And I just have to tell the member opposite that I have never seen the morale amongst the scientific community as low as it is right now. This is people telling their children and their not to become a government scientist. This is a dire situation right now, and from health research and all of the upsetting realities of what this government has done to the reputation of Canada around the world, because they will not let scientists speak to the public and to their colleagues, that the member who's responsible for this should be ashamed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A second time fortunate for me. You know, it's interesting as I hear the member's response, which didn't quite answer the question, but I'd like to move on from there if I can, because I want to go again in that spirit of consistency. You know, it was her leader who spoke about the policy for innovation. Here's what he said. I'd like to quote. A large part of it is transitioning away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver in the economy. So what the Liberal leader was really saying, Mr. Speaker, is that 1.7 million to 1.7 million Canadians is that they should go find another job because they aren't part of the Liberal vision of a knowledge economy. So I'd like to ask the member opposite if she agrees with her leader that we need to transition away from manufacturing-based employment.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I won't even dignify that with a response, in that was completely out of context when the leader was at our caucus in London and southwestern Ontario, and that member knows the devastation that's taken place in southwestern Ontario, how important the manufacturing segment has been, but how little support this government has given to manufacturing in this country. It is a hugely, hugely important time now to get away from this partisan nonsense and actually just support science. Let us get the research on productivity. Let us get the kinds of research that these kinds of companies need to be able to go forward and compete in the world. This is hugely ridiculous that we actually have to listen to that kind of stuff instead of actually solving the problem for all Canadians, and particularly in southwestern Ontario.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to participate in this important discussion. Let me just say I'll be splitting my time with the member from Oshawa. Mr. Speaker, this motion seems to claim that there is a grand conspiracy to constrain scientific researchers within the government from speaking publicly or to the media ever. It gives an impression that the important work of our government scientists is not shared in the public domain. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, certainly members on this side of the House, and I believe on the other side as well, know that this is completely untrue. There are countless examples of publicly disclosed scientific publications and media interviews given by federal scientists every week, every month, every year. First of all, let me review the context of the Government of Canada communication policies. The communications policy of the Government of Canada is readily available from the Treasury Board Secretariat. All scientists working for the Government of Canada are themselves public servants subject to that policy. All federal public servants are expected to work within the parameters of the communications policy of the Government of Canada. Now, the policy section on accountability begins by stating, Mr. Speaker, that ministers are accountable to the Prime Minister and to Parliament for presenting and explaining government policies, priorities, and decisions. Individually and collectively, as members of Cabinet, ministers are the principal spokespersons for the government and its institutions. Now, the policy elaborates on spokespersons. Ministers are the principal spokespersons. Ministers present and explain government policies, priorities, and decisions. And so when it comes to policy and policy making, Mr. Speaker, ministers are the leads. They are the decision makers for their departments and also the primary communicators of those decisions. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to cite a paragraph from a very thoughtful contribution published in the Globe and Mail just last Friday, May 22nd. It was written by Michael Rennie, Canada Research Chair in Freshwater Ecology and Fisheries, who is also an assistant biology professor at Lakehead University and a research fellow with the International Institute of Sustainable Development's Experimental Lakes area. The co-author was Andrew Leach, associate professor of the Alberta School of Business at the University of Alberta. Both of these gentlemen have worked within the Government of Canada as well as in their various academic dimensions. They wrote, and I'll quote, "Most, if not all, of the policy decisions of governments require weighing costs and benefits. Research from various sources, often including government scientists, is used to inform policymakers of the likely consequences of proposed actions. But at the end of the day," these two distinguished academics wrote, "research can't tell you what decision should be taken. Making these decisions is reserved for our elected representatives." End of quote. So, public servant scientists, then, are to focus on their job of research to inform decisions that are then made at the political level by elected representatives. In turn, communication of that work also must occur in ways that are not advocating policy positions, but informing the public about what considerations may be going into them. So, employees of the public service are to focus their communications activities on issues and matters pertaining to the policies, to the programs, services, and initiatives that they administer on behalf of elected ministers. Now, you know full well as well, Mr. Speaker, media are essential in helping to promote public awareness and understanding of government policies, programs, and initiatives. Now, media inquiries, whether by phone, by email, must be addressed promptly to accommodate public deadlines. Departments work hard to meet those demands, and while doing so, departments also inform the primary spokesman of the department, the minister, and her or his office when preparing these responses, as they may have broader policy implications. Mr. Speaker, the motion we're debating refers to elements of the public interest like protection of the environment and the health of Canadians. So let's focus for a moment on Environment Canada. It is a science-based organization with one of the largest science programs in government. Every day, staff at Environment Canada conduct a wide range of environmental monitoring, research, and other scientific activities in fields like atmospheric sciences, meteorology, physics, biology, chemistry, hydrology, ecology, engineering, and informatics. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over half of the employees at Environment Canada work in science and technology occupations. Science accounts for the majority of Environment Canada's budget, and it provides critical information that contributes to the departmental mandate of ensuring a clean, safe, and sustainable environment for Canada. Science, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation for Environment Canada policies and actions. There are a great many examples of how this science benefits Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Their reports and hundreds of others on a wide range of subjects are available on the publications web pages of Environment Canada's website and the publication pages of other federal departments as well. As an example, the Chemicals Management Plan, Mr. Speaker, a joint initiative run by Environment Canada and Health Canada, uses the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999, launched in 2006, the year of the election of our government. It is aimed at reducing the risks posed by chemicals to Canadians and their environment. There is a focus on a great number of substances, some 4,300 substances to be studied between now and 2020. Budget 2015, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, set aside almost $500 million to continue to assess and manage the risk to human health and the environment in the third 5-year phase of that plan. Another good example, Mr. Speaker, of information sharing is the Joint Canada-Alberta Implementation Plan for Oil Sands Monitoring. It is a scientifically rigorous, it is comprehensive, integrated and transparent environmental monitoring of the oil sands region. The program is world-class. It has been recognized as a world-class system internationally and designed to be one of the most comprehensive water monitoring systems in the world. The governments of Alberta and Canada committed to ensuring that the data from the monitoring activities and the scientific methods used are transparent, supported by necessary quality assurance, and made publicly available. Mr. Speaker, I'd recommend that any in this House, on both the government and the opposition side, as well as any viewers of today's debate, drop in to visit the website, the portal established by Environment Canada, www.jointoilsandsmonitoring.ca, and see some of the science which is being shared quite openly and transparently therein. Now let's examine, Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada's media interactions. Last year, Environment Canada received close to 6,000, 5,800 requests to be precise, for information from media. For those 5,800 or so media requests, overall, Environment Canada provided about 4,200 interviews with subject matter experts and/or scientists. However, as well as in these interviews, they discussed weather requests and offered experts, including scientists, climatologists, and ice forecasters. This, I think, very clearly demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that Environment Canada is responsive to media requests, including for interviews in the modern 24/7 media cycle environment, which is required from every government department. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I think that these facts show that all of this is a far cry from the pessimistic scenario described in the motion we're debating. Let us instead continue to recognize, champion, and celebrate the world-class work performed by so many Government of Canada scientists every day, and let us celebrate as more and more of that work is adapted to or transferred onto our open data portal. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against the motion which is before the House today, and I would urge all of my fellow members to do the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have an opportunity to put a question to my colleague on the motion before us today. Recently, a former federal civil servant, a scientist who worked for the government, said that while he was working for the Government of Canada, he felt that he had been muzzled, and he did not feel that he had he was allowed to share any scientific results with the public. It's only after retiring that he felt free to speak and to bring people up to date on the alarming situation within the federal government. What would my colleague respond then to those concerns that have been raised by scientists who have worked for the federal government? There was also an investigation that showed that 90% of scientists working for the federal government did not feel they were free to discuss the results of their research. So what would the member respond to those concerns? Because these are well-documented concerns. These are former scientists.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question, but I think in the content of that question was revealed the reason that the individual public servant to whom he refers anonymously, I don't know the specific case, But I think that the secret to the question was the fact that this public servant said that he felt constrained from expressing his views of an alarming communication situation within the department. Well, that quite clearly has nothing to do with the work that he was employed to do as a public servant under the public service communications guidelines that I just mentioned in my speech. And he obviously wished to speak, as the NDP motion, another motion before this House, would have government scientists or any public service employees speaking whenever they wish to on public policy issues. And that quite clearly is not acceptable under the Public Service Communications Act.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Tebik-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments today. And just with respect to just how much research is most important on environmental policy making, and I was glad to hear his comments and just how well respected our scientists are in the research community. And just a couple of weeks ago, I made an announcement on R&D infrastructure at a fish hatchery. And the Minister of State and I did an announcement at the University of New Brunswick on biofuels. And in both those cases, both the scientists were very open to speak to the media with respect to their research. And this is research that's going to be internationally used because of biofuels and because of the inner and outer bay Atlantic salmon. So I'd just like to ask him inform the House and talk to us a little bit more about how the government has helped our scientists to achieve this international status.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and for the good news that he and the Minister shared in that and other policy announcements. It's important for the members across the House to realize that Canada is, in fact, ranked number one among G7 countries for our government's support of scientific research and development in public institutions, in colleges, in universities, and associated scientific study. I think, and to my colleague's point, there is in the flawed supposition of the motion before this House today that there is a grand conspiracy to keep information, scientific information, from Canadians, and that in fact is simply not the truth. And the statistics and the reality and the record simply do not support that supposition.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm extremely proud of the world-class science produced by Environment Canada. Research produced by Environment Canada scientists informs our policy decisions, supports the delivery of environmental services, and helps enforce the laws and regulations that protect Canada's environment. Environment Canada employs leading experts across a range of environmental science fields, such as water, wildlife and climate science. We deliver science that is of high impact, collaborative, and of course, Mr. Speaker, transparent. In support of keeping Canada clean, safe, and sustainable, Canadians currently have access to a wide range of Environment Canada monitoring data through the Open Data Portal established by this government. This includes scientific data such as air quality indicators, greenhouse gas inventories, weather and climate data, as well as the National Pollutant Inventory, and the data gathered through the Canadian Environment Sustainability Indicators Program. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada scientists are also actively encouraged to publish the results of their research in peer-reviewed scientific journals. The Department produces around 700 peer-reviewed publications per year, making it one of the most productive environmental research institutions, Mr. Speaker, in the entire world. The scientific impact of Environment Canada's publications is well above world average. Environment Canada's papers are cited 50% more than the world average. They are also published in journals that are more impactful than the world average. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the work of 3 Environment Canada scientists was recognized by the Thomson Reuters 2014 report on the world's most influential scientific minds as being among the most highly cited scientific works in the world over the past decade. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada's science is highly visible, recognized, and influential in the scientific community. Environment Canada's science is making a difference, Mr. Speaker. Scientists play a key role in understanding our environment and the actions needed for it to remain clean, safe, and sustainable for all Canadians. Publicly funded science is being put to use to serve Canadians, and I will highlight a few excellent examples. For example, Mr. Speaker, we continue to take action to keep Canadians and their environment safe from the risks of chemical substances. Canada is a world leader in this area. This government is taking a science-based approach and, as we announced in Budget 2015, is investing $491.8 million over 5 years, starting in 2016-2017, to renew the Chemicals Management Plan. Mr. Speaker, we work hard to protect Canadians from severe weather, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Science is central to providing accurate and timely severe weather forecasts and warnings. Environment Canada scientists and meteorologists develop and run complex weather models on one of Canada's fastest supercomputers. This helps protect Canadians across the country, allowing weather-sensitive businesses and operations, as well as Canadian families and communities, to prepare for and respond to emergencies. We are investing $34 million, Mr. Speaker, over 5 years, starting in 2015-2016, to renew meteorological and navigational warning services in the Arctic. We rely upon the valuable and world-class science produced by federal scientists and their collaborators to protect Canada's diverse wildlife. Caribou are an iconic symbol of Canada's boreal forests. The Government of Canada issued a recovery strategy for the woodland caribou boreal population in 2012. The recovery strategy is based on science and, of course, Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal traditional knowledge. This government and our partners in provincial government, Aboriginal communities, industry stakeholders, academics, and environmental non-governmental organizations all play a vital role in protecting this important species. Mr. Speaker, these are only a few examples that demonstrate the Department's commitment to a clean, safe, and sustainable Canada. Indeed, the Department has invested record amounts of money, over $5.3 billion, for example, in science and technology since 2006. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada scientists do not work alone on these issues. We join forces with key partners to address common environmental issues to make the most of this significant investment. Collaboration is a cornerstone of Environment Canada's science and is key to the high regard our science receives both in Canada and abroad. In 2013, for example, nearly 90% of Environment Canada's publications involved at least one author from outside the department. Nationally, Environment Canada scientists collaborate with colleagues from academia and other federal departments and levels of government. Internationally, Mr. Speaker, we publish with scientists from over 70 countries, including leading global institutions such as the World Meteorological Organization and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. This high rate of collaboration significantly increases Environment Canada's internal science capacity and keeps the department at the leading edge of scientific inquiry. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada demonstrates the principles of collaboration and transparency through its action on the open government initiatives. In 2013, our Prime Minister and the other G8 leaders adopted the G8 Open Data Charter, which established open data principles for all member countries and called for specific commitments to release core public sector data. Our government has since released Canada's Action Plan on Open Government 2014-2016, including a new open science commitment. This particular commitment aims to enhance open access to publications and related data resulting from federally funded research in order to accelerate research, drive innovation, and benefit, most importantly, our economy, Mr. Speaker. Transparency and accountability are core values that this government has brought to bear on all of its activities, including publicly funded science. Through the new Open Data Portal, Environment Canada shares its scientific data and research with Canadians. For example, we recently posted a full list of the department's peer-reviewed scientific and technical publications produced in 2012. We monitor and share data on national greenhouse gas emissions, water quality, wildlife population health, and more. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada scientists play an important role in informing and assisting ministers in their responsibilities to promote a clean, safe, and sustainable environment for all Canadians. In keeping with public service values, Environment Canada scientists do not comment publicly on government policy, as this is the responsibility of ministers and their designated spokespersons. Mr. Speaker, science has always been and continues to be the foundation of Environment Canada's work. Scientific and technical professionals represent over half the department's workforce. This workforce possesses the expertise necessary to continually produce cutting-edge science that underlies the department's policies, programs, and services. I am proud that Environment Canada employs some of the best and brightest minds in the field of environmental science who are actively producing and communicating research in support of Canada's environmental priorities. Let's examine now, Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada's media interactions. Last year, Environment Canada received close to 5,800 requests for information from the media. Mr. Speaker, for those 5,800 or so media requests overall, Environment Canada gave about 4,200 interviews with subject matter experts and scientists. The bulk of these were operational weather requests. However, 369 Environment Canada interviews were given to the media in 2014 by other subject matter experts, including scientists, climatologists, and ice forecasters. This demonstrates that Environment Canada is very responsive to media requests, including for interviews in the modern 24/7 media cycle environment, which is required from every government department. Mr. Speaker, this is a far cry from the pessimistic scenario described in this motion that we are debating here today. Let us instead continue to recognize, champion, and of course celebrate the world-class performed by so many Government of Canada scientists each and every single day. Mr. Speaker, of course, I will be voting against this motion, and I urge my fellow members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very disappointed to hear that the member is recommending voting against this motion. This government is bound by the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, where they commit that we will not undermine environmental protections for an economic advantage, which they regularly do and regularly violate that side agreement to NAFTA. What they also are not abiding by is they have a dialogue, a clean energy dialogue with the United States, where they undertake that they will move forward in tandem with the United States in measures related to clean energy environment. And I'm a little stunned that the member is saying they're not interested in following suit with the United States, who actually have an exact same position for science. So I'm wondering if the member could speak to why they're moving away from their cooperative relationship with our neighbour, the United States.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with the premise of that question. As I said in my speech, we are working internationally through our open government initiatives through the G8 so that it will establish open data principles for all member countries. So the premise of our entire question is absolutely wrong, Mr. Speaker. What we are looking at is making sure that Canadians have the advantages, the full advantages of the research that is done through the Government of Canada, and the facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The only party here that doesn't want these scientific explanations to get out, for example, is the opposition parties. For example, on our Keystone pipelines, for example, we all know that from an environmental standpoint, this is the best way to transport these products, and it's shameful that a member from that province would actually be against getting that science out. The facts are quite simple, Mr. Speaker. Canada is ranked #1 in the G7 for our support for scientific research and development in our colleges, university, and other research institutions. Our federal departments and agencies produce over 4,000 science publications every single year, and Natural Resource Canada scientists fielded over 470 media interviews last year. And our scientists publish, on average annually, over 500 peer-reviewed articles in scientific journals. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our scientists on this side of the House, and the opposition party should get on board with that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I find it a little ironic that the Liberals are putting this motion forward, because I've been in this House for 2 decades, and I remember when the Liberals were in government, a whole number of articles accusing the Liberal government of muzzling scientists. And I'm sure my friend opposite will remember some of those articles. They're easily found on Google. I urge people to look them up. There seems to be, always this debate about the freedom of government-employed, publicly funded scientists. And my friend who just spoke pointed out that government scientists are encouraged to publish their findings and publish their research. And so I guess I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, about exactly how this whole idea of muzzling comes from, because from what I heard my friend say, there's no muzzling at all. But I'd like to hear his comments on that.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank my colleague for her excellent question and her service in this House, because she is absolutely correct. If you look back historically, the Liberal Party's record on this is dismal. The only reason for putting this forward, Mr. Speaker, sadly, is to politicize the science and the scientists that work hard for the Canadian government and the Canadian people. The reality is since 2006, Mr. Speaker, the government has invested more than $5 billion into scientific research, which is a record amount for any Canadian government. And the sad part about it, Mr. Speaker, is the opposition has actually voted against that. So when you look at what they state and then their actions, it's something that are totally two things that are different. In our ministry, for example, Environment Canada scientists are consistently recognized by world authorities for their expertise and excellence in the field of environmental research. Our meteorologists provide accurate forecasts and warnings for severe weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the use of complex weather models. And I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, one thing everybody in this House should be proud of. In 2014, a report by Thomson Reuters, and I said this in my speech, 3 Environment Canada scientists were listed as being among the world's most influential scientific minds. And these are just some of the many examples that show how Environment Canada scientists are leading the pack, Mr. Speaker, and how we are investing in this very important research for the benefit of all Canadians, but also people around the entire planet. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to begin by reading the motion once again, with which we are seized today, to remind people who perhaps haven't followed the debate from the outset exactly what the motion is that the members are being called upon to consider tonight in the vote. That, in the opinion of the House, A, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. B, federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. C, research is paid for by taxpayers and must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and the health and safety of Canadians. And therefore, D, the government should immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created science so that it is easily available to the public at large through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem
seeing that scientists working for the Government of Canada should be free to talk about their research, not necessarily to discuss policies that the government must establish and the Canadian Parliament. That is a role that comes under Parliament and the government. But the role that they have as scientists is to share the information that they will be working on through their research, and because these are facts. And without wanting to play on words, the fact that the government has forbidden scientists to speak to journalists just leaves me wondering what all of that means. Is it because they don't have confidence in them, or is it because they don't want the Canadian public to be aware of this science and these facts? Is it because we don't have confidence in the scientists? I think that's perhaps one of the key points of the Conservative government's perspective in not allowing these journalists, or scientists rather, to speak to journalists. And I'll give you another example, because they don't allow public servants to even speak to us as MPs, which is inconceivable, but that's the case. I think that it is not right, Mr. Speaker, that scientists not be allowed to share the research that they are responsible for with journalists and the Canadian public. I believe that this is one of the basic components of the motion before us today. And I think that this flows from a decision taken by the government that's really ideologically inspired and not evidence-based. And I'll give you another example, Mr. Speaker. We all remember what the government's first decision was when they got their majority, which was to do away with the long-form census, the mandatory long-form census. And almost the entire population of this country was against it. All of the universities, 8 of, I think, of the 10 provinces were against that decision. The private sector was against it. The people were almost unanimously against it. Everyone was against this motion to not have a long-form census that is mandatory, because it is key. It is the essential key of the source of so much information. And now they've replaced it with a questionnaire that's not mandatory. And, Mr. Speaker, we now find ourselves in a situation that was foreseen by everyone, and that is that the statistics offered by Statistics Canada are not valid as they were in the past. And this is the private sector saying this. They realize that the information that Statistics Canada can offer now is not as good, and therefore the decisions that the private sector and universities and municipalities have to make are no longer based on solid data. So this is a serious problem. And furthermore, we committed, if we form the next government, to reestablish that mandatory long-form census as soon as we form a government, because indeed we must come back to solid evidence in order to be able to make decisions.
There's not only scientists that are muzzled in terms of not being allowed to speak with journalists, Mr. Speaker, but all public servants have been muzzled in a way. And I'll give you an example, because they can't speak to us now as members of Parliament. A few years ago, I had a call from one of the local riding associations in the riding I represent, the Vanier Business Improvement Area, the Vanier BIA. And they wanted some basic information on the grants in lieu of taxes program, which, as we all know, the Crown is not obliged to pay property taxes, yet we do make grants in lieu of taxes. That was a program that we created back in the 90s. Anyhow, so I called the Director General of Public Works, who was responsible for the program, and left a message, Mr. Speaker. I got a call back a few minutes later from the Minister's office, telling me that if I wanted to get information, I had to go through them. So I said, fine, can we set up a briefing? So we did. I think it took 3 weeks. The gentleman I called and left a message came with 2 of his associates, 3 people from the Vanier BIA, myself, and 2 ministerial assistants from the minister's office. And we had a half-hour exchange of information, all of it perfectly legitimate, nothing confidential, nothing of any information that could not be divulged. And at the end, the gentleman I had called and left a message, and who didn't call me back because he wasn't allowed to, gave his business card to the person, the people from the Vanier BIA, and told them, if you need more information, please call or send me an email. At which point I asked, are you telling me that the person who was elected to represent them and to help them cannot call you and you cannot talk to me? And he confirmed that, because he had been instructed, as all public servants had been instructed, by the minister, by the government, not to talk to MPs, Mr. Speaker. I find that unconscionable. That means we do not, they do not trust our professional public servants to only divulge information that they're allowed to by law. And I've had this happen to me a number of times since, which I find unconscionable and absolutely unnecessary, Mr. Speaker, because we do have a very professional public service that do respect the law, that don't divulge information they're not allowed to, and yet now they've been told that they cannot talk to MPs, just as our scientists have been told they can't talk to journalists. I think that's, Mr. Speaker, not a way to govern, and that we need to do away with such directions. Another example aussi.
Another example, Mr. Speaker, that greatly concerns me is the direction that the government's taking in terms of research to concentrate on applied rather than basic research. And really that concerns me a lot. We've seen in the last budget the new directives for research groups who have to deal only with the private sector. I think we're taking a wrong turn here. I have no problem with research being applied research so that people can take knowledge and apply it with the private sector to create wealth and create jobs. That's all fine. But there has to be a balance. And that's where the problem is. We're losing that balance. The National Research Council, the headquarters of the NRC, is in the riding that I have the privilege of representing. And now, in my opinion, they're concentrating too much on applied research rather than basic research. It's true that applied research will bring us benefits, but if we neglect basic research over the long term, it will be very costly. It'll be costly in terms of the quality of life in this country and of our economy. And I'll give you an example.
I organized a couple of years ago a debate with Dr. Arthur Carthy. Let me mention before I get into that who this gentleman is. He's now managing and heading the Nanotechnology Institute at the University of Waterloo. But for 10 years, he was the head of the National Research Council from 1994 to 2004 and did a wonderful job. Then he was hired to be the first science advisor to the Prime Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, he was doing a great job there, too. When the Conservatives took over, they transferred him away from the Prime Minister's advisor to industry. And then a year or so later, they canceled that and did not do it in a very elegant manner, unfortunately. Well, Dr. Carthy, when I organized this debate a couple of years ago, gave me some rather interesting stats that I think should be of some preoccupation, and I'll read them to you. For instance, what he calls the GERD, the gross expenditure for R&D over the GDP ratio, it dropped from 16th position in the OECD in 2006 to the 23rd in 2011. And if we compare the percentage of gross expenditure in R&D over the GDP. In Israel, in 2011, 4.4%. In Finland, 3.8%. In South Korea, 3.7%. In Sweden, 3.4%. In Japan, 3.3%. In Denmark, 3.1%. And in Canada, 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do better than that, we're headed for some serious trouble. When we did form a government in the mid-90s, Canada was experiencing a brain drain. We had some serious problems. After the elimination of the deficit, the $39 billion deficit, which we inherited from the Mulroney government, one of the first things we headed for was improving of our facilities in research. We created the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, Mr. Speaker. You may recall that. I think we put in upwards of about $10 billion. And we redid all of the labs in all of the hospitals and the universities in our country. And gradually, we also did other initiatives through the AUCC, the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, creating scholarships, improving the NSERC, changing and improving the medical research capacity and the humanities research also. Mr. Speaker, we did eventually reverse the brain drain, and we improved tremendously our standing in science and research in this country. And yet now we're headed the other way, and that is a scary matter. And to compound that, we're now telling our scientists they can't talk to journalists and share their information. I don't understand that. Une autre chose qui s'est faite depuis.
Another thing that's been done since the Conservatives came to power, Mr. Speaker, that's quite worrisome, is the closure of departmental libraries. I think some 20 have now been shut down since in most of the departments. In DFO, it's a disaster. They closed 7 or 9, I believe, and all of the documents would be digitized, we were told, or sent to Archives Canada, except that the archives haven't accepted any of them. So we find ourselves in a position where a lot of evidence and a lot of publications have been destroyed. Now, this is a government that's clearly working ideologically rather than on evidence.
One of the libraries that had the largest, and I'll get my paper here, Mr. Speaker, because I think this one is rather troubling. The Human Resources and Skill Development Libraries included the largest collection of books in Canada on the social sciences. And the library's physical collections were entirely phased out in early 2013. The fate of these libraries is not unique, however. As I've mentioned, a number of them have been closed. With the same problems we've had in Health Canada, in the CIC, Citizenship and Immigration Library, was closed in March of 2012. We've had the same thing throughout a number of departments, the National Capital Commission here, the Transportation Safety Board, Transportation Infrastructure and Communities. All of them have had libraries closed, and without necessarily saving the documentation that was in those libraries. Therefore, getting away from evidence-based decision-making again. Alors, tout ça pour dire, Monsieur le Président.
All of which is to say, Mr. Speaker, that the motion before us today is one that, in my opinion, is very relevant, and that we will have to ensure. Now, I don't expect that the Conservatives will pass this. There are others being tabled by the NDP that the government has already rejected, and I expect that that will be the same situation here tonight. But, Mr. Speaker, what people have to understand is that when there will be a change of government, these conditions will be done away with. The fact of muzzling our scientists and preventing them from speaking is a condition that is unacceptable. They have to have the right to share information, not necessarily to discuss public policy. I agree that's not their role, but to share the information that taxpayers pay for so that they can carry out this research. This belongs to the Canadian public, and it has to be the case.
When I was campaigning in 2008, Mr. Speaker, I was absolutely flabbergasted because when I knocked at a certain door, and it was a scientist, I won't say who it was because I don't want to get that person into trouble, but this person worked for the federal government, and he told me at the time that he had just been told that he could not attend a conference and give the speech that he was supposed to give because the government did not agree with what he had to say as factual information, not necessarily as an opinion, but as actual factual information. So that, Mr. Speaker, when I met with that individual and when that person told me about this at the time, about these conditions that were being imposed on him by the Conservative government, it convinced me that we had to change things. It was time for change. Unfortunately, it still hasn't changed, but hopefully it will one day, very soon, because the scientific underpinnings of our society are very important. The fact that scientists work for us, obviously they have a much lower budget than before, but they are still working for us, for us as a Canadian society. The fact that they can share the information that they have, or that they are being denied this sharing of information, is unacceptable. It's a type of bombast that is unhealthy in a democratic society. So we have to make sure that these measures that have been imposed by the Conservatives, we have to make sure that these measures are abolished. I don't think that they will have the wisdom to do so themselves. So let us hope that the Canadian public at the next election will ensure that the Conservatives will no longer be in power, because Canadians will be better served by a new government, by its representatives, and by its scientists. This type of problem, Mr. Speaker, is one that I have never seen in my 20 years of service as a member of Parliament, because we have always sought to have a government and a Parliament that makes evidence-based decisions and not based on ideology. But now we are heading in a direction that we really need to change, and I hope that it will change. If not tonight, then hopefully in a few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two quick questions. One is, I wonder what the members' thoughts are on having research findings, peer-reviewed before they're discussed in the public domain. The other is the communication policy for scientists is the same policy that was in when he was in cabinet in the early 2000s. I wondered if he's had a change of heart on that policy, and if you could provide us with any thoughts on that now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the second question, it's not true. That was not the policy of the government that I served for. I was in cabinet, and our scientists at the time had the right to speak to journalists, Mr. Speaker, and to share information, not necessarily to discuss public policy. That's something different, and I agree on that. It's not their role. That is not scientists' role. But they did have the right to address journalists and to share the information, to share facts that they had learned. And I want them to be able to do that. With regard to the member's first question, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but I don't remember his first question. I apologize if he wants to repeat it. Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague mentioned this in his speech, but it is very problematic because since 2010, when the Conservatives decided to eliminate the mandatory long-form census, last week we learned in an article that scientists launched a warning saying that they no longer have any data, and even the data they do have is skewed, and they can no longer do the appropriate research. Even the former chief statistician of Statistics Canada said, well, you know what? Canada has... If Canada wanted to eliminate poverty, it shouldn't have eliminated the mandatory long-form census. So the Conservatives are saying that they have eliminated the problem simply because they don't have the facts. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on that. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, I did mention that indeed in my speech. This is not the first bad decision the government has made. That is to eliminate the mandatory long-form census. It has skewed all the data since, because before, in Statistics Canada was a very strong agency, and it has become extremely weak now. And the fact that Mr. Sheik had decided actually to resign because the government at the time was trying to make him say something that he had not actually said. They were trying to force him to say that he agreed with the elimination of the long-form census. So he took a principled stand and decided to do what was right, and that is to not to accept it, not to agree to say something that the Conservatives were trying to make him say. And that's what's happening with scientists today. They're not allowed to speak to journalists because the government wants to speak in their stead. And so we have no facts, no solid or reliable information. And that's what the government is going to base its policy decisions on. Even the private sector now is against this situation, and I think we have to change the situation as soon as possible, certainly before the next census.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Ottawa-Vanier for his honest assessment of, well, frankly, the government's paranoia and tendency towards muzzling of anyone who disagrees with them. And I want to refresh our memories of the past 7 years of this government. And I want my friend to comment. Do you remember the firing of Chief Superintendent Marty Cheliak, Director General of the Canadian Firearms Program, the Wheat Board Chair Adrian Messner, President and CEO, Linda Keane from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, Richard Colvin, diplomat from Foreign Affairs, Peter Tinsley, the Military Police Complaints Commissioner, the Ombudsman for National Defence and the Canadian Forces, Yves Côté, the budget of Kevin Page leaving because the government decided to oppose and frankly alienate anyone who disagreed. You remember Kairos, an organization that promotes democracy around the world because they mentioned the word environment. Bev Oda made sure that their funding was cut. I'm wondering if you are alarmed, as much alarmed as I and most Canadians, about this government's tendency towards disenfranchising and cutting funding from anyone who disagrees with them.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Yes, I am alarmed, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you one thing. There's a new phenomenon in this city that I've not seen before. In the past, I've found that public servants, when they retired, kept somewhat discreet and did not get involved actively in the political parties. Today, what I find is rather surprising. When they do retire, they very rapidly join our party because they do want to get rid of this government because of the way they've been treated. The scientists, and not just the scientists, but the public servants. I've mentioned this before in Bill C-4, Mr. Speaker. The government totally shambled the laws governing the relationship with our public service. In the current bill before the House, C-59, it's the same thing, Mr. Speaker. They're totally giving the President of the Treasury Board total power to decide unilaterally, without negotiation, how they're going to arrive at a sick leave program, not through negotiations anymore. So what has happened in the last few years, Mr. Speaker, is our federal public service have been totally mistreated, and they're not prepared to accept that anymore, including the scientists.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to repeat the question asked by my colleague regarding the first question that this member had forgotten when he was responding. And that is, does he find it important that any scientific information that is produced by any particular scientist be peer-reviewed before it's spoken about in the public realm? Secondly, our government created the Science, Tech and Innovation Council, which created numerous voices on scientific matters. Does he believe that more voices are preferred, or a single voice as the opposition is advocating?
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, there have always been a number of scientific bodies giving advice to the government, but there was only once an advisor to the Prime Minister, and they abolished it. So, yeah, we think we need an advisor back to give advice to the Government of Canada, and if they believe that for 1 second that person, whoever that person may end up being, would do so unilaterally without consulting broadly, they're totally wrong. In terms of peer review, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. This is the nature of science. But they now are saying because of peer review publications, scientists are free. Well, they're not, because scientists have before been allowed to speak to reporters, Mr. Speaker, to journalists. No longer are they allowed to. And so to try to use the peer review as an excuse for imposing a muzzle on scientists is totally inadequate and not acceptable.
Nous avons le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened attentively to what my colleague from Ottawa-Vanier had to say. I agree with him. It is unfortunate that this government has no confidence in our researchers who are paid by Canadian taxpayers. And unfortunately, public servants are not being trusted either by this government. The truth is the truth, and we should be able to talk about it openly. So it is too bad that the mandatory long-form census was abolished. It helped us understand Canadians and our society. I wonder what my honourable colleague thinks of this government's habit of seeking to invent its own realities and its own truths instead of listening to our public servants and our researchers. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Well, that comes back to what I said at the beginning, Mr. Speaker. And our government, any government, should base itself on facts rather than on ideology. Obviously, there is no perfection in this world, so no government is perfect. But when I was in cabinet in a previous Liberal government, we certainly tried to base our ideas on facts and evidence, our decisions on facts and evidence rather than ideology. But the impression this Conservative government gives is the opposite. It makes decisions based on ideology instead of on facts. The proof is that they don't allow scientists to talk to journalists. They eliminated the mandatory long-form census, which really undermined the very source of decisions made with regard to municipalities, businesses, and even the provinces. Why? Because I think that what this government is trying to do is to base itself on its ideology instead of on facts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I'd like to split my time with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. I'm very pleased to address this motion today, but before I get into that, I'd just like to address some of the comments of the previous member, the member for Ottawa-Vanier. I just want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that the President of the Treasury Board is working very hard in good faith with unions to find a way to address many of the concerns around sick leave, particularly in establishing a system that serves all of our public servants, particularly those that are new to the public service and also the young. So I would just ask the member opposite that if he'd like to see more information other than just the talking points supplied to him by the Liberal Party, it might be helpful to him to understand what the government is attempting to do, which I think is in the public interest. Let me begin by stating that in everything that we do, our government is committed to ensuring that our activities stand up to the highest level of public scrutiny. This includes our communication efforts to inform citizens about the excellent work that we all do to build a stronger Canada. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, the government is determined to ensure that these communication efforts are properly coordinated, managed efficiently, and adapted to the various information needs of the public. And I am opposed to any insinuation to the contrary.
Because our government clearly understands the importance of providing the public with timely, accurate, clear, objective, and complete information about its policies, its programs, services, and initiatives. We also understand the need to use a variety of ways and means to communicate and provide information in multiple formats to accommodate diverse needs. In fact, all means of communication, from traditional methods to new technologies, must be used to reach and communicate with Canadians wherever they may reside. As you know, any modern government requires the capacity to respond effectively over multiple channels in a 24-hour global communications environment. And I'm proud to say that we have been building this capacity in a number of areas. There are now over 1,200 Government of Canada social media accounts, such as Twitter and YouTube, and this number is growing weekly. Clearly, these tools have become indispensable in today's modern workplace. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government also recognizes the importance of delivering rapid, courteous, and responsive service that takes into account the needs of the public, addresses its concerns, and respects individual rights.
Our government understands that it must ensure all institutions of the Government of Canada work collaboratively to achieve coherent and effective communications with the public. I think it's useful to recognize that government includes dozens of organizations and thousands of employees spread across this great country and, of course, the world. And that's why it's imperative that we ensure coordination within, between, and among federal institutions. Indeed, collaboration is and must be a top priority in this or any complex environment. Otherwise, we risk failing in one of our main duties of delivering information services in the best interests of Canadians and their government. For the same reason, we also recognize the need to have well-developed processes and procedures for communicating with the public. It's worth underlining that in our system of government, ministers are the principal spokespersons of the Government of Canada. This is because, under Canadian parliamentary system that we all cherish, they are accountable to Parliament for presenting and explaining government policies, priorities, and decisions to the public. Let me repeat this last point one more time, because I think it's central to the issue that we're debating here today. It is the duty of every minister of the Crown to present and explain government policies, priorities, and decisions to the public. And they are supported in this role by senior management teams of government institutions, including deputy heads, heads of communications, and other officials. Now, together, these individuals work closely together to ensure that the government speaks with a united, unified voice that is coherent and consistent across the government. Mr. Speaker, I would add that all public servants understand that elected officials are accountable to Parliament and ultimately to the Canadian people, and that a non-partisan public sector is essential to our democratic system. In fact, this understanding is a condition of employment for all public servants in the federal public sector and part of the values and ethics code for the public sector. Anyone who wants to find out more can consult the communication policy of the government. It includes all the principles I have discussed today and many others, including requirements to reflect Canada's diversity, to communicate in plain language, and of course, to communicate in Canada's official languages.
Mr. Speaker, the policy stipulates as follows. In the Canadian system of parliamentary democracy and responsible government, the government has the obligation to explain its policies and decisions and to inform the public of the priorities that it has established for the country. The policy also indicates that the public is entitled to this information.
I can assure that all honourable members in this place that our government takes this duty very seriously. We understand the importance of communicating to Canadians openly and transparently. We recognize that all information is necessary, that information is necessary for Canadians, individually or through representative groups or members of Parliament, to participate actively and meaningfully in the democratic process. Now, before I close, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to provide a personal comment based on my own experience in this area. Now, we are fortunate in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla to have two federally funded research facilities. PARC, the Pacific Agricultural Food Research Station in Summerland, British Columbia, and DROW, the Dominion Radio Astrophysical Observatory near Okanagan Falls also. Let me tell the House that these facilities do important work, and they've made many strategic innovation-related partnerships that are important to our region, and I would also say important to science in this country, and that research is important for our world. I have attended both of these facilities, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I've met many outstanding scientists in their respective fields. My experience, the scientists I've met greatly enjoy the work that they do and are always happy to host elected officials to learn more about the work that they do. It has never been suggested to me by any scientist that I have met that they are in any way, shape, or form muzzled, or feel that somehow the government is at war with them. In reality, it is actually the complete opposite. And that's why I will be opposing this motion. It is filled with the usual anti-government narrative popular among those who oppose our government. However, it does not reflect the reality of what I have experienced from the scientists that I've met in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. In fact, one DROW scientist even writes a popular column in a local newspaper. Muzzled? Hardly. Mr. Speaker, every organization has communication structures and related processes. If the Liberals truly believe science is better served by abandoning an orderly process in favor of a free-for-all approach, so be it. On this side of the House, we respectfully disagree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Listening to my colleague's speech with interest. Earlier today, I asked the Minister of State for Science and Technology about cuts to the federal science roles. I noted that in 2011, we had just over 39,000 scientists employed by the federal government. Now we're down to 35,000. I was just wondering, the minister kind of sidestepped the question. I wonder if his colleague could explain why 4,000 scientists and researchers have been fired from the federal government roles, and if he thinks this is a mistake. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to address my fellow British Columbian and appreciate his interest in this file. Certainly, I don't speak for the Minister himself, but I will speak back to my experience in Okanagan-Coquihalla. When there were some suggestions made by some people that we were making massive cuts to the Pacific Agricultural Research Center, I made a point of inquiring to find out what they were talking about. Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what they were talking about was letting go of one administrative position, simply because that person who was the assistant for a scientist that had retired for over a year earlier, the role had not been placed, and so to keep someone on the payroll for that extended amount of time did not make sense. Unfortunately, the same kind of voices speaking out, saying the government is cutting this or cutting that and is destroying science, seems to overwhelm the opposition. When you actually look at what the government proposes, they're oftentimes in the background, they're oftentimes for redundancies, and we want to make sure that our scientists are supported. And I will say that every time I've brought members of Parliament to Park, they have always been so richly rewarded by the experience, by the talent of our scientists, and they appreciate the resources that they're given, because in the end of the day, places like the Okanagan rely so much on agriculture and some of the cutting-edge research, Mr. Speaker, that we rely on, whether it be grape growing, viniculture, agriculture, tree fruits. Those discoveries save jobs in the future, they make us more efficient, and they make us more productive and competitive in this world economy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
Just heard that there's a concern about public servants being partisan. What we're talking about here are scientists who are a subsection of the public service, but nonetheless, scientists, research is not ideological. Research and scientists work with facts. Those facts are peer-reviewed, and they're tested against other facts. It's not about opinions or ideas. It's about scientific fact and research. And what the motion calls on is for this House to unmuzzle that practice, to respect intellectual freedom, but also to respect academic freedom, and to allow scientists to present their facts in an objective way. What evidence does the government have that, in fact, the scientists and the employee of this government are not, in fact, pursuing true scientific testing? What facts do they have that support this notion that the science may be partisan and therefore should be filtered by a minister? What facts do they have that the Canadian scientists and the employee of this government are not, in fact, objective? Do they have any facts, or is it just anecdotal evidence they're presenting to us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's concern. This is a good forum for a debate on this. But I would just remind the member that ultimately we all can relate to what actually is happening on the ground. I've brought elected officials. In fact, I've invited all members of this House to come and visit the facilities that I mentioned earlier. Some have, and I'm very happy to take them there. And what you'll find, Mr. Speaker, is we have extremely talented scientists that are doing extremely rewarding work, that are getting their works out to everyone. And I'm just, one little note, Mr. Speaker. I find it absolutely curious that it's the Liberal Party, the same Liberal Party that when they say that they're going to hold open nominations for elections, when it turns out to be not true, they are the first ones to put out a spokesperson from the Liberal Party that will speak in one unified voice to address those concerns by people who do not feel that they are open nominations. And, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the Liberal Party utilizes these processes in order for their gains, and yet no other organization is allowed, I guess, to use that kind of thinking. It's just curious to me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always helpful to have the speech the right side up. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address the motion put forward by the honourable member opposite about government science and government scientists speaking publicly about their work. Allow me to offer a few points that are relevant to the issue. One of the concerns suggested in the motion is that government scientists are not allowed to speak publicly about the work for the federal government.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We understand and support the desire for government scientists to share their work and speak publicly about the work they do for the Government of Canada. Government scientists can do this, but they must do so within the framework of policies and procedures that govern communications within the Government of Canada.
The Government of Canada, as you know, is large and complex as an organization. There are almost 260,000 employees in the core federal public service spread across many different departments. And like many large organizations, the federal government needs to ensure its messages are consistent and coordinated. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there are best practices in large organizations, both private and in the public sector to ensure this happens, and the Government of Canada is certainly no different. The framework of rules in the federal government includes a number of guidelines. Par exemple, le gouvernement du Canada.
For example, the Government of Canada is guided by the communications policy of the Government of Canada. This is a Treasury Board policy that applies to many government departments. In a nutshell, it sets out the protocol that departments have in place to ensure it communicates effectively.
In their roles as principal spokespersons for their departments, they are supported by their aides, the ministers. Yes, this, of course, can be the executive assistants, communications directors, and press secretaries in the ministers' offices. Ministers can also be supported in their role by the senior management teams of government institutions. This includes deputy heads, heads of communications, and other officials. And within the institution itself, officials can also be designated to speak on their behalf, and that includes technical and, of course, subject matter experts. There is a protocol in place to ensure that the information being shared or communicated to the public by those designated to speak on behalf of the government is consistent and coordinated.
The communications policy of the Government of Canada provides other safeguards as well. Departmental spokespersons at all times must respect privacy rights, security needs, matters before the courts, government policy, cabinet confidences, and of course ministerial responsibility. In addition, they must also confine their remarks to matters of fact concerning the policies, programs, services, or initiatives of their institution. So while the communications policy of the Government of Canada allows for designated spokespersons to speak to the media, it requires they follow the rules in doing so.
A whole raft of good reasons why those speaking to the media or sharing information or commenting on the affairs of government are required to follow our best practices. Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the world's leading democracies, and the ability of government scientists to talk to others and to public about their work is one of the hallmarks of our democracy. That's true. And it is a feature of our democracy that protects both the interests and the rights of the employer as well as the Canadian public it represents. Mr. Speaker, it's just common sense to have a balanced approach like this. When someone is an employee of an organization, he or she is usually bound not to share details of their employer's business without permission, whether they work for Apple, Google, or the Government of Canada.
And as we all know, confidentiality is also the basis of professional integrity in fields such as law, medicine, accounting, and journalism. The point is that being an employee brings with it a responsibility to those who employ you to follow the protocols that govern communications to protect the interests of all. Mr. Speaker, another government guideline that speaks to this issue is the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector.
Values and expected behaviors that guide public servants in all activities related to their professional duties, and is a condition of employment for all public servants in the federal public sector. There is also a policy on conflict of interest and post-employment, which is also a condition of employment in the public service. It guides public servants to contribute to good government, democracy, and Canadian society through loyal, impartial, and nonpartisan support they provide to the elected government. As dedicated professionals, they serve the public interest and uphold the public trust. Public servants must recognize that elected officials are accountable to Parliament and ultimately to the Canadian people, and that a nonpartisan public sector is essential to our democratic system. So communications by public service employees must take place within certain prescribed limits to ensure their impartiality. There is also the public interest to be protected, and our framework of policies have been created over the years to do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, of all of us who are employees of the public institutions in this country, we all have a responsibility to safeguard the interests of the Government of Canada. That's our job. It is our duty to do so. And that includes, of course, ensuring information about programs and services is communicated to the public and is communicated responsibly.
Our policies on government communications are also in line with the government's move to open government in general. Open government is, among other things, about improving transparency and accountability in public institutions. It is a way to strengthen our democratic institutions, our economy, and society in the digital world.
The world's nation's leaders, and it's a leader in bringing our open government principles to fruition in this country. It's something we believe in very strongly and wholeheartedly, whether we're sharing government data, disclosing information on government expenses, or sharing information with the public. Open government and open communications go hand in hand. We will protect, we will promote, and we will practice these principles in an intelligent and balanced way, Mr. Speaker. And that, of course, applies to government scientists sharing their information and communications with the public as well. Mr. Speaker, I would ask our honourable friends to join us in promoting responsible open communications within the Government of Canada. Thank you, Merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and you listen to the government as they respond to what is a very proactive, progressive motion that's before the House, recognizing the valuable contributions that scientists make to our society, and you would think that they have their collective head in the sand. They don't quite understand. Canada is losing scientists because of their attitude. There's scientists that are not able to share their work and their results, their studies and so forth, because this government has put in a gag order on our scientists. My question to the member is, does he not recognize that scientists have the great potential, if they were allowed to be able to contribute to the debate and work? Simple things such as having an interview with a member of a media in certain situations where the results that they want to provide would be very informative and assist in Canada moving in the right direction on good policy based on science. Would you not acknowledge that that is important for Canadian policymakers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we said here in the national capital, not in fantasy land, where the most talented scientists in the world work here in Ottawa in great numbers, we work with them in determining facts. Science is, of course, all about facts. Here are some interesting facts. The Canadian federal government agencies have produced over 4,000 science publications per year. Fact. Health and public health agencies of Canada fielded over 3,000 media inquiries last year. Fact. Natural Resources Canada scientists fielded over 470 media interviews last year, and our scientists published, on an average, 500 peer-reviewed articles in Science. We love the facts. We like them sharing them with the public and the rest of the world so they can see how great Canada's scientists are.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is said that pride goeth before the fall, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering, with governments that near the 9-10 year mark, whether or not they just become blind to the realities and are unable to actually see what's actually being said. In this debate today, we have, I think, a very well-inspired motion that is talking about the reality that scientists that work for the federal government in this country have almost uniformly complained that they feel muzzled by this government policy. I have not heard any scientists come forward that say that they are proud of this government's policies of openness and transparency and sharing of information. Quite the contrary. Scientists are coming out and they are complaining that this government is muzzling them. And all I hear back from this government are statistics on how much money they're putting into funding science, or what high quality of science we have in this country, both of which may be true, but that's not the issue before the House. The issue before the House is whether or not the civil service and the scientists who work for this government are being unduly constrained in their ability to talk to the media or opposition or civil society about the work they do. And I'm asking the member to address his comments to that issue, which is the substance of this motion, which does he or does he not agree that Canadian scientists are expressing publicly that they feel that the current policy is unduly muzzling them? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the ability, the hallmark is that there would be 100% possibility of every interview asked for being granted by a scientist, if that hallmark of 100% is muzzling, then therefore it must be muzzling. But I know in the instance of fisheries, on regards to interviews requested of those working in the science space, last year 91% of the interviews 91% of the interviews requested were commented upon by scientists working for the Department of Fisheries. So no, it's not 100%. There is a consistency of communication. There is a timeline to follow. And of course, we have to protect some of our scientific developments for the betterment of Canada and Canadian society. But if we're so muzzled, how is it then that in 2014, a report by Thomas Reuters, 3 environmental Canadian scientists were listed as being among the world's most influential scientific minds? There must be something they're saying out there that's observed by the rest of the world for them to have such great accolades.
And resuming debate, the honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would give me the 1-minute notice, too, I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. Let me start by summarizing very simply what our motion is today. 1, we must stop muzzling our federal scientists. 2, we must make publicly funded government research, with few exceptions, readily available to the public. After all, they pay for it. And 3, we must create the position of Chief Science Officer to ensure that the results of publicly funded research is available to Canadians through some kind of central portal. Now, I have to say today that there's an element of the absurd in the very fact that we should have to present this motion to the Parliament of Canada. Who would have thought that in a country like Canada, muzzling scientists would be an issue?
Today, we're going to talk about science. So perhaps a definition for those who like it. This one is from the Larousse. It is a coherent ensemble of facts, theories, phenomenon that obey laws and are verified through experimental methods. And I think today we could say, Mr. Speaker, that I know something about science. I'm familiar enough with it to recognize the nature of it. I've done research myself at one point in my career. And while I was president of the Canadian Space Agency, I was responsible for federal government scientists and their research. First of all, first and foremost, you have to say that science is neutral. It seeks simply an answer. The results of scientific research that's well carried out has no character in and of itself. It is simply a series of results. It's up to us to qualify those results as being good or bad. Science, of course, results in discoveries, and this informs us and sometimes allows us to find solutions to our challenges. For example, to find a drug that might save lives. But science also plays another role, that of informing us. Sometimes science informs us of good news, and sometimes the news is bad and will require action on our part.
We may learn that certain fish stocks are at risk of being completely depleted and that we must impose a moratorium on fishing certain species. Or we may find that smoking causes cancer and that we need to educate the public on the hazards of smoking. Or that global warming is occurring due to increasing human production of greenhouse gases. All of this comes out of scientific research, and the examples I've given you are examples of bad news. But I know that we all agree it's just as important to hear the bad news as it is the good news. That is why scientific research is so important. That is why scientific results must absolutely guide our deliberations as lawmakers, and why we must legislate based on the best possible scientific evidence available to us. We owe that to Canadians. That is not what is happening with the current government.
This government has denied global warming for a long time, and some conservatives are still deniers today, even if they don't say so publicly. We have even heard talk about a plot, a social conspiracy, supposedly coming from a cabal of Canadians who are against fossil fuels. We've certainly learned that federal scientists at Environment Canada could not discuss or publish their research without the consent of the minister. And we know very well that the government has not acted on the scientific results that clearly tell us that we have to act on greenhouse gas emissions. And if you do not believe me on the fact that our scientists are muzzled, look at the most prestigious science journal in the world, which is called Nature, and you will see two editorials that openly criticize the Canadian government because it has muzzled our scientists, our federal scientists. This government, we are well aware, got rid of the mandatory long-form census. And with what results? Well, we know very well. We all know. I was present at the committee hearings when the government decided to get rid of this, and hundreds of groups all said the same thing, which was that it made no sense to get rid of the most significant database we have that we use to formulate social policy here in Canada. And the result, of course, we all know is that rather than capturing 93% of the population, we're now down to 68%. And it's the 32% who don't fill in the form, we believe, we need to follow the most, because those are the people who are most in need of social measures in this country.
The experimental lakes area. This was an internationally recognized scientific laboratory that allowed Canada initially to study the effects of acid rain and later on to look at such things as the effect of phosphates flowing into our water systems, these kinds of things, and everybody agreed that this was very important for Canada. But this government did not share that feeling and decided it would stop financing it. And fortunately, the government of Ontario was able to use their funding, demonstrated the necessary understanding of the importance of the experimental lakes area, and fortunately, we still have them today. This is the government that got rid of the National Science Advisor. The previous Prime Minister of this country, before Mr. Harper, Mr. Martin, had put in place a scientific advisor to advise Canadians about, to advise in particular the Prime Minister, to have the Prime Minister's ear about the importance of science in this country. But obviously the current Prime Minister did not share that opinion and, first of all, demoted him to report to the Minister of Industry, and then the Minister of Industry got rid of him. This is the government that initially decided to stop funding Arctic research on ozone depletion, something that very much affects Canadians living in the far north of this country. This is the government that refuses to recognize that scientific research related to crime and detention is important. This is a government that prefers just to lock up everyone and throw away the key. This is a government that does not recognize the importance of social sciences and the value that they bring to us in terms of formulating policy in this government. This is a government that devalues the importance of basic or fundamental research. This government focuses on applied research because whenever they see a commercial return, but does not feel that basic or fundamental research is important. This is a short-sighted view of the importance of science. This is playing God with the decisions about what science is important, and it has proven time and again to be wrong. Alors, laissez-moi résumer.
So let me sum up, Mr. Speaker. Science is an extremely important tool to guide us in our decisions. As legislators, we must share the results of research, whether they are good or bad. We, above all, must act when the results are bad, and we certainly must allow our scientists to speak freely about their research and to publish. They should never have to ask the permission except in some very limited circumstances. And finally, we must share federal research with the greatest number of Canadians possible. After all, they are the ones that fund this federal research. And in order to do so, we propose the creation of a chief science officer to ensure us that federal research be made accessible to all Canadians across, or rather through a central portal. I hope the government has listened to us today and that they will accept this extremely important motion, not just for the future of the country and for scientists, but for the development of our policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' 202 communications policy says about policy advisors, program managers, and other functional specialists, including researchers, their supervisors must ensure that the head of communications of his or her designate is consulted on all activities and initiatives involving communication, and I quote this, with the public or which have implications for an institution's internal communication. Further, it says, ministers are the principal spokespersons of the Government of Canada. Does the member agree with the policy put forth by the Liberals?
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
That we're talking about apples and oranges here, because I can tell you, as president of the Canadian Space Agency, I would never dare to question the scientific results and publications that my scientists wanted to put forward. They have the intellectual freedom to be able to do so. That doesn't mean that you don't check to make sure that there isn't certain proprietary information, that there isn't certain privacy information, or that there are not certain security implications, and we wouldn't have a problem with that. But when somebody wants to publish research which may be critical of the government, which has been the case definitely with this government, they are then deciding to do something which is against what should be allowed in this country, and that is the freedom to publish your scientific research for better or for worse.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. My specific question relates to subclause D and the reference to creating a chief science officer, and I'm wondering if my colleague can let us know whether this is intended to be the same as the parliamentary science officer that my colleague from Burnaby Douglas and Bill C-558 has proposed. Is there a distinction between the chief science officer versus a parliamentary science officer? Is it intended that the chief science officer would be within government, or would it be an officer of parliament?
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
I thank my colleague for the question. I can't answer it directly in the sense that we have not fleshed out a definition or mandate for this chief scientific officer, other than the fact that the principal mandate that we do describe, I believe, in the motion is to make sure that federally funded scientific research is going to be effectively and efficiently made available to Canadians through a central portal so that they have access to it. Whether or not we add other duties and whether some of those duties are similar to the ones presented by his colleague from the NDP, or whether they go in the direction of the National Science Advisor, which we created back in 2004 under the previous Prime Minister, those are subject to discussion and certainly is something that could possibly be done, yes.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question in regards to just the government, in particular this Prime Minister's attitude towards organizations who have staff who have been fired, forced out, publicly maligned, and in fact have been resigned out of protest. Just to give a list, Mr. Speaker, Canada Firearms Program Chief Superintendent Marty Chaklak, Director General, Canadian Wheat Board Adrian Messner, Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission Linda Keane, Foreign Affairs Richard Colvin, Military Police Complaints Commission Head Peter Tinsley. Ombudsman for the Department of National Defence and Canadian Forces, Yves Cote. Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page. RCMP Police Complainants Commission, Paul Kennedy, Chair. Just, Mr. Speaker, just given this members, and we all know as a scientist himself, as Canada's first astronaut, you know, there is a sense, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada, it's either you are on side and you don't talk about science in Canada, or you be quiet. You're muzzled and you're not allowed to share your concerns with members of the media or Canadians as a whole. If he can provide some comment on that.
Great question. Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for that excellent question. And I remember when I was a young parliamentarian, yes, I was young one time, about 6.5 years ago. I remember when Linda Keane, who was the nuclear safety officer or commissioner, was basically chased out of her job. And this is because she dared to make certain recommendations as part of her mandate, which this government did not agree with. Now, he certainly outlined a very long list of people who were sort of basically chased out of office during the past 6-7 years. It's almost a routine occurrence. And I think it speaks volumes to the fact that this government, as in the example of science that may be critical of the government in the case of the environment because they're not doing their job, it is indicative of a government that when it doesn't like the news that those who speak to power are going to give them, they chase them out, they demonize them, they get rid of them. And unfortunately, that is what's going to happen and has happened with some of our scientists.
Before we get to resuming debate and the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood, I'll let him know that there are just about 4 minutes remaining in the time before we have to start statements by members. But we'll get started just the same, and I'll have to interrupt him partway through. But he'll have the remaining time, of course, when the House next resumes debate, presumably later this day. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I doubt that if you sought it that if we got unanimous consent to make me go for the 10 minutes. No, I don't. I got some consent here, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't seem to be much consent elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I think there's some resplendent ironies in discussing this motion on a day where the Globe and Mail carried the obituary of Dr. David Sackett, who is known as the father of evidence-based medicine at McMaster University. He is Canada's, or was Canada's, guru on evidence-based medicine. And that leads me to, Mr. Speaker, to talk about how if you don't function on evidence-based medicine, you sometimes do exactly the opposite of what you need to do. And the classic example in the medical field, Mr. Speaker, is the death of George Washington. The death of George Washington, a relatively healthy man, happened in the course of about 16 to 24 hours. In the course of the 16 to 24 hours, he was attended upon by the best physicians that that country had to offer, all of whom made their decisions based upon practice, what we have done in the past. Not on evidence, Mr. Speaker, but on what we have done in the past. And one of the practices, Mr. Speaker, was bloodletting. So, Mr. Speaker, over the course of 16 hours, they took the first president of the United States and drained out of him 5 pints of blood. Now, Mr. Speaker, if he wasn't sick before, he certainly would be sick afterwards. And, Mr. Speaker, he died. And the consequence, Mr. Speaker, is that this was a practice that was not based on evidence. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you continue to make practices and decisions based upon something other than evidence, for example, ideology, you will continue to, if you will, in the case of medicine, actually kill the patient. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my view of what is actually happening here. So we have instances where environmental scientists are told to toe the line. So just as we have one department, one website, we should have one department and one voice. and that was the edict that was published by the Department of the Environment in 2007, so that all inquiries of scientists were funneled through the political department of the then minister. Environment Canada scientists, many of them world leaders in their fields, have long been encouraged to discuss their work on everything from migratory birds to melting Arctic ice with the media and the public. Several of them were co-authors of the United Nations report on climate change that won the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize. Until now, Environment Canada has been one of the most open and accessible departments. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, the decisions that get made at Environment Canada and elsewhere in this government, because they are not shared widely, because there is not an opportunity for the scientists to discuss it, the decisions then become decisions which are not optimum. And may I, after question period, Mr. Speaker, give you some classic examples of the decisions that are not optimum. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood will have 6 minutes remaining for his comments when the House next returns to debate on the question, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Bas-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, last week the National Assembly adopted a unanimous motion rejecting any additional interference by the federal government in municipal affairs, as the NDP is preparing to do. Whether we're talking about a department or the Minister of Municipal or Urban Affairs, it's the same thing. This area is under Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction. In the 1970s, the Liberals had created a Department of Urban Affairs that was similar. Quebec and the provinces defended their area of exclusive jurisdiction tooth and nail, and the department was abolished several years later. Quebec has always vigorously protected its jurisdiction and will not allow the federal government, regardless of the party, interfere in its areas of jurisdiction. Because of this interference in pan-Canadian strategies, with the desire to centralize everything in Ottawa, the NDP wants to go over the heads of the Quebec National Assembly and is ignoring the fact that Quebec is a nation. That isn't working for the best interests of Quebec, Mr. Speaker.
Today is Day on the Hill, and I have type 2 diabetes. Representatives from the Canadian Diabetes Association are on the Hill meeting with various members of Parliament, bringing awareness to discuss how diabetes affects their lives and their families. Here are a few statistics. 3.4 million Canadians have diabetes. 5.7 million Canadians are pre-diabetic. The estimated costs of diabetes in Canada are $14 billion, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to say our government has invested approximately $334 million toward diabetic research. We also support the prevention of diabetes by investing close to $20 million a year in partnerships that promote healthy living and prevent chronic diseases like diabetes. Please join us at 4 o'clock in room 216 North for the Sir Frederick Banting presentation that is happening, a great Canadian who discovered insulin. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to sign the National Diabetes Charter of Canada to support Canadians achieving their full health potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Summer is coming and too many across Canada are looking for jobs and not finding them, especially our young people. I fought for the youth in my community and was able to get additional funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program in Scarborough Rouge River. Though this is a small victory for our young people, we need to do more for all who are suffering from the low levels of good jobs in Scarborough. Our community has been robbed with cuts in the manufacturing industry, cuts which have replaced secure good jobs with jobs that are temporary, part-time, low-paid. Next weekend, I'm hosting a discussion and job fair with local stakeholders and employers who are creating job opportunities in the Scarborough community. This Conservative government has made empty promises about support programs and job creation, promises that have not delivered in our communities. Instead, they reflect an irresponsible system, incompetence, and failure in addressing the important issue of unemployment. Canadians deserve a government that delivers on promises, Mr. Speaker, makes the economy work for all and work hard for the well-being of youth. We need good jobs in Scarborough. We need a government that will create good jobs in all of our communities. Mr. Speaker, that government will be the new Democrat government formed later this year in October, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to congratulate the Republic of Poland on their recent presidential election. This month's election proves how far Poland has progressed since its democracy was restored almost 26 years ago. Mr. Speaker, this election recalls Poland's strong democratic tradition that dates back to 1793 when Poland became the first European country to adopt a written constitution. I would like to congratulate President-elect Andrzej Duda on his electoral victory, and I wish him a successful term as president. I would also like to congratulate outgoing President Bronisław Komorowski on his successful term as president and for his graciousness in defeat. And I congratulate the people of Poland for exercising their democratic franchise. Mr. Speaker, Poland is a great historic ally of Canada, and I am proud that our troops are serving side by side together today on Operation Reassurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Mr. Miles Matheson, a lifetime servant of his community, province and country. Born in 1927 in Forest Hill, Prince Edward Island, Mr. Matheson served his country overseas, taking part in the liberation of France, Belgium and Holland. He was awarded many medals and honours for his service, including the France and German Star, the Defence of Britain Medal, the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal and the Class War Medal, and more recently the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Matheson was recently awarded the highest honour of the country of France, the rank of Knight of the National Order of the Legion of Honour, for his role in liberating that country. On behalf of all members of the House of Commons, I offer Miles Matheson our thanks for his many years of service to this great country and congratulate him on such a distinguished honour.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, I had the distinct pleasure of attending Table for 1201, the second edition of a pop-up dinner that took place at another exquisite setting in our city, beautiful Winnipeg. This spectacular event, organized by Storefront Manitoba, with the help of Deer and Almond and Diversity, was again a great success and brought people together in the spirit of design. It was a fabulous opportunity to come together and enjoy great food and friends with 1,201 guests gathered to share a meal. We enjoyed a beautiful summer night and spent an evening focusing on the great design culture that is growing in Winnipeg. Each table's captain played an amazing part in the creative presentation. I thank them for their hard work, and I congratulate the competition winners. Congratulations to all involved and all who attended an incredible event. I'm already looking forward to next year's.
The honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, diabetes is an insipid disease. Like cancer, it can eat away at our bodies. But unlike cancer, diabetes is preventable. The incidences of obesity, inactivity, and unhealthy eating habits are at an all-time high in our communities. We have sacrificed the future health of our children for the sake of convenience, and we have clouded the adverse effects of additives such as salt and sugar, despite the detrimental effects they have on our health. Aujourd'hui, sur la colline,
Today on Parliament Hill, we are fortunate to have with us representatives from several organizations that are dedicated to raising the awareness in fighting diabetes. I would invite all of my colleagues to take the time to look into the extraordinary work that's being done in this battle, and above all, to support the work to come.
Without our health. Il est possible de vaincre le diabète lorsque on a...
Diabetes can be beaten with the right resources, combined with the right attitude.
Mr. Speaker, Acts of Kindness is a Langley community-based tradition that was started by the Aldergrove Seventh-day Adventist Church 12 years ago. Acts of Kindness has been doing extreme home repairs to the Aldergrove homes of families in need. The renovations are worth up to $100,000 each. The extreme home repairs are performed by volunteers over the 2 weeks before the Victoria Day holiday. Then the families are brought home for the big reveal. The homes selected this year were for the Canessa family and the Shufflebotham family. The Canessa home had water leaks through the stucco exterior, which had caused mold problems inside. This repair also included new paint, inside and out, electrical upgrades, and a new gas fireplace. The Shufflebotham home needed wheelchair access to the entire home, including raising a second living room. The bedrooms were remodeled, and the home was painted inside and out, including electrical upgrades and a new gas fireplace. Thank you to the Aldergrove Seventh-day Adventist Church and all the wonderful volunteers for their incredible acts of kindness to those in need.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure today to welcome to Ottawa 10 members of the Taiwan Chamber of Commerce in British Columbia. They are in Ottawa to meet with ministers, MPs, and government officials. The Chamber has a membership of over 650 Taiwanese Canadian business people in BC's Lower Mainland who share an interest in international trade. These Chamber members are exporting Canadian goods and services across the Pacific region and around the world. They represent great companies including Advanced Lighting Technologies, GS Travel, Canada Group, Cosmos Education Corporation, Vance Financial Group, Hanyon Group, Lulu Island Winery, NTS International Group, and also banks and accounting firms. And members of the organization are also key leaders in the Taiwanese community, which numbers over 442,000 in British Columbia. This cultural community has significant populations in the ridings of Burnaby South, Richmond Centre, Steveston, Richmond East, Vancouver Granville, and of course, my own beautiful riding of South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale. Welcome to Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More and more Canadians with full-time jobs are struggling to make ends meet. They make minimum wage, and yet they still live under the poverty line. This is unacceptable in a country like ours and is fueling the living wage movement that is gaining momentum in my riding of Hamilton Centre and all across North America. Living Wage Hamilton, in partnership with Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, McMaster Community Poverty Initiative, the Social Planning and Research Council, Workforce Planning Hamilton, and the Hamilton District Labour Council are leading the call for a $15 an hour minimum wage in Hamilton. A living wage would ensure that someone who works a 35-hour work week has enough income to live above the poverty line, and it will have significant impacts on reducing child poverty, improving health, and stimulating our local economy. The new NDP government in Alberta has pledged to raise the minimum wage in that province to $15 by 2018, and New Democrats here have committed to a $15 an hour federal minimum wage. I'm proud to support the Living Wage Hamilton campaign. Together, we can ensure that all workers earn enough to live with dignity and respect. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the NDP that they think only families that use licensed daycares are real families. They believe that only a few select families deserve support in Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have brought in the universal child care benefit and family tax cut that will help all families with children. Unlike the opposition on this side of the House, we will always give money back to Canadian families because it is their money, and that is what is fair.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, while in recent years digital technology has greatly contributed to this country, we've also noted that access to high-speed internet is not equally available for all, especially in the regions. And this is a shortcoming that was supposed to be corrected by the Digital Canada 150 program, but it seems that Abitibi-Témiscamingue is not part of the government's priorities, because we've just learned with astonishment and sadness that the pilot project put forth by the Regional Info Highway Management Program for Abitibi-Témiscamingue was not selected as part of Connecting Canada. This project was rejected despite a sound and high-quality proposal, even according to the evaluators. It would have given 98% of the people in this vast area access to high-speed internet. By rejecting the project, the economic, social development of an entire community was denied, despite the support of all elected officials and people in that area. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP is in power, we will ensure that all areas of Canada have access to affordable high-speed internet.
The honourable member for France.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader accidentally revealed his true thoughts. He said, I quote, "Benefiting every single family isn't what is fair." That's why he plans to take away income splitting, to take away the universal child care benefit, and to cut tax-free savings accounts. These are just the clawbacks and the tax hikes he admits. But even after all of that, he's still billions short of his spending plans. Mr. Speaker, all this proves that there would be more Liberal tax hikes to come, coming from the same person who said, budgets balance themselves. Canadians can't trust him or his party to do what's best for middle-class families. That is, keeping taxes low so that they can spend on their priorities.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, 10 years ago, Parliament and Canada at large were in the midst of an intense yet generally dignified democratic discussion about the recognition of same-sex marriage. As appellate courts began upholding the constitutionality of same-sex marriage, I referred the matter as Minister of Justice to the Supreme Court in 2004. The court heard from some 27 interveners before unanimously affirming that same-sex marriage was consistent with the Constitution, and I was proud to draft and introduce the Civil Marriage Act in February 2005. It took effect 10 years ago this summer, enshrining two fundamental charter rights: the equality rights of same-sex couples and the fundamental principle of freedom of religion. At the time, Canada was only the fourth country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage, and the first outside Europe. Today, with the recent addition of Ireland, same-sex marriage is recognized in some 20 countries, with more to come. Mr. Speaker, this year, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Civil Marriage Act, as well as the 30th anniversary of the Charter's equality rights provisions, we can be proud of Canadian leadership in matters of equality, freedom, justice, and human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition would prefer that we sit on the sidelines in the fight against the death cult ISIS, a group that has carried out unspeakable atrocities and called for such horrors to be committed against Canada. We cannot protect Canada by simply ignoring this threat. That's why our government is supporting military action in Iraq and Syria, taking action to stop the flow of foreign terrorist fighters, cutting off ISIS's funding sources, providing significant humanitarian assistance to victims, and supporting stabilization efforts to address local needs in the region. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to stand at the forefront of international efforts against this death cult. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Winnipeg General Strike was the most significant turning point for working people in Canadian history. Before the strike was over, many were injured, some were killed, and its leaders were thrown into jail on trumped-up charges of sedition. But because of their courage and determination, Canadian workers won the right to organize, the right to free collective bargaining, and the right to a living wage. The lesson is that prison bars cannot contain ideas, just as revisionist conservatives cannot sanitize history by eliminating the exhibit paying tribute to the strike at their Museum of Selective History. The Conservative government never misses a chance to undermine workers' rights, and the Liberals inexplicably even find fault that the NDP staff enjoy the protection of union representation. It's clear that the old-line parties cannot be trusted to respect collective bargaining. But I assure you, Mr. Speaker, that after October 19th, the newly elected NDP administration will set the history books straight and make sure the trade union movement gets the respect it deserves in the story of the social development of this country.
Mr. Speaker, our government has introduced the family tax credit cut and the universal child care benefit to make sure Canadian families keep more money in their pockets, unlike the Liberal leader, who thinks that benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. He wants to take away our family tax cut, universal child care benefit, and income splitting, and replace it with a family tax hike. Mr. Speaker, we won't let that happen. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Director of Public Prosecutions has asked the police to examine accusations against top government officials concerning the destruction of government archives. Simple question: who gave the order to illegally destroy these documents? Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that the RCMP respects all Canadian laws, and in addition, and it's even more important that it respects the will of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We are very proud to have ended the costly, ineffective long gun registry and put in place measures to protect Canadians. When will the NDP support our measures? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The problem with our Minister of Law and Order is that here his government is trying to make an illegal act retroactively legal, and that is against the basic principles of our democracy.
Conservatives are retroactively rewriting a law to make this illegal act legal. Conservatives are cutting off an ongoing police investigation. Is it to protect someone on the Conservative benches? Who gave this order to the RCMP?
Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Act is closing a loophole that prevents, Mr. Speaker, the officer to respect the will of Parliament. But what is behind this question, Mr. Speaker, is this member and this party, Mr. Speaker, they want again to harass the law-abiding citizen of this country, Mr. Speaker. We will stand up and we will not let it happen. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. No one rewrites laws retroactively for honest citizens. They're retroactively rewriting laws to stop a police investigation. The Prime Minister's own Chief of Staff ordered an audit report altered to help Mike Duffy. Now Conservatives are blocking the release of the full details from the investigation on Senate residency. This Prime Minister is retroactively legalizing obstruction of justice. Will the Prime Minister release the full Senate audit on Mike Duffy's residency now for all Canadians to see?
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition is serious about democracy, he should let these members have a free vote on the Common Sense Firearm Licensing Act, Mr. Speaker, for restoring dignity for law-abiding citizens. We will support that bill and close the loophole and defend Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Foundation of our democracy, expounded by Dicey, that the law applies equally to everyone.
Dicey and Levy, not the same fight.
Isn't it convenient, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's office can doctor the Duffy report, but it can't release it to the public? The
Prime Minister said here on April 22nd that Duffy signed, before being appointed to the Senate, a declaration. Will the Conservatives release this document, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this case is before the courts, so we'll allow the courts to complete their work, Mr. Speaker. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, whether it's a senator or a member of Parliament, when Canadian taxpayers see their money being used inappropriately, they are angry, and they have the right to be angry and to expect that money to be returned to them. That's why I would suggest that the NDP avoid the sad spectacle of having the Leader of the Opposition in court this summer trying to defend the over $2 million that they owe the taxpayers. Do the right thing for the taxpayer and pay the money back.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When they get him to stand up, we know they're having a very bad question period, Mr. Speaker.
The Auditor General is now investigating almost half of all senators for their illegal expenses. 10 new cases will be referred to the RCMP. So that's 14 senators who are under criminal investigation or before the courts. How can we have confidence that each file will be properly studied when the new official policy of the Prime Minister is to promote obstruction of justice? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It was the Senate who invited the Auditor General in to examine their expenses, and we expect all senators to assist in this. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. It is the opposition, the NDP, 68 members who owe over $2 million to Canadian taxpayers, another 23 who owe over $1.1 million to taxpayers. They broke the law, and this summer we're going to see the sad spectacle of the Leader of the Opposition, his House Leader, and other members of his caucus before the courts trying to tell Canadians why it was they used that money. Avoid that and simply pay it back.
Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative decision to raise OAS and GIS eligibility to 67 years is unfair. This decision will cost our most vulnerable seniors $32,000. At the same time, the Conservatives are helping those who can afford to put $10,000 aside every year by raising TFSA limits. Why are the Conservatives helping those who need it the least on the backs of the most vulnerable? Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, when a senior leases their spouse and inherits some money, they want to keep that money without having to pay taxes on those gains. When a senior sells a home because it's too big for them, if they downsize, or if they need more accessible housing, they need more money. And that's why 60% of those who max out their TFSAs earn less than $60,000 a year. Liberals want to increase taxes on those people.
Today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that TFSAs will cost the next generation tens of billions of dollars each year. A third of that cost will be borne by provinces that are already struggling to pay for health care. The Finance Minister once admitted that the new TFSA limit would create a problem and said, why don't we leave it to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve it? Why are the Conservatives willing to mortgage our children's future with a reckless plan to buy votes on the eve of an election? And will the Finance Minister please answer this question?
I spent 4 hours yesterday evening answering questions, some from the honourable member. I'm happy to do it again and repeat the answers I gave before. The TFSA is a wonderful way for Canadians to save for their first home, for their education, for their retirement. That's why 11 million Canadians have TFSAs. The vast majority, middle and lower income Canadians, 60% who've maximized their contributions earn less than $60,000 a year. $42,000 represents half of those who have accounts in TFSAs.
The member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, GIS is meant for low-income seniors, but the Conservatives have created a loophole where soon even the rich can qualify. Here's how. If you maximize your TFSAs and delay other income until the age of 70, you can get the maximum GIS for 3 years while living off your TFSAs. This morning, the PBO confirmed that this will lead to billions of dollars per year in extra GIS payments. Why are the Conservatives raising the age of GIS for those most vulnerable Canadian seniors and leaving this loophole for wealthier seniors who don't need the help?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
600,000 seniors with incomes below $60,000 are currently maximizing their TFSA accounts, and they benefit from this measure. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons, CARP, strongly supports this measure. I wonder what the member opposite will tell them when how will he explain why he wants to cancel this extremely important tax-saving measure for retired people and for people in the lower and middle income brackets. Why would they rather take this money away rather than give an opportunity for Canadians to save?
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille. The Prime Minister appointed Mike Duffy to the Senate, and his office is directly involved in altering a report on senators' spending. His silence is unacceptable. The forthcoming report from the Auditor General, will show that 10 other senators claimed money illegally. A total of 14 senators will now be targeted by a criminal investigation from the RCMP. Why did the Prime Minister's office intervene to protect senators who had their hands in the public purse? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member is completely wrong. It was the Senate that actually invited the Auditor General in to examine all of the expenses of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said, if any senator is found guilty or has used money inappropriately, that senator should pay it back. And if they've done something criminal, then they should face the full consequences of that, Mr. Speaker. But it's no different for members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Canadians work hard, and they expect the money that they send here to be used properly. And when they don't, they expect it to be paid back. That's why it's important that the NDP pay back the millions of dollars they owe taxpayers. Do it now and avoid the sad spectacle of court.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Hay. Order. Let's put a quick stop to any chanting in the chamber. That's unbecoming. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are hardworking. They expect better from a government that is now embroiled with 50 senators being investigated for corruption. This is a scandal that begins and ends in the Prime Minister's office, from the potentially ineligible Senate appointments to the whitewashed audit. We learned from the RCMP that when it came to whitewashing the Deloitte audit, the Prime Minister's key staff were heavily involved in discussions with the Senate. So will the Prime Minister's spokesman tell the House who in the Prime Minister's office have been discussing with the key Conservative senators about the bombshell Auditor General's report that's coming out next week?
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, it was the Senate that actually invited the Auditor General in to examine all expenses of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And if any senator is found to have broken the law, then that senator, of course, taxpayers would expect that that senator face the full consequences of the law, Mr. Speaker. But it's no different for members of Parliament. There are 68 members of the NDP who owe over $2 million back to the taxpayer, another 23 who owe over $1 million back to the taxpayer, and this summer the sad spectacle of the Leader of the Opposition and other members in court trying to defend that. Canadian taxpayers want their money back.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Pretty sad for a Prime Minister who promised us transparent government and hides behind the antics of that man. It says a lot. But speaking of hiding, now we know how this government has tried to drive the access to information system into the ground and obstruct the commissioner at every turn. But now we're learning that they're using summer students to vet government documents, including issues of cabinet confidences, issues of privacy, issues of timely access that Canadians have a right to information. This is just plain incompetence. So other than hiring students from Kijiji, does this government have any plan to address the terrible crisis under access to information in this country?
Speaker, what I can say in this place is that there has never been more access to information requests that have been followed through on, that have been responded to. A record number, I believe, is 46,000, Mr. Speaker, and that is the record of this government. The requests come in, they are processed, they are responded to. That's the access to information regime, and we are proud to have this open government that responds to the requests of the citizenry.
The honourable member for Stormont,
It turns out the Conservatives have also been hiding the facts when it comes to security issues. The Minister has repeatedly insisted that the Security Intelligence Review Committee has a mandate to fully oversee CSIS, but it turns out this is not the case. Yesterday, the head of the Security Intelligence Review Committee said they cannot follow information once shared with other departments. Yet this is exactly the power being dramatically expanded by the Conservatives. Can the minister explain why he has, once again, been caught misleading Canadians on Bill C-51?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me just inform my colleague that the Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide up to $2.5 million over 5 years, ongoing and additional funding to the Security Intelligence Review Committee. Mr. Speaker, one of the institution, a Canadian institution, a Canadian model that we can be very proud of, and that is an example for the world, Mr. Speaker. When will the NDP get serious about terrorism, put their mouth where the money should go, and support our budget, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Alfred Bellin. The problem goes beyond just money, Mr. Speaker. The director of HoC has raised concerns and has said that his mandate is too limited. C-51 will allow our intelligence services to share information with 17 other organizations and agencies, but will not allow HoC to know what those 17 other agencies do with that information. Why has the government not increased the mandate of the committee as the NDP has requested? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind my colleague that the Oversight Committee for our intelligence service has an enlarged mandate and can look into all operations undertaken by CSIS in Canada or abroad. It can even go out in the field in other countries to do that, Mr. Speaker, unlike parliamentary oversight that we see in other countries, which is just superficial. They get to the bottom of things, and C-51 gives them the mandate to report to Parliament, and we all are open to continuing to ensure that they are fully transparent, and we ensure that our intelligence services continue to protect Canadians. The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellin. The Minister of Public Safety should know that Canadians are against C-51, among other things, because of the lack of oversight. Yesterday, the director of the committee criticized their limited capacities to oversee information sharing between agencies. In the case of Afghan detainees, it was the Department of Defense that had the information and not our intelligence services. Impossible to investigate. So, does the minister feel that it's acceptable to limit oversight of our intelligence agencies? Well, Mr. Speaker, I think, for example, if we look at the Canadian Border Services Agency or the RCMP, every institution has measures in place that allow us to do follow-up. These measures have been put in place to protect Canadians, and Canadians understand that. A recent poll has showed that over 71% support our anti-terrorist measures. What's important, Mr. Speaker, is that these measures will be put into place to truly protect Canadians, and I'd like to thank my Conservative colleagues for supporting these measures. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Quebec and the Union des Producteurs Agricoles of Quebec have renewed their call for Conservatives to protect supply management. The Prime Minister has even said that Canadians will need to make difficult choices in negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And that's causing concern in the agri-food sector in Quebec. Will the Minister of Agriculture meet with his Quebec counterpart to renew the Conservatives' commitment to supply management? It's a simple question, yes or no. Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to promote Canadian trade interests across all sectors of our economy, including supply management. That has never prevented us from successfully completing other free trade agreements such as the free trade with Europe and South Korea. We make absolutely no apologies for ensuring that any deal reached must be in Canada's best interest. As always, we will only sign a trade agreement if it significantly benefits Canadian businesses, workers and their families, Mr. Speaker.
Not after the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, we know based on the past that we can't trust the Conservatives. A government memo has revealed that trade negotiations between Canada and Japan are all but dead after 3 years. And Japan has rejected 2 Conservative proposals to renew discussions this year. An agreement with Japan would bring in almost $4 billion to the Canadian economy. What is the Conservative plan to bring Japan back to the bargaining table? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously know what the NDP's position is when it comes to trade. They have opposed virtually every single deal that we have signed, and we've signed 38, Mr. Speaker, since coming to office. Canada continues to engage with our Japanese partners to advance our trade interests through both bilateral talks and at the TPP. The TPP negotiations are advanced stages, with all TPP countries focused on concluding a comprehensive and high-standard agreement as soon as possible. We will continue to negotiate with an eye to concluding the best possible agreement for Canadian businesses, workers, and their families, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP policy on trade is to have a transparent policy that brings good Canadian jobs to this country and help Canadian businesses in the world stage. Conservatives keep up their public bluster on trade. Internal government communications tell a different story. Officials now admit that trade negotiations with Japan have ground to a halt. Mr. Speaker, a good deal could be worth billions for our economy, but the Conservatives can't even set a date for talks. Why has this minister allowed this opportunity to stall, and what is he doing to get Japan back to the bargaining table?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP has consistently opposed our efforts to open up new markets for Canadian businesses. In fact, they have an abysmal record when it comes to the trade file. The fact is, NDP is ideologically opposed to any and all trade. They don't understand trade. They don't like trade. Only this Conservative government is focused on the priorities of Canadians when it comes to creating jobs and opportunities, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. PIPSI, the union representing government scientists, is asking for an unprecedented scientific integrity package in its collective bargaining agreement. Rather than asking for a raise, they're asking the government to unmuzzle science. They're explicitly seeking protection to, quote, from, quote, coercion to alter their data. Canadians need to trust that government policies to keep us safe and healthy are based on objective evidence that is not being altered for partisan ends. Will the President of the Treasury Board agree to this no-cost ask in upcoming contract negotiations?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member is shilling for the union bargaining unit with their latest demands from the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. That's his right to do so if he so chooses. What we choose to do is bargain fairly and reasonably with the bargaining unit on behalf of the taxpayers to make sure we have fair and reasonable agreements that are affordable to the taxpayer, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the Deschamps report found that a hostile, sexualized climate in the military is so ingrained that the chain of command turns a blind eye. But Major General Whitecross, who's been deputized to fix the problem, admits that there is still little consensus within the ranks as to its seriousness at all. For example, it took 5 months for Julie Lalonde to get an apology after being verbally attacked for giving a sexual assault prevention lecture at Royal Military College. The minister is missing in action on the Deschamps report and refused to attend Monday's committee meeting at all. Why? And when will he take personal responsibility, finally do something to restore a positive, supportive environment for all our men and women in this very important workplace?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Kind of question that's par for the course for that member. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the military takes this matter extremely seriously, and everyone in the General Command of the Canadian Armed Forces has expressed their grave concern about the issues addressed in the Deschamps Commission. In fact, it was the Chief of Defence Staff himself who appointed Madame Justice Deschamps to do that report, who appointed Major General Whitecross to begin implementing a strategy for zero-tolerance approach to sexual misconduct. I appeared for committee for 2 hours just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to appear. Yesterday I was chairing the Cabinet Committee, and sometimes our schedules don't mesh, but I'd be happy to come to the committee.
And the Honourable Member for West Mount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is in denial.
The Deschamps report is calling for changes even within the upper ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, to end the culture of sexual abuse. Meanwhile, cadets verbally harassed Julie Lalonde while she gave a talk on preventing sexual violence at the Royal Military College. She had to wait 5 months before getting an apology. When will the minister show true leadership and implement all of the recommendations in the Deschamps report? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows very well, it is the responsibility of the command of the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that there is zero tolerance for inappropriate sexual harassment or abuse. And that is why the Chief of the Defence Staff has asked Madame Deschamps to create this report and named Major General Whitecross to implement all of the 10 recommendations in the report. We will never accept sexual harassment within the Canadian military.
Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. At committee, Major General Christine Whitecross put it plainly. There's no consensus in the military brass over the extent of the sexual misconduct problem in the Canadian Forces. Even though the Deschamps report clearly found that the problem was systemic and had existed for decades, this hostile culture won't change without leadership from government to protect victims. Will the minister finally show some leadership and undertake to victims to put a stop to this hostile culture? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, it was under this current government that the Chief of the Defence Staff appointed a former Justice of the Supreme Court to do a totally in-depth, independent report on the issue of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces. It was under this government that the Chief of the Defence Staff appointed someone to manage the response of the Canadian Forces and to implement a zero-tolerance policy. That is the solution of the Canadian Armed Forces and of this government.
Mr. Speaker, despite the clear findings of systemic sexual misconduct, harassment and assault in the Canadian military and the failure to properly address it, Major General Whitecross is still finding there is, quote, little consensus as to the gravity of the existing problem among leaders in the military. The Deschamps report is absolutely clear that there is a culture of sexual misconduct within the forces that requires strong leadership to fix. Now, after making a public commitment to do so, why did the minister refuse to come to the Defence Committee yesterday and answer questions about his response to the report? And when will he start to show his leadership and ownership of this problem?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, if the minister were to micromanage the military command, the opposition would complain about political interference. Exactly. Now, I just appeared at the committee the last time the committee met for 2 hours, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was supposedly on the estimates, but the member opposite didn't ask me a single question about the estimates. Mr. Speaker, members know that I'm very accessible to committee. I was chairing a cabinet committee yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and I'm always happy to appear before committee. But the important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the general who's been appointed with a specific mandate to implement the recommendations of the Deschamps report was there before the committee, and if the member would like, I'd be happy to appear as whenever schedules match.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has told Karen Tolosig and her daughter Jasmine that they are not welcome in Canada because Jasmine is deaf. Even though the BC School for the Deaf said it has a spot for Jasmine and the Burnaby Public School Board certified that no special funding is required for her education, this Conservative government, being deaf, apparently disqualifies you from becoming Canadian. Mr. Speaker, that's so wrong. Will the minister do the right thing and grant permanent residency to Karen and Jasmine?
Mr. Speaker, a letter was sent to Mrs. Tolosik in which we invited her to respond to the concerns that were raised about her daughter. And Mrs. Tolosik has 60 days to respond and address the concerns raised by visa officials. This is an opportunity for Mrs. Tolosik to explain how she will mitigate the extra costs to the provincial health care system because of a medically inadmissible dependent. Until visa officials hear back from Mrs. Talosig on this, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for us to comment further as the final decision is yet to be made.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. There's only 1 week left for the 3,200 Haitians under threat of deportation from Quebec to regularize their situation and file an application for permanent residence. So far, only 20% of them have done so. The Quebec Immigration Minister and the Mayor of Montreal have called for a 3-month stay. It's not complicated. It doesn't cost anything. So why is the minister stubbornly refusing this modest request? Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the fairest and most generous immigration systems in the world. We have expanded this generosity by allowing people to remain in Canada when it was unsafe for them to go home. We have worked close with the Haitian community in Montreal and Toronto to encourage all Haitians who wish to remain in Canada to fill out their application. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Our government has lowered taxes and enhanced voluntary options so Canadians can save more of their hard-earned money. In contrast, the Liberals and the NDP want to hike taxes and hike CPP payroll taxes. Canadians know what this means. It'll mean it'll kill jobs and it will give Canadians less money, less to keep with their hard-earned money. Would the Minister of Finance please tell this House what other voluntary options he would consider?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that Canadians want low taxes and the freedom to make their own financial decisions. Building on our record of creating options for Canadians to save, like the tax-free savings account, I'm pleased to inform the House that we are open to giving Canadians the option to voluntarily contribute more to the Canada Pension Plan to supplement their current CPP retirement savings. What we will not do is reach into the pockets of middle-class Canadians with a mandatory payroll tax like the Liberals and NDP would do.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of the Champlain Bridge's beams are heavily damaged. 7 central beams, quote, got the lowest score a beam can get, unquote. The report of the Bridge Corporation is damning. The Liberals and the Conservatives are to blame, and now the bridge is deteriorating rapidly. Residents and drivers are very worried. Will the minister show some transparency and tell us when the report will be made public? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, user safety is very important to us. We've made available to the Bridge Corporation all the money necessary to conduct the work. There was a vote in 2009 and the NDP voted against it. And in 2010, same thing. In 2011, the same thing, and in 2014. And then they have the nerve to tell us that safety is important to them. The Leader of the Opposition. What we want to know, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor now.
What we'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, is in 2015, will the minister and that Conservative government take responsibility for the real risk the public runs because of their mismanagement, their incompetence, and their failure to ensure adequate maintenance of the Champlain Bridge? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, scaremongering and spreading false information, that's what that party does. We took office and we have worked all along. We've earmarked the appropriate funding. I'd like to congratulate the Bridge Corporation that keeps up the bridges in Montreal. They do excellent work on all the bridges, and they are responsible for upkeep, and they do a great job. We are down to work, and we are building a new bridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are angry over service cuts at Canada Post. People in Hamilton are protesting at a future Canada Post community mailbox site. Last week in London, residents spoke out at a community meeting, angry because they were never consulted. A 94-year-old woman called my office upset about having to wade through 4 pages of complicated red tape and get a doctor's note just to get her mail delivered. When will the minister stop defending Canada Post and start defending Canadians?
Speaker, that member will know that in 2014, Canada Post delivered 1.4 billion fewer letters than they did in 2006, and that 2/3 of Canadians currently do not have door-to-door mail delivery. Canada Post must, of course, balance its finances without being a burden to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, the NDP's plan for Canada Post will cost taxpayers $500 million a year, which means they will raise taxes on every single Canadian, Mr. Speaker. We won't do that. We're keeping taxes low on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Was made $194 million profit. We can afford drugs without delivery in this country.
Public anger over Canada Post's decision to end door-to-door delivery keeps growing. The infrastructure minister had some explaining to do before the Convention of Quebec Municipalities. And what he said was that he would make inquiries with Canada Post. Inquiries. The minister's 2 years late. When are they going to restore door-to-door delivery as they should?
Mr. Speaker, that member is spiking the proverbial football when Canada Post didn't have to make a $1.3 billion special payment to a pension plan, Mr. Speaker. Tell that to the retirees. Canada Post, Mr. Speaker, has structural problems. Letter mail is declining at staggering rates, Mr. Speaker. They have a plan to address that, and the member should let Canada Post get on with delivering on that.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government is refusing to let the 15-year-old daughter of a Filipino live-in caregiver join her mother in BC. It says a deaf child will be an excessive burden on the state. Really? Many deaf persons in Canada are educated, high-performing members of society. The BC School for the Deaf says a child is proficient in American Sign Language and it is no more cost to educate her than any other child. So, is this the government's new discriminatory immigration policy? The deaf persons need not apply?
That's it. No parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's shameful that the Liberal member opposite chooses to play politics with immigration cases.
Exactly.
It's exceptionally much worse for them to be asking me about a case where no final decision has yet to be made. Independent and highly trained officers make decisions based on Canada's immigration laws, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announces an infrastructure vanity slush fund widely described as a partisan pre-election stunt. He should be ashamed of himself. Not only does the program have totally different rules for every region of the country, the timelines are intentionally rigged so that the Conservatives can announce winning projects, wait for it, just before the federal election campaign begins. Can the Prime Minister explain how it has come to this, how he has fallen so very far? With so many real needs for infrastructure investment in Canada, when will he stop playing silly, partisan games with our tax dollars?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the 150th anniversary will be in 2070. If we want to have the project done, realize before the date, we have to start the process. And that's what we're doing now. In addition to our support to the 150th anniversary of country, we will support renovation, expansion and improvement on existing community infrastructure. This new investment will support implementation of projects all across the country, and we're proud of that.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Port of Trois-Rivières has to submit its project proposal for evaluation, and the Port of Quebec City will conduct its own assessment with its own criteria. the consequences of expanding the port facilities concern neighboring residents, and they'll have to lower their windows. Will the people of Quebec City be entitled to a full, genuine, public, and independent evaluation, or will it be a fait accompli? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, the Port of Quebec, the member will know, is an independent arm's-length organization that is responsible for its operational decisions, Mr. Speaker. I know the member would like to make all these decisions on the floor of the House of Commons, but that's what the agencies do. Mr. Speaker, we expect, of course, that the Port of Quebec, like any port, would be in consultation with the communities that it's a part of. Makes sense.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, this government boasts that they're the champions of law and order, and yet they've closed down border crossings, including one in my riding in Franklin. Since 2012, 1,000 fewer positions at CBSA. The government has replaced live customs officers with cameras, and now we hear customs officials don't have all the tools they need to protect our safety. Will the minister finally do something? He seems willing to do things to fight terrorism, but people, my constituents, have been waiting a long time for answers. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question, and I'd like to reassure her that we've increased by 26% the number of frontline officers at the Canadian Border Services Agency. They do outstanding work in protecting the longest border between two countries. They do an outstanding job, and our border crossings are part of a major infrastructure plan, and I'd like to congratulate the agency because once again today they arrested two of the most wanted people. They do outstanding work, and I'd like to congratulate them on that.
Mr. Speaker, our government has brought in multiple measures to help middle-class families. Can the Minister of Employment please update this House on the impact of our universal child care benefit and the family tax cut?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
The Minister of Employment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the universal child care benefit in its original amount and form already lifted 41,000 children out of poverty and into the middle class. I recently asked my officials to examine what the new increases that the Prime Minister has put forward would do to further reduce poverty in this country. But I was really discouraged to hear the Liberals today announce that they believe that seniors who put money in tax-free savings accounts should have their guaranteed income supplement clawed back. Mr. Speaker, that is an attack on working-class seniors who've done the responsible thing by saving for their future. We will never allow that to happen.
And the Honourable Member for Mr.
Speaker, yesterday the Information Commissioner warned the Ethics Committee, quote, "The retroactive stripping of the application of the Access to Information Act is a perilous precedent," end quote. This, Mr. Speaker, is related to the fact that the RCMP has destroyed government documents and the Information Commissioner has asked the Attorney General to lay charges. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, the measures in the budget bill are a legislated cover-up to protect the instigator of a crime. I ask the Minister, who in the Minister's office ordered the RCMP to destroy government documents in violation of the law?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, from a member who has occupied an important position, cabinet position, I would expect more trust, more respect for the excellent work of the RCMP, and respect their professionalism, Mr. Speaker. I am disappointed, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell the member that, yes, we are closing a loophole, Mr. Speaker, to respect not only the Canadian law, but the will of Parliament. This member and this party would want to bring back the long and ineffective long gun registry, Mr. Speaker. We will stand up for the respect of all Canadians who are complying with the law, and we will support the budget as well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, Minister Fournier is upset. After axing the Community Infrastructure Plan in 2014, the Conservatives have now created the Canada 150 Fund for upgrades to municipal infrastructure. But in their haste to get their photos taken with big cardboard checks just before the election, the minister forgot to do his homework and call the Quebec government to ink the deal. And as a result, Quebec municipalities are left out. Will the minister sit down with the government of Quebec and sign a deal? The Honourable Minister.
Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. I thought he'd answer.
Mr. Speaker, it's a federal program. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues should understand that when it's a federal program, we're the ones who run it. We don't have to call the provinces. We're the federal government. We don't need their permission to run a federal program. And we will be supporting things all across Quebec. All kinds of community organizations will benefit from this program.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Surrey are demanding action. Gang violence is threatening the safety of law-abiding Canadians, and we cannot stand aside while this violence goes on. Just last Sunday, there was another senseless shooting, leaving residents of the area exposed to the drug turf war that is going on. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on what is being done to ensure our communities are safe?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member not only for a question, but for outstanding work, Mr. Speaker, in Surrey, for making the community safer, working with leaders of the community, Mr. Speaker. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to confirm that we are providing 100 more RCMP officers, as requested by the government, but also we are providing with $3.5 million, Mr. Speaker, 20 times more than the British government, the government of British Columbia asked us, Mr. Speaker, and 30 new measures, Mr. Speaker, measures to counter violence were adopted by our government. We are standing and supporting the people of Surrey, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, as a complainant, I got a copy of the Official Language Commissioner's preliminary report on the NDB's refusal to translate Energy East pipeline documents into French. Shockingly, the Commissioner found that the Official Languages Act didn't apply, and that the documents filed by TransCanada were not communications with the public, even though there's no other way for Francophones to find out how and where the pipeline is going to go. I'm sure the Minister responsible for official languages would find it unacceptable for a company to develop a pipeline in Alberta and publish the documents in French only. The Act needs to be changed. Will the Minister do it?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the National Energy Board takes its responsibilities under the Official Languages Act seriously. Any documents produced by the National Energy Board must be published in both official languages. Questions related to documents filed by an applicant should be directed to the project proponent.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Speaker, this week the new Alberta government introduced a lean new cabinet of only 12 ministers, less than half the size of the former Premier Redford's grossly oversized version. Now, when this federal government assumed office in 2006, its original cabinet was 26 members, in the Prime Minister's own words, designed for work, not for show, more focus and purpose, less process and cost. However, the current ministry has swelled to 39 members, by far the largest cabinet in the democratic world. Since the Prime Minister lacks the discipline to constrain the size of his cabinet, will the government support my private member's bill C-672 to statutorily limit the size of cabinet to a maximum of 26 ministers?
Mr. Speaker, our government has been focused on ensuring the Canadian tax dollars are guarded carefully and husbanded carefully. That's why we have delivered, thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, a balanced budget this year. That's why we have the strongest fiscal position of any of the major developed economies in this world. And everybody who's watching today knows there's only one party in this House of Commons that is seriously committing to taking care of tax dollars, and that is the Conservative Party in this government.
That concludes question period. orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. Hsu, federal science research.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood has 6 minutes left to conclude his remarks. So I'll ask honourable members to leave the chamber if they need to carry on conversations so that I can hear the honourable member's last 6 minutes of his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And prior to question period, I was talking about bloodletting, and it appears that the bloodletting is not just limited to out-of-date medical procedures, but is still living on in Environment Canada. The title of the document I was reading from is called Environment Canada's Scientists Told to Toe the Line. Until now, Environment Canada is one of the most open and accessible departments. And one of the researchers said, quote, "They've been muzzled," says Weaver of Federal Researchers. The concept of free speech is non-existent in Environment Canada. They're manufacturing the message of science. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty serious stuff, and I'm very pleased that the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has brought forward this motion, because the scientists that work for not only Environment Canada but also for the rest of the federal government are under siege, Mr. Speaker. 50% of them believe that there are cases where the health and safety of Canadians or environmental sustainability has been compromised because of political interference with scientific work. So, Mr. Speaker, there appears to be no end to which this government will go in order to muzzle scientists, even to the point of compromising Canadians' health and security. 71% agreed that our ability to develop policy, law, and programs are based on scientific evidence and facts has been compromised by political interference, much like my bloodletting example, Mr. Speaker, where the ideology gets ahead of the evidence. In fact, the evidence is, when it's inconvenient, is ignored. 48% were aware of cases where the department or agency has suppressed or declined to release information, and where this has led to incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading impressions. 74% thought the sharing of government science findings with the Canadian public has become too restricted. Well, Mr. Speaker, this gets to be pretty serious stuff. And finally, 60% of the scientists of Environment Canada and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans believe the government is not incorporating the best climate change science into its policies. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not just some sort of little academic exercise. Last week, after Parliament rose, the Minister of the Environment told reporters and the world, in effect, that Canada was going to reach a target in 2030 of a 30% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That sounds like a pretty good target, Mr. Speaker. So this morning she came before the committee on estimates, and I asked a very simple question, Mr. Speaker. The question was, could you state that 30% target in actual megatons? Well, Mr. Speaker, was quite interesting. The Deputy Minister immediately took over the question, didn't let the Minister speak, and went into this rather complicated story of how this is a bit of a moving target. I agree with him, actually. It is a moving target. But, Mr. Speaker, this simple little lawyer says to himself, well, how can you actually state a target of a reduced 30% if you don't know what the number of the megatons to be achieved is? So it's pretty hard to say. It may be 20%, it may be 40%, or maybe no percent at all. So, Mr. Speaker, it's quite strange. We are starting with a target of 749 megatons as of 2005. Simple math would take you down by 30%. So that's somewhere between 150 and 200 megatons. You would think it would be pretty easy to say, well, we expect to have a target of somewhere in the order of 550 megatons by 2030.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister is not even able to say that. Even the Deputy Minister is not able to say that. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a result of the inability of Environment Canada to actually calculate the number, or it's a result of the inability of Environment Canada to communicate the number. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, if in fact the number was stated in public as to what our target was in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reduction, what the megatons would be, then Canadians from all provinces, all stripes, would actually be able to know whether this is a realistic target. They'd actually be able to know how the government plans to get to this target. So, Mr. Speaker, this exercise of talking about how scientists are muzzled is very serious, Mr. Speaker. It's very serious because policy is being made, policy is being announced, and it's based upon what? Because the government chooses, for whatever reason, to not put forward evidence to base its decision-making process. And the consequence of that, Mr. Speaker, is that we have fantasy targets, that the government's credibility is completely shot on this file and many others. And as a consequence, Mr. Speaker, the consequence of the consequence, if you will, Mr. Speaker, is that ideology prevails, communication prevails over all matters, speaking points prevail over all matters, and evidence, who cares? That is just simply inconvenient. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and attention. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I look forward to questions from members. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask the following member if I could just jog his memory a little bit, through you, of course, Mr. Speaker, on a 2002 communications policy that the then Liberal government put out. And I quote, this is what it says about policy advisors, program managers, and other functional specialists, including researchers. Their supervisors must ensure that the head of communications or his or her delegate is consulted on all activities and initiatives involving communication with the public or which have implications of an institution's internal communications. Further, Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say, ministers are the principal spokespersons of the Government of Canada. I wonder if that member can share with us today if he would agree with the policy put in place by the Liberals back in 2002.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I just want to take note, Mr. Speaker, that in 2002 there weren't masses of scientists gathered on the front lawn of Parliament Hill saying, free us, and allowing us to speak. They only started to gather only a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, when the policy of the government was basically enunciated by the then Minister of the Environment as we have one department, one website, one department and one voice. And the consequence of that, Mr. Speaker, is that scientists do feel as if they cannot speak. In fact, it's got so bad that even scientists who don't work for the federal government feel that they cannot speak. And a doctor said that he recalled speaking with a scientist at Experimental Lakes area in Kenora. According to him, even some non-federal government scientists are afraid to speak out as their funding comes from the federal government. So, Mr. Speaker, as long as you have this climate of fear, this muzzling of scientists, the best evidence does not get out. Unlike 2002, where in fact where decision-making was based upon the best evidence available, and the best evidence available was frequently in the public domain, and was in the public domain because the scientists of federal Canada put it there and were not afraid to do so.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Stand and ask a question on this, and he talked about the experimental lakes, but we also have to look at the experimental farms, and one of them was actually in Kapuskasing. Again, we see that the government is not serious about the scientific research that needs to be done. And so I agree with my colleague that the Conservative government has waged an ideological war on the scientific community. We've seen slashing of $1.1 billion, even though the government says it's invested more, but in reality it's actually slashed, and it's also eliminated 4,000 federal researchers. So my question to my colleague is, does he see this as quite problematic with our ability to be able to go by the results of research, and how problematic is it to be able to retain researchers here in Canada now?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I think the best answer to my colleague's question is to read a headline posted on May 22nd, 2015 by Michael Rennie, a scientist with the Experimental Lakes area. And the headline is, "Ex-government scientist in northwestern Ontario says muzzling was part of the toxic work environment." I think that Canadians are missing out by not hearing about our work. So, in direct answer to my colleague's question, when a ex-scientist from Environment Canada, presumably no longer dependent upon the Government of Canada's largesse, says that they were working in a toxic work environment, you have to conclude that the best evidence is not getting into the public domain. The consequence of that is the best policies are not being acted upon.
Resuming debate, please, the Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
And I'll be splitting my time with the Minister of State for Fed Dev Ontario. He's very excited to speak to this topic as well. I don't have much time. So for my colleagues opposite, as context for this speech, I'd like to remind them of the roles of the various organizations involved in this debate today. First of all, the executive branch of the Government of Canada. The executive is comprised of the Crown, represented by the Governor-General, the Prime Minister, and the Cabinet. The executive is part of the government which makes and implements decisions required to maintain the rule of law and well-being of Canadians. And ministers are assigned specific portfolios by the Prime Minister and oversees the operations of the government departments corresponding to that portfolio. Of course, ministers are accountable to the electorate. Many of us, all of us right now, are members of Parliament, so there's an accountability to people. The Public Service of Canada, Mr. Speaker, its purpose is to serve the constitutional democratic Canadian state. It's suggested by referring to the Public Service of Canada as part of the executive branch. Its fundamental purpose is to carry out or execute state decisions. Carry out or execute state decisions. And the state takes its decisions through legislatures, federal and provincial. Civil society, Mr. Speaker. Civil society is aggregate of non-governmental organizations and institutions that manifest interests and will of the citizens. And in her, or his, I'm not sure, article entitled Parliament and Civil Society, published in Ottawa on November 21st, 2011, Jean Augustine says, "Parliamentarians are the link between civil society and government. Our responsibilities demand that we be in contact with the pulse of our constituencies, understand their needs, and encourage citizen participation." So with the context and understanding of the role of the executive, the public service, and civil society comprising NGOs and, of course, our academic community, we look at this motion today. And because ministers are primary spokespersons of their department per the government's communications protocol put in place by previous governments, Mr. Speaker, we are still accountable to the Prime Minister and to Parliament for presenting and explaining government policies. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, we're still accountable to other folks, but the point being is that we have an accountability in the policies that we put forward. So I think it's an important delineation to make between the executive, the public service, which we are debating research scientists in the context of today, as well as civil society, Mr. Speaker. I should also outline that a condition for employment of civil servants in the federal public sector is part of the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector, as well as compliance with the communication policy of the government, which, again, the previous Liberal government had a hand in putting. Now, Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing here is that my colleague opposite that just spoke up talked about masses of scientists being the key difference that we're protesting between then and now when they put in place that particular communication protocol. Now, since the scientific method is, and I would like to reiterate, a scientific method is a method or procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypothesis. I'd like to test his hypothesis. For anyone following at home, if you look on my Twitter feed at Michelle Rempel, you will see the picture of from our webcam, a Public Works webcam, which shows the masses of scientists that protested. And you will notice that I think there's a gathering of about 10 people on that day. I took that picture because I knew this was going to come up in debate. So let's use the scientific method to dissect the assertions in this particular motion here today. That in the opinion of the House, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. Federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. Mr. Speaker, I spent over 10 years in academic research management. I know a little bit on the subject. I would argue that some of the metrics to determine whether or not this assertion would be correct are the number of media interviews given, publications I'd like to focus on those two, but there's other metrics as well, including research contracts that are gained, patents that are filed, and graduate students that are trained. I could go on, but let's focus on the first two due to time. There are over 1,200 Government of Canada social media accounts to disseminate information. We coordinate communications through the Government of Canada media policy in order to prevent duplication and redundancy in communications and to ensure that we're not missing opportunities to communicate with the public. But in terms of specific metrics, in fiscal year 2013-14, 2014-15, the Department of Fisheries and Ocean conducted over 647 media interviews, responded to over 1,406 media inquiries in writing, and in the calendar year, I think I have it here, 2013-2014, they put forward 900 peer-reviewed articles. In Environment Canada, in the same time period, I believe, put forward 700 peer-reviewed articles. And in last year, Mr. Speaker, they conducted over 4,200 media interviews. NRCan in 2014 conducted 340 media interviews and put forward 724 scientific articles. Oh, sorry, that's the NRC. NRCan, that's the National Research Council, of course. NRCan, of course, put forward 472 media interviews. In total, federal departments have put forward over 4,000 science publications a year, and I would like to put forward that Canada, even though we account for less than 0.5% of the world's population, we produce over 4% of the world's research papers, and we're the only country to have increased its share of research papers in the last decade. So, in terms of hypothesis, saying that, we're muzzling scientists based on empirical evidence, and the fact that my colleagues opposite have only put forward 4 examples, which I'd love to fact check, I think we've got the numbers here. Next, Mr. Speaker, the motion says research is paid for by taxpayers must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and health and safety of Canadians, and therefore government should immediately rescind all rules that regulations that muzzle government scientists, blah, 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 and it should be available to the public through a central portal. For those listening at home, you can go to open.canada.ca, science.gc.ca, publications.gc.ca. And if you want to go into specific departments which are listed on those portals, because my colleagues opposite have not figured out how to navigate the Google, I would like to point out the National Research Council also has a publication portal, which I learned today that one of my Twitter followers actually put together during the coalition crisis. So there you are. I'm happy to give my colleagues screenshots of this or show them how to navigate to those portals if they're unfamiliar with Internet technology, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to highlight some of the other things that we've done in terms of promoting access to information, such as my colleague, the Minister of State for Science and Technology, announcing something that he can be so very proud of, which is our open access policy for research, which will allow Canadians to have free online access to research funded by our Tri-Council agencies. Congratulations and a big shout-out to all my colleagues at the Tri-Council and to CFI, hardworking public servants, awesome. And if anyone wants more information on that particular policy, again refuting my colleagues' assertions, that was published on February 27th, 2015. Probably should have Googled that as well before they put this motion forward. The other thing that I'd like to put forward is that there's, I only have 2 minutes. There's many factors that are involved in looking at whether or not a media request can be completed in time. Is the researcher available that day? Are there any intellectual property review policies that are that it's subject to? For example, is the research going to be put through a provisional patent process? Has the research been validated? All of these sorts of things are things that are the reason why we have communication specialists to support this, Mr. Speaker, which of course I'd like to point out that the University of Toronto, I pulled this off, I can't find it on my desk, but I think that there's close to 24 communication experts at the University of Toronto, which of course is part of civil society and academic freedom, Mr. Speaker. There's still communication experts there. So, and with regard to the final part of the motion, the Chief Science Officer, I'd like to remind my colleagues that in 2007, our government put in place the Science and Technology Innovation Council, which mandate is to have oversight of science and provide advice to the executive branch of government. And also, if my colleagues have any scientists which they feel are not being served well or they have employment issues, the Treasury Board of Canada does have an employment recourse dispute involvement mechanism. So I think we've covered all bases. That's what the scientific method does. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Questions or commentary? Member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Member for.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the chair. I just after that speech, I'm just not sure where to go with it. I mean, if she has not ensured that she has confused so many people with everything that she's thrown out, I don't know that anybody really understood everything she said. But I think in reality is how we look at it, Mr. Speaker, is just to put it into perspective, is that how do we actually, how does the other countries view what is actually happening here in Canada? And as I mentioned previously, this is a government that has actually slashed $1.1 billion and eliminated 4,000 federal researchers. So let's look at the high-profile muzzling cases. So when we look at the prestigious British journal Nature that published 2 editorials in 2010 and in March of 2012, and it's basically saying the Canadian government to set its scientists free. So why are they systematically putting in jeopardy Canada's scientific community and our sciences that we need in order to be able to be world leaders on this part?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite just admitted that she didn't understand what I said, so I'll assume that she didn't understand what she just said and present her with some facts. Since 2006, our government's invested over $13 billion in all aspects of the innovation ecosystem, from basic research through to commercialization. Canada leads the G7 for R&D performed by higher education as a share of GDP. We just invested over $1.5 billion in the Canada First Research Excellence Fund. We produce over 4% of the world's published papers, even though we only have 0.5% of the world's academic, and we produce 5% of the most cited publications, Mr. Speaker. Our academic community, our researchers punch above our weight, and these guys continue to vote against all these budgetary measures. It's a joke.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague from Alberta doesn't understand how scientists communicate and what kind of communication is needed to convey and understand scientific research. I want to read a letter that I received from a scientist. It says, "Thank you for raising in the House the question of first-hand access to scientific findings. Our citizenry need to hear what is new in science from the scientists who made the observations. Science is not a catalog of facts that can be passed on secondhand. It is nuanced message. It is a nuanced message that must be heard at its source or it will be lost." Mr. Speaker, that's Dr. John Polanyi, a Canadian Nobel Prize winner in 1986. The idea is that even scientists do not learn about what other scientists did simply by reading journal articles. If you work in the same specialized field, you can learn a lot from journal articles. Most of the time, scientists have a phone call, they sit in the hallway during the conference to really understand what each other did. That is why there needs to be a two-way conversation between scientists and journalists so that the public can understand what government scientists have done and participate in the democratic process of deciding government policy. Can the member answer that?
Honourable Minister of State.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the difference between Liberals and Conservatives is that the Liberals expound on esotericness. My colleague opposite claimed that I don't know what I'm doing, except the fact that I worked in research, communications, and admin for 10 years. So let's go through how researchers communicate at each other. Scientific conferences, which our researchers participate in, they publish journals, over 4,000 peer-reviewed journals per year through Government of Canada scientists. We also conducted thousands of media interviews just in Environment Canada alone, Mr. Speaker. On top of the fact that it's been our government, not the Liberal government, that year after year after year has steadily increased funding to the Tri-Council, including support for research communication. Big shout out to the Tri-Council research communication officers, as well as at CFI, innovation.ca. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have no idea what they're talking about here. They're backing a union ahead of negotiations, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians know better because they understand the scientific method.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for FedDev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure always to stand up in this House as the representative for Cambridge North Dumfries, but also to speak to this motion put forward by my friend and colleague, the member from Kingston and the Islands. While the member may wish to gloss over the facts, I will use my time to clearly demonstrate that not only does our government support the work of scientists, but we continue to make record investments to ensure that high-quality science is available to Canadians and for the benefit of Canadians. Now, I'm going to speak specifically to the topic of science at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I'd like to use the next few minutes to apply a bit of what's already been applied quite well by my colleague, scientific methodology to the motion that has been put before us. This motion would like members of this House and members of the public to believe that scientists face impediments when sharing their research. Well, once we review all the facts, many have come forward already and many more will come forward as this debate goes on, we find that the data does not support the member's motion. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. Now, as my colleagues may be aware, one of the main methods that scientists use for communicating their results to each other is through publication in peer-reviewed literature. Journals such as the Canadian Journal of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences, Nature, or those sponsored by the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea provide a forum for reporting aquatic research and sharing the results of their ideas with their peers. Through this interaction, science is both tested and inspires. It also focuses further work in areas where questions remain. Now, contrary to what today's motion says, and I do agree that this is conveniently put forward at a time of union negotiations, but like this member wants members of this House and the public to believe, the fact is scientists at Fisheries and Oceans Canada produce a bevy of articles for these publications. In fact, in 2012 and 13, scientists at Fisheries and Oceans alone published more than 1,000 peer-reviewed articles. I don't even think my member opposite has read that many. This is what they do in just a couple of years in one department. Now, the list could be compiled, but I would recommend to my colleague simply to visit the department's website where, guess what, these studies are already posted for public information. Now, I would encourage the member to do exactly that, to look up this website, but I will warn the member that he will be embarrassed because he is also a scientist who clearly has not done his research. Above and beyond this, the department publishes scientific documents for use by other scientists, those around the world, those in Canada, by the public and by the media. In 2012-13, Fisheries and Oceans produced 670 science publications documenting advice and research regarding Canada's fisheries and oceans. I would again encourage my colleague to visit the website of the Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat to see the range of issues that are being tackled by government scientists and made fully available. Canadian scientists are also regular participants face-to-face, talking with one another, not just in hallways and laboratories that, by the way, we built, but also at scientific conferences around the world. In fact, last year, scientists, fisheries and oceans alone, participated in a wide range of meetings as collaborators, presenters, or simply representatives of this great country. Our government's committed to ensuring that our scientists are able to participate in these events that benefit our scientific knowledge, the capacity of the world, of course, and, of course, making the best use of taxpayer dollars. Canadians should expect nothing less. Now, despite what the motion before us would like, again, members of this House and the public to believe, fisheries scientists have a solid record in presenting their findings and discussing their work with interested media. This is equally true of all science done at the federal level. Now, when we look at all the facts, the truth actually becomes quite clear. When we apply scientific scrutiny to the member's motion, we see clearly his hypothesis is false and is not supportable. While ministers are the primary spokespersons for their departments, and the opposition would be the first to criticize otherwise, over the last year alone, Fisheries and Oceans responded to 834 science-related media inquiries. In addition to its area of expertise, Fisheries and Oceans always gets questions that may not be within their expertise, so they refer that journalist to another department. That should not be considered denying information. That's simply referring to the actual expert for the journalist's questions. Now, it's clear that our government is proud of the excellent work our scientists do, particularly in fisheries and oceans. They are supported and encouraged to speak about their interesting scientific aspects of their work. Now, so far in my evaluation of this motion, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, a good friend, is unfortunately 0 for 2. His science teacher would not be impressed, and it gets worse. The motion also calls for the creation of a new layer of bureaucracy. Of course it does, Mr. Speaker. As I've clearly demonstrated, scientists are already supported in providing their research to the public through multiple avenues. This new bureaucracy is completely redundant and entirely unnecessary, but it is, of course, typical of Liberals who love to grow government, create big bureaucracies, and spend other people's money. Now, again, looking at the evidence at Fisheries and Oceans Canada, our government has actively promoted the work of scientists through publishing their science, providing plain language summaries, and even videos to provide Canadians with a clear picture of the work that their tax dollars is supporting. We do not need a new bureaucratic layer and spending of more tax dollars to duplicate what's already existing, and existing well. I'll give you an example. The advice prepared for the minister through the Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat is published online. It's all there. Through this avenue, the public is able to review the basis for the science advice that informs decisions and program development by Fisheries and Oceans. If the public is interested in the results of a particular study, the department has summarized a large number of the current research projects in plain language readily available for review, including review by the member. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that communicating science is a priority for this government, and our record is solid. The evidence presented today, and more to come, demonstrates quite clearly that an abundance of access to the work of government scientists is already being provided. Based on the information and evidence before us, it's also clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that Fisheries and Oceans works daily to ensure that public is provided timely, accurate, and that's very important, that the science is checked and it's accurate, it's objective, and it's complete. And that's exactly what they do for the public. In addition to this commitment to public information, we are also, as a government, making sure that our scientists have the tools that they need to carry out their important research, and that includes rebuilding dozens of laboratories. Just a week ago, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans announced up to $18 million in infrastructure investments for 3 major West Coast science facilities: the Centre for Aquaculture and Environmental Research in West Vancouver, the Institute for Ocean Sciences in Sydney, and the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo. As well, the Minister of Fisheries recently announced our government's commitment to work with partners, such as the Vancouver Aquarium and the Pacific Salmon Foundation, on collaboration on the West Vancouver Lab. We recognize, of course, that we're not the only game in town, that there are other players, and we want to pursue opportunities to make sure that our scientists have the tools they need and do the best they can. And that includes everything all the way up to the Canadian Coast Guard, who has 3 vessels dedicated to scientific research and data collection. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. I know my time is running out, but one of the programs that I'm most proud of that this government put forward was the Knowledge Infrastructure Program a few years ago, where this Conservative government put $2 billion into colleges and universities to improve the research capacity in our nation in that regard. So I believe we have clearly shot down the member's motion. The hypothesis is false, and it should be retracted. I can't possibly support it. Thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I did a written order paper question to ask the government how it arrived when it claimed that it had $11 billion in new spending and now $13 billion. So I got a nice answer with a table. And you look at this table and you realize that they're counting new things, but they're not counting the things that they cut. They put in an increase to NRC IRAP, but they didn't include the cuts to the SHRED tax credits. They put in increases to the granting councils. They don't include the other cuts in the granting councils. They don't include cuts because of losses to inflation. They're not including cuts in other parts of the government. They're not including cuts to research tax credits. And in the end, if you look at StatsCan's federal spending on science, technology, innovation, you look at the last year in constant $2007. The last year before the Conservatives took power, $11 billion. The last year there's data, $9.5 billion. Actually, if you look at constant dollars, you look at all across the federal government, spending has gone down. And that's not even including the cuts to the tax credits for scientific research and experimental development. I think the ministers, well, he is still a minister of state. The government's numbers are bogus in this respect. But I want to give my good friend and colleague a chance to respond.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Gobbledygook. And, of course, people can use statistics any way they want. But here's the statistics that my friend should know. When I took over the portfolio of Minister for State for Science and Technology in about 2008, the last year of the Liberal government was spending less than $5 billion a year on science and technology. This after they cut over 9% of the scientific budget. That was back in the time where they cut health care to the provinces, they cut education to the provinces, and they cut science and technology straight out. Today, this government spends more on science and research in this country than ever in the history of Canada. It's around $11 billion a year. It is, in fact, $13 billion new dollars since we took government.
Questions and
comments? The member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the speech by the Conservative member. We also had the opportunity to work together with the Minister of State for Science and Technology, and you can see from his speech that the current government apparently invested heavily in science, and I wonder if he'd agree with the proposal that we're putting forward, and that is to have a head scientist who would advise the government so that science could get into the House of Commons, so that there could be a dialogue between parliamentarians and the scientific community. So my question is, Why doesn't the government invest in having a chief scientific advisor to advise the government? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, I think it's very, very sad when we have members stand up who actually have not done their research. We already have scientific advisors in this government. In fact, we set up the Science and Technology Innovation Council, which, guess what, is 18 of the smartest Canadians that you can find. This council is presidents of universities, leaders in the research world. 18 people advise this government, and that advice is available to anyone in this House. 18 people, not one person. That's what we had before. We've improved on that, not one person advising the government on every aspect of science, but 18 of the smartest people this country can provide in a council that's available to the Minister of Science, it's available to the government, and their reports are, guess what, published and open to the public to read any time they want. One of the points that my colleague previously mentioned, which I think is worth pointing out, Canada has 0.5% of the population of the world. We publish over 4% of the world's published articles in the scientific community. We punch way above our weight. And a couple of years ago, a survey was done with 5,000 of the world's top scientists, and they said Canada, science and technology is the strongest it's ever been, and I totally agree.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Vancouver Centre, and I'm quite pleased to be standing up on this issue. I have many scientists who live in my constituency. In fact, I have the Environmental and Agricultural Sciences faculty of McGill University that is located in my riding, Macdonald College, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I look at this government, I see a government that seems to want to look wistfully back at a simpler time in the past, Mr. Speaker. We see this in its approach to myriad policy issues. It perceives the world, I find sometimes, not as a modern global village, messy and complicated, but as an old-style village with its town square where staples are exchanged by local merchants and cottage industries. The world, that kind of world, for Mr. Speaker, is for the most part static. There is little or no innovation in that world. The word environment there are no environmental problems in that world. The word environment has not yet even been invented. There's no way to even conceive of environmental problems needing to be solved. The water is clean. There are lots of fish. There's no threat to the local fishery or local waterways from overfishing and pollution. There are no discharged pharmaceuticals in rivers and streams. There are rarely epidemics because the village tends to be insulated from the larger world. There are no oil sands or urgent need to discover alternative energy sources. There is no global warming and climate change. There are no melting glaciers. There are no GMOs. There are no preservatives in food. It's a more or less world without science, and community decisions are simple. Usually they involve implementing and reinforcing, sometimes harshly, social norms based on perceptions of what is right and what works to achieve the desired end, whether they actually work or not or make problems worse. Reality is uncomplicated and observable to the naked eye, but this is not the modern world we live in, Mr. Speaker, where most of what affects us is not readily observable to the untrained eye, where phenomena, whether pollution or disease or even macroeconomic variables, must be studied carefully and rigorously by those who have dedicated their lives to understanding very specific, specialized phenomena using a peer-reviewed scientific method. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're talking today about the government's attitude towards its own scientists, its attitude of wanting to limit the possibilities for these scientists to communicate with journalists and other Canadians. But muzzling also occurs through budget cuts, Mr. Speaker. And it reminds me of the way this government treated the experimental lakes area about 3 or 4 years ago. There was not just science, but world-renowned science. It was science that had the support of scientists and researchers around the world. And the government treated it with such almost disdain, Mr. Speaker, and really left scientists wavering for many months, even at least 1 or 2 years, about what the future of the experimental lakes area would be. And it did this despite the fact that scientists were writing to the Prime Minister of Canada from around the world. As a matter of fact, I think the government received about 35 letters from, not all scientists, but from many scientists, including scientific associations. For example, there was a letter from David S. Schwartz to the Minister of the Environment. There was a letter from the Centre for Ecological Research. There was a letter from the Canadian Society of Environmental Biologists. There was a letter from the Japanese Society of Limnology. There was a letter from Global Lake Temperature Collaboration, and so on and so forth. There was a letter from the Ecological Society of Japan, Mr. Speaker. So the government's reputation for treating scientists with a certain amount of indifference or disdain is not limited to scientists here who protest on Parliament Hill, who make movies like Silence of the Lambs. These expressions of concern and opposition to the government's attitude towards scientists did not come out of the blue, and they are not confined to scientists in Canada who the minister will claim are part of some union negotiation conspiracy against this government. These are international scientists, experts in their field, Mr. Speaker, who understand that the government is not being fair to science, it's not being enlightened in its treatment of science and scientists, Mr. Speaker. So, as I say, muzzling is not just about telling scientists they can't speak to journalists, it's also about funding cuts. Another example that comes to mind in an area that I'm particularly interested in is the way the government has treated the Maurice Lamontagne Centre in Quebec at the door of the Gaspé region, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to visit the centre about 3 or 4 years ago, and I was awestruck by this facility in small-town Quebec on the shores of the St. Lawrence that was conducting extraordinary research into aquatic biology, Mr. Speaker. I saw its collection of artifacts, of aquatic life, and so on and so forth. I saw its map-making department, Mr. Speaker, that makes extraordinary maritime maps and so on and so forth. Yet the government has not invested properly in this facility. The only facility in Fisheries and Oceans Canada that operates in the French language, Mr. Speaker, which I think is something that's important to consider. Here's some news from May 2012, and I'll quote the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada. According to our initial analysis, DFO will soon close the laboratories of expertise in aquatic chemical analysis and dismantle the scientific team working on marine toxicology and chemistry. What we're talking about here is cutting 100% of the chemists and 25% of the researchers. It seems to me, the last time I looked, Mr. Speaker, we have issues with pollution in our waterways, and we need to research the impacts of some of the substances that are entering our waterways and that are consumed are consumed or imbibed by fish, and later on that make their way into the food chain, including in food for humans. And I'll continue to read from this press release from May 25th, 2012. There will be impacts on several levels. First, the federal lab will no longer be available to conduct chemical analyses in emergency situations, for example, in oil spill situations. The lab also works on improving detection methods for new toxic molecules accumulating in the aquatic food chain. And I continue, the absence of monitoring of the biological effects of chemical compounds, for example, PCBs, heavy metals, pesticides, organochlorines, antibiotics, in the aquatic environment raises concerns for the health and safety of many species and the people who consume them. So a government that believes in science, in public science, doesn't make those kinds of cuts, Mr. Speaker. Now, how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 1 minute. Oh, my gosh, time flies. What I will say, though, is that we understand what copyright is all about, that we need copyright in the marketplace. Those who pay for research should benefit from it, and obviously they don't have to share it with their competitors in a competitive marketplace. But we're talking here about publicly funded research, and so the copyright belongs to the people of Canada, and the government doesn't have a right to keep that information, the fruit of that research, from the people of Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that we don't want public servants going on a crusade against an elected government. We understand that. But there is middle ground, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the United States, federal researchers are allowed to speak more freely, but they have to make it clear that they are speaking in their own name and that they are not somehow enunciating a government policy. So I think if the government would be creative, if it would let go of the reins a bit, let go of control, and see the benefit of the free market of ideas, that in fact is the strength of democracy itself, Mr. Speaker. Democracy is all about making information available to the widest number of people, because somewhere, at some point, one of those people will have the insight that solves a very big problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, once again. And again, this is an issue that is so important for us. Without our research and without our ability to really understand the research that is out there and the ability for researchers to provide us that information, it becomes quite problematic. So when we look at the Conservative record, it's cut funding to over a dozen research programs and organizations across the departments, including Environment Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Library and Archives Canada, National Research Council Canada, Statistics Canada, and the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, and to the National Council of Welfare and the First Nations Statistical Institute. So when we look at that, we see over and over again how the government is really trying to not only muzzle the scientists, but we also see how they want to limit the amount of information that's actually out there so that they don't have to react to it. So I'm just wondering if my colleague can elaborate on the fact that without the knowledge of that research, for us as parliamentarians to see as well, and the general public, how can we actually determine where we need to go in the future?
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you. Well, that in fact is the crux of the issue. I mean, parliamentarians, but especially scientists outside of government who sometimes work with parliamentarians to raise issues. I remember a few years ago meeting Dr. David Schindler. He came to see the MP I was working for at the time because he wanted to share his concerns about certain decisions that were being made at the time. But without this ability to obtain information and to raise concerns with MPs and other politicians, not just on the opposition benches, but on the government benches, it's very hard to hold the government to account and to suggest better ways of proceeding and better decisions that could be made.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and recognize him for his work on water and over many years. He is one of the experts in this House, certainly, on water. And I want to direct a question on that particular issue concerning fracking. A couple of weeks ago at the Environment Committee, I asked the officials present if I poured into Lake Ontario, right opposite my riding, the following list of chemicals, and it was kind of a bit of a list of 6 or 7 chemicals, all of which are hazardous to human health. What would they do? And they basically told me they would lock me up quite quickly. That I'd be subject to a $500,000 fine and potentially $2 million or 2 years in jail. And I said, well, that's kind of interesting because that's the kind of stuff that's actually going into fracking holes. So what are you doing about that? And they said, well, we're monitoring. Well, that's interesting. While you're monitoring, there are things that are potentially happening to the environment because somewhere between a third and a half of water that's put into a fracking hole comes back up and has to be managed. So I'd be interested in the honourable member's views with respect to the scientists' ability to get a hold of what's going into these fracking holes.
Good question.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Yes, well, as usual, my colleague asks deep and pointed questions. I've asked the government in this House a couple of times about fracking and its perspective on the issue and whether it will become involved on a more meaningful level. And we always get the pat answer that this is not a federal problem, that it's not an issue that the federal government should really be concerned about. Now, if you take that attitude at face value, it means that the government is not really committed to knowing more about the issue, and that means as well that it's not committed to funding the research that is required to answer the kinds of questions that my honourable colleague has just raised.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I rise to support this motion because I think it is at the heart of this motion gets to the heart of how good public policy is made, how the public is informed of new information that can help them to live healthier lives, to have safer lives. And so by muzzling scientists, you do not get that information out to the public. But I can understand why this government wishes to do this. I can understand why this government does not want scientists to speak out and have an informed public and have an informed parliament and have anyone else informed, because it allows them freely to pursue ideological public policy making as opposed to evidence-based public policy making. It also allows the government to be able to not be held accountable for what they do, because no one knows of the evidence that's coming forward, no one knows of what the scientists have said, so no one can actually hold them accountable for what they may be doing right or wrong, and so they cannot be judged in terms of the public policy. Only after the fact, when the harm has been done, can one say, look at this bad public policy, because there is evidence in other countries that, in fact, this new public policy is emerging all the time based on good science and on good evidence. I think it's not only about the muzzling of the scientists, however. When the scientists cannot talk to the media or even peer groups about their findings, we don't have that information disseminated broadly, so other scientists that are working on different projects and are looking for that piece of science to help them to fit into the jigsaw puzzle that may click for them so that they can move forward in what they're doing. Science is shared globally today. Canada has moved forward to become a really important country because of our sharing of information through centres of excellence. That this country, in fact, had an initiative in this, and now other countries in the world are following the centres of excellence in which people share their information openly. So it's about the muzzling, but it's also about the lack of the ability for science to move forward in this country. And you know, when 800 scientists from over 32 countries wrote a letter to this Prime Minister asking him to stop muzzling science, to use science and evidence-based information to make good public policy, I think that was significant, because scientists, by and large, are not people who seek the limelight. They like to talk to their others, their peer groups. They like to get that information out to the public in a very non-self-centered manner. So for them to stand up and speak out loudly speaks words about how much damage is being done by this government's position on science. When we have the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada saying that half of federal scientists, 50%, report being aware of actual cases in which the health and safety of Canadians or environmental sustainability has been compromised because of political interference with their scientific work. And when we have nearly half being aware of actual cases in which a department or agency suppressed information, leading to incomplete, inaccurate, or misleading impressions by the public, by industry, and by the media and or other government officials, we are talking about a very dangerous precedent here. This government seems to distrust or mistrust scientists. They seem to want to ignore evidence. And we know that, in fact, many of the public policy that comes out of this government comes out but basically as an ideological decision-making. They decide what they want to do, and then they shut everybody down so no one can say that what you're going to do is wrong or doesn't have any kind of evidence base. I think one of the things that we see here is that with regard to health and public safety, this government is treading on very, very dangerous ground. And I'm going to give you some examples of this in a few minutes. So let's talk about basic data and how the shutting down of data, not just scientists, but just basic data in this country, when we have the former head of Statistics Canada. And I must say that under other governments prior to this, Statistics Canada was world-renowned for having the best data. True. People followed Statistics Canada data to get the information they needed. And when the chief statistician, Manu Sheikh, said that the quality of the data collected by the National Household Survey when this government shut down the whole census, long-form census, that in fact that data collected now by their National Household Survey is destined to deteriorate to the point that it becomes, and I quote, a piece of garbage. Response rates went from 94% in the 2006 long-form mandatory sentence to 68% in the 2011 National Health Survey. So people we're not able to get any data about how people are faring, about the quality of their lives, about jobs, about anything. Businesses, everyone needs the data, and they've shut it down. But let me give you some examples about health and safety that concerns me a great deal, where ideology is being used instead of evidence. And I'm going to talk about Insight Vancouver. Insight Vancouver was a project by University of British Columbia. It was a well-regulated, well-thought-out project. It actually had 24 peer-reviewed internationally. And those 24 peer-reviewed studies supported all of its evidence in fulsomeness and looked at its process and looked at how it was done and really said this was an excellent piece of work. The fatal overdose rate in downtown Eastside, we're looking at evidence now, not just the data gathered, decreased by 35%. Overdose deaths decreased by 35% after the opening of Insight. We found that clients began to connect with addiction treatment, and these were high-risk people who didn't want to talk to any healthcare providers or didn't want to go and seek help. Suddenly, they had to build a 25-bed unit above it to take in the people who wanted to detox. And it showed that the likelihood of stopping injection drug use was very, very high. The facility opened, and it was associated with a 30% decrease in detoxification. And it reduced public disorder by 50%. So the Supreme Court had to step in because the provincial government and scientists and all of the healthcare facilities in British Columbia had to take this government to court because by shutting down Insight, lives were at risk. All of these people who were living and who were going into detox were no longer able to do so. We also saw that there was an increase in the rate of hepatitis C and AIDS to epidemic proportions in that particular part of Vancouver, the downtown east side. And so the Supreme Court stepped in and ruled that, in fact, the right to life, liberty and security of the person was infringed if Insight was shut down. But what was even more disconcerting, when the hearings of HoC, the All-Party Parliamentary Committee on Health, came about and the minister was asked why he would do this, he said there was no evidence, there was no scientific proof. And I just laid out for you all of the data and all of the scientific peer reviews that said this was worthwhile. And for me, what happened here was that the chief public health officer, whom we asked what he thought of that particular project, he said, and we asked him about the 24 peer reviews, and he actually said that they were sound. The methodology was sound, the results were sound, it was a scientifically sound result, but he couldn't answer questions because he was muzzled. And so I heard one of my colleagues saying earlier on from the Conservative Party that, oh, there was a rally and only a few people, a fistful of people turned up. I think what we have are people afraid of losing their jobs. They are scared of this government. This is a terrible situation we're in. And then we also hear some misinformation coming through from the Secretary of State. And he said that Canada had spent no money on public, on research and development. In 1993, Canada was 7th in the G7 in terms of public research and development. By the year 2000, because of money spent by the Liberal government purely on research and development publicly, we were #1 in the G7. Today, we are not only back to #7 in the G7, we are 16th in OECD countries. This is how fast we have fallen into disrepute in this country. And I just wanted to say that I could go on about advisor from scientists within Health Canada about salt levels, about cutting salt levels in half by mandating that. So we've talked about how we've looked at levels of sugar, we've looked at levels of trans fats. This government refuses to listen to their own scientists, their own scientific advisors. And you know what? We hear from inspectors and people who are scientists who look at the amount of E. coli in beef, and they say this is going on currently and the public is in danger. And yet this government will not listen. Instead, what they do is they denigrate that science, they denigrate the information, they personally attack people, and scientists are afraid. But I am glad to see that they're standing up, and I would like to support this fact that we unmuzzle scientists. I would like to support the fact that Canada gets back into spending the right amount of money on research and development and stop ideological decision-making, because people are their health and safety are being compromised by this government and this attitude. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de la Salle-et-Mar.
Merci beaucoup. The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague who just spoke for her remarks. Through her experience as well, has clearly shown the importance for science, but also the communication aspect that there should be between the scientific community and parliamentarians. Now, we need that communication so that we can make informed decisions. Now, I'd like her to elaborate, if she will, because we're also talking about the motions in the name of her colleague, which encompasses these issues in some regards, but I'd like her to address some of the cuts at Statistics Canada, the impact that is having, and the fact that we've eliminated the long-form census. How does that science, that knowledge, is lost? How it's increasingly difficult to have a picture or a landscape or a portrait, if you will, of our health situation in this country.
For Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that is a very important question, because if you do not have information and you do not have data, of all segments of the population, of all cities, small places, large cities, small areas, we don't have an understanding of where we are in time. How are we going to know how to create public policy to tell us where we're going when we don't know where we are? And I think I would like to re-quote again the former head of Statistics Canada, Manu Sheikh, when he said that, in fact, because of the cutting of the long-form census and the moving into this voluntary household survey, that what is happening is data collection in this country is going to become a piece of garbage. And the response rate we see on the voluntary, the mandatory long-form census was 94%. We now have 68%. We don't know the status of people's incomes. We don't know the status of people's job descriptions. We don't know the status of people's health. We don't know the status of anything. So that not only does industry not know how to go or to make policies, not only does the government know where to go and make policies, we have no idea of the lives of Canadians. And this is a really, I don't know of any country in the world that is doing this. This is such an ideologically based problem. Sorry, you were going to ask me a question.
Yeah, you guys sit down.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask a question of the Honourable Member because she is from BC. And I wanted to ask her about Christy Miller's experience, who was a scientist with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, who published an article about sockeye salmon in the prestigious Journal of the Science, and when was told by officials that she was forbidden from speaking to the media about her groundbreaking findings. And, Mr. Speaker, this just isn't something that's kind of academic interest and sort of cute little factoids. The sockeye salmon industry in BC is a very, very serious industry. So I wonder whether the honourable member has thought about the Liberal leader's approach to this issue, which is that all information is open by default unless the government can demonstrate otherwise.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that is an extremely important bill. And one of the things about this bill is that it is suggesting that we should live in an open society in which we share important information, in which we communicate that information, in which we disseminate knowledge to the public and to other groups that do make policy of any kind, whether it's industry, whether it's governments. And in fact, only when there is possibly security risks, that certain information has to be kept very, very confidential and in camera, that this kind of open dissemination does not apply. And that is what happens in a free and democratic society. And after all, taxpayers are the ones who pay for the research that the scientists do. And in fact, especially in the government departments. And when the taxpayer can't get that kind of information, I call this an abuse of public funds.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to take a few moments to participate in this debate and indicate my support for the motion. I'd like to start by saying how important it is that we recognize that the work of scientists that work for the people of Canada is extremely important. The information that they produce, the studies that they conduct, the research they produce, and the results that they come up with are extremely important. Canadian taxpayers pay for this research. It's important research that's being done, all levels of inquiry, and it's something that Canadians should have access to. Whether in my area, of course, my experience, my critic area is Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So I talk to scientists that are looking at lobsters and for example, and the impact of warming temperatures on the lobsters and how they're migrating, when they molt, what it means to their spawning areas, with how close salmon pen farms are to them, where they are in relation to various outflows. Mr. Speaker, this is all extremely important information. By the way, I will be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with my colleague, the wonderful MP from Louis Hebert, and looking forward to hear what he has to say about this important issue. So, again, lobsters, salmon. There's so much work that needs to be done on the impact of climate change, for example, on not only marine life, but on the ice on the north, the impact that those things have on various cultures, various communities, it's extremely important information, and it needs to be done, I would suggest to you, in partnership with Canadians, in partnership with universities, in partnership with private sector scientists, but there needs to be a strong public component, and that Canadians have the right to have access to that information. I can't tell you how many times I've been at meetings, I've been at conferences where I've heard from people doing research. I've heard from scientists who have said that their request to speak to a group on their particular research was declined, that their that they've received media interviews or whatever because people have found out about their work, and we're interested in it because it was interest to the community, which front, or in the case of lobster, to the Atlantic, all the Atlantic provinces, but they were denied that opportunity by their political masters, Mr. Speaker, and in most cases, with all public servants that are under the control of this federal government, there is a very, very strenuous, rigorous protocol that all public servants need to follow before this government will give them permission. It's interesting. They talk about getting rid of red tape. They talk about making things more efficient and streamlining the activity and the work that public servants do in providing services, and whether that be information or whether that be handling employment insurance claims, and yet they encumber the processes to such a degree because of their fear of information going astray, or their desire to control the message at all times and at all levels, Mr. Speaker, is ironic beyond belief. But I also wanted to take the opportunity in this discussion about the muzzling of scientists to talk about how it is. You know, I sat here and listened to a couple of government members, recite all kinds of facts and figures about evidence of how this government is in fact supporting scientists and allowing scientists to communicate. But you know, the reality is that since this government came to power in 2011 for sure, and certainly before that, and if truth be known, this all started back when the Liberals in power, but they've been cutting funding to science programs. They've been cutting programs themselves. In the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, for example, their budget's been cut upwards of $1 billion over the last 4 years, and a great deal of that has had to do with scientists. I mean, there's a figure that my colleagues have been talking about how 4,000 scientists have been let go by this government. We heard a story last week about a gentleman in Halifax, a scientist for DFO, Steve Campana, who does world-class research, and he was afraid, like a lot of his colleagues, to speak out until he retired. And once he retired, he shared his feelings about how this government is controlling his work and the work of his colleagues, and that not only are some of the waters becoming toxic, but more importantly, the environment in which these people work, Mr. Speaker, is becoming toxic. And so, you know, you're seeing these senior scientists, research scientists, in Department of Fisheries and Oceans and other departments, they can't wait to retire. And if they could afford it, they would retire sooner. Some of them are leaving and going out to the private sector because they just can't take it anymore. They just can't take it. And I've on the other end of the employment scale, Mr. Speaker, I've visited a number of departments, universities across this country that are extremely concerned with the lack of support for postdoctoral work in sciences, and in my experience, again, in the whole area of marine science, where PhD students are doing important research, masters and PhD students are doing important research, scientific work in areas that we need to know. What's the impact of increasing temperature? What's the impact of the changing composition, chemical composition of the ocean, Mr. Speaker? What's the impact on the marine life, on the biodiversity of our coasts, of our oceans, as a result of the increase in ocean acidification, for example, which is a serious problem as a result of the carbon dioxide emissions that are being held by the oceans and they're not, the volumes are getting so large that it's affecting the chemical composition of the ocean, and that's having an impact on marine life, whether it be crustaceans or other things. And we need to know what that impact is. We need that research to be done, and we need it to be done by scientists. And when you see the research that is being done at our universities, and those PhD students are not able to get funding for postdoc work here, and so they're taking those brilliant minds and they're going to other countries. They're going to Nordic countries, or they're going to Europe, or they're going to the United States to continue to do that work. Mr. Speaker, you know, we've funded that, we've supported that research. They've made an incredible contribution, and we've just simply let them go. That's what's been happening under this government, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem, and it's a combination of muzzling. It's a lack of support. I mean, you know, we've got a list of programs that have been cut by this government since 2011, and it certainly goes beyond that. That is truly. I said DFO has been cut by $1 billion. Environment Canada has been cut. The Libraries and Archives Canada, Department of Fisheries and Oceans libraries have been cut, Mr. Speaker, the National Research Council, and on it goes. The problem is that we need to start respecting science and researchers and the role that the public sector, that this government has in making sure that that work gets done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for FedDev.
Actually, I want to thank my colleague. It's great to hear him speak. Sometimes he does get off on the facts that are not actually there. But one thing he did talk about was support for postdocs, and I'm sure he is aware that there is now more support for things like internships and mentorships and apprenticeships and all these different things in Canada than ever before in the history of the nation. I'm sure he's also aware that when a scientist applies for funding, of course other scientists decide whether that science and that research is valid enough for funding. The government doesn't do that. But when a scientist applies for hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to do research, they can also apply for the equipment to do that research. They can apply for support staff, like postdocs, to do their research. They can even apply for the hydro that operates the laboratory. That's how much money is available from this government. In fact, I want to ask the member if he will now support, since he claims to support postdocs, this federal government's budget, because in this budget, Canada Foundation for Innovation is receiving $1.33 billion additional dollars over 6 years. That's exactly the money that will support the postdocs and what the member is complaining about. So the solution is clear. Vote for the budget, yes or no.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was this was the case earlier when government members arrived, and this is the case with any criticism that is brought forward against this government, that they completely deny it and they come up with their own facts and figures in order to try to confuse the matter. But when you talk to scientists, when you talk to the researchers, when you talk to the universities, not in front of the minister, because they don't want to jeopardize the little bit of money that they do get, the little bit of support, but when you get them away, Mr. Speaker, remember what we're talking about, muzzling, when you get them away where they can talk openly, what they are telling us is the fact that this government is failing to provide the kind of support for those young learners, for those young scientists, to be able to go forward and do and get the research, get the support for the research that needs to be done in our communities and for our country, and to be able to share that information with Canadians. Let me just add, if I may, Mr. Speaker, in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, is the internationally known Bedford Institute of Oceanography. And recently, the government granted $3.5 million. You know what that was for? That was for
Order. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have a chance to speak to this motion, very important motion about respect and trust and valuing of scientists in Canada. In my riding of Vancouver Quadra, of course, we have the University of British Columbia, which is one of the top universities around the globe in terms of its achievements. It's excellent. Over 65,000 students in its 2 campuses. UBC is responsible, by the way, for 1/4 of all research conducted in British Columbia, and there are many areas of emerging excellence in research and social sciences, forestry, the humanities. I was actually there recently looking at some of the research on sensors to understand earthquakes and help prevent. This is so important that we nurture, value, and attract scientists, and it is shameful that they are having to go onto Parliament Hill to express their concern. My question
Or if the member could quickly move to her question. She's ignored several indications from the chair to hurry up.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask my colleague, is there any endeavor, human endeavor, city, country, marine or terrestrial alike, that doesn't benefit from the knowledge and the interactions and research results of our scientists?
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, short answer, please.
Thank you. No, and the answer to the previous question about the Bedford Institute of Oceanography was that the government allocated $3.5 million. I said thank you, but it's important to know that had nothing to do with science or research. It had to do with plugging the leaks in the windows and the doors and repairing the roofs.
Before we resume debate, I just would like to remind all honourable members that the chair gives them an indication when their time is coming to a close. With 5-minute questions and comments, members need to keep their questions and responses to about a minute. Failure to do this leads to fewer other members having an opportunity to speak to the bill. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start with a quote from Albert Einstein. He said many things over his life, but this is maybe one of his lesser-known quotes. He said that chance is God's way of traveling incognito. So I found that very appropriate because today, well, this is one of the rare opportunities when we can talk about science in this Parliament. It's very rare that we have the opportunity to talk about that. And so I'd like to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for moving this motion. This is a very important issue to discuss today. It's a very important issue for our society, and it cannot be ignored. Science right now in government policy, what is it? Well, it's focused strictly on innovation. And because it's focused strictly on innovation, the importance of science as a development tool in its wider sense is being denigrated. We're focused on the immediate and not the base of science. Now, this motion talks about the muzzling of scientists, but Mr. Speaker, many have said it before me in the House today, that it's important to note the difference between sharing information and discussing knowledge and public policy. Everyone knows that public policy belongs to politicians. Everyone knows that sharing knowledge is the domain of scientists. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to trust the ethics of our scientists, to trust that they know the difference between these two things. This is absolutely fundamental. And if there are moments where information sharing between scientists can become a problem, well, the government can change that into an opportunity to change things for the common good. So I think that those moments could be used to improve the overall situation. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, I have a university and a technological park. Now, the continuum of scientific research is very important in my writing of Louis Hébert. So that includes fundamental research. That's where everything starts. Then there's applied research. There's giving value to that research. And knowledge transfer. And finally, innovation. That's the continuum of science and education. And that's why we have a technological park, and at the University of Laval, there are a lot of good ideas that are discussed, and they go through that full continuum. And that has led to the implementation of a lot of value-added technological, scientific-based businesses in our technological park. So innovation is the end of a process. It's not a step in. It can't exist in a silo. You need the first steps to have innovation. And what worries me, Mr. Speaker, is that we're reducing Canada's long-term competitiveness. And we're putting in danger our development possibilities and our competitiveness with other nations in the future. A professor at the University of Quebec in Montreal, Yves Gingras, published a document on scientific policy and innovation strategies in 2012, and it's a very instructive document. Professor Gingras explained how the government's scientific policy has changed over time. So, from the 1960s to the 1980s, scientific policy was discussed, and after 1980, we've veered towards technology and now towards innovation as the government's policy. The idea of the article was to illustrate how we've gone from a desire to produce knowledge in its general term that can be used across society to specific applications of knowledge that already exists. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously that's had a major fundamental effect on the perception of government administration when it comes to science, the programs, and what's funded. And I'll come back to the fact that the University of Laval is in my writing, and they've told me that everything linked to research as such, well, fundamental and applied research is going down under this government, and they're funding certain aspects linked to innovation only, and so we're putting all our eggs in one basket, which could lead to short-term gain, but this is a long-term loss if we set aside fundamental research. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, limiting scientific research strictly to innovation is a reductive policy. Mr. Speaker, you've been here for this debate all day, and there are a couple of different points of view that are in conflict here today. So, on one side, the government is talking about a knowledge-based economy with innovations, with this idea of innovation being a policy in and of itself. On the other side, what we are proposing, what we would like to see, is that we go back to a society based on knowledge, a knowledge-based society, where knowledge is shared by all of society. So this is a much more global way of looking at science. And so it's important to look at the way these two concepts are in conflict here in terms of the economic impact that that will have. We must be able to make the distinction between these two points of view. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you understand that I would prefer a knowledge-based society where all of society has access to knowledge and where that knowledge is made available as widely as possible. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't invest in a knowledge-based economy, but that can't be the sole end. What's important today is that we be able to generate and share and use knowledge. And, Mr. Speaker, if we limit ourselves to simple economic arguments, well, certainly we need innovation. We need that aspect. But if, and this is the most important point, if we want to still be leaders in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, well, then it's very important, it is essential that we be able to have science and scientific research, communication, and sharing of information as being key elements of our work. And in 2001 in Quebec, there was a scientific policy that was put in place in Quebec where all of these factors were taken into consideration, and that made it possible to develop a suite of programs and policies where every aspect of knowledge development and scientific research was taken into account. So finally, Mr. Speaker, we need to trust science. We need to trust the ethics of our scientists. And I think that that would allow us to move forward. And I will close by quoting Abdelkader, an Algerian from the 19th century, who said that a wise man is a man who can easily distinguish between honesty and lies in words, between truth and error of conviction, and between beauty and ugliness in acts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before questions and comments, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Managed call filings regarding international development.
And the Honourable Member for Montcalm on social development.
Comments, the Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do get a little frustrated when I hear people simplify what we do as science in Canada. We don't just do basic science, and we don't just do science for the sake of the economy. We actually do all of it, and we should. A good example, and I want to ask the member if he would agree, that when we fund a scientist to do basic pure sky, blue sky discovery research, and they discover something, what is wrong with moving that discovery out of the laboratory and into our hospitals or living rooms of the world? Now, we've done that hundreds of times in this country. In one example, we did have a young lady take a discovery that a scientist wasn't actually looking for. He was looking for something else, so on he went with government money to keep doing his basic research. But the discovery went off to a young lady in southern Ontario who developed a company around it, hired a ton of people, making money, and saving a lot of patients with macular degeneration. That's what scientists should be doing. Knowledge that's not used is of no value. We do both in this nation. Why doesn't this member support our science budgets at least once?
I support it. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As a matter of fact, if he listened carefully to my speech, he would have seen that I was far from being against the idea of exploiting knowledge. But what I said, and I repeat, is that in the government's policy there's been a significant shift. And the funding is now much more heavily going toward innovation, which is a good thing. I think my colleague agrees with that. People doing basic research and applied research in my riding, they say, well, there's not as much money as there used to be for our basic research, and that's unfortunate. That should be reconsidered. They have to revise their research projects, and that's unfortunate.
I'd be interested in the honourable member's comments on a discussion between Ravina Glukak, who was an environment reporter, and Dr. Tom Duck, a leading atmospheric scientist. And they said they were commenting on the 2007, we'll call it for want of a better term, a gag order. And in 2010, it was reported that media coverage of climate change had been reduced by 80%. Reduced by 80%. Environment Canada will also hide information such as statistics on climate change in the depths of their website. Environment Canada's goal is to frustrate journalists to the point where they give up and abandon the story. I'd like to ask the honourable member whether that is consistent with his experience.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know, during my speech, I talked about the transfer of knowledge and the sharing of information. I haven't had any first-hand experience of the question that he raised, but what is important is to establish and preserve a philosophy on science, both in government and without, i.e., today, Mr. Speaker, knowledge and its use and innovation are fundamental parts of our evolution, but there are underlying things that underlie that statement. There are things we need to do to develop new knowledge, and that's why basic science, basic research at universities is an essential part of our toolkit. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise today to speak to a motion that one would have thought that the government would, in fact, be very open to supporting. And maybe just to start it off by reading so that the members, and listening to the Conservative members, one after another stand up and support the continuation of the muzzling of Canada's scientists. What I'd like for members to reflect on as they're going to be voting is what it is that they're actually voting on, Mr. Speaker. And maybe we might get a few of them that would reconsider in terms of how it is that they might want to consider in terms of voting. What the motion states, Mr. Speaker, that in the opinion of the House, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. B, no, but they have, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask, on that particular point, when you get a member that heckles, oh, but they have, I would encourage members of the Conservative caucus to think outside of the box. In particular, think outside of the Prime Minister's office box, Mr. Speaker, because the information that they are being fed from the Prime Minister's office is not always accurate. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that it is more spin than accurate, not necessarily truthful. So think again about what is being proposed inside the motion. B, federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. C, research is paid for by taxpayers and must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and the health and safety of Canadians, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, D, we would suggest that the government should immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created sciences so that it is easily available to the public at large through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that the government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public, Mr. Speaker, and allow the scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated expectations, Mr. Speaker. What a wonderful motion. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that, yes, one would think is already happening, but it is not, Mr. Speaker. And it is about attitudes. It's about leadership, Mr. Speaker. What sort of leadership do we get from the Prime Minister on this very important issue, Mr. Speaker? Very, very little, I would suggest.
And now, Mr. Speaker, if you compare that to some of the things that we have been saying within the Liberal caucus throughout the day and previously, Mr. Speaker, on this very important issue. In fact, the leader of the Liberal Party not that long ago brought in Bill C-13, or 613. That was the bill in regards to access to information. One of the core principles to that bill, Mr. Speaker, is that information is open by default. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, that the government really needs to open its books and consider making information open by default. But that has not been the case in terms of this particular government, Mr. Speaker. And yet, so there is a tangible demonstration that clearly shows the different style of leadership from the leader of the Liberal Party and the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And what is he to be fearful of? You know, my colleague from Guelph posed a question earlier today in regards to the repercussions for those that dare go against or say something that's not consistent with this government. And it is at a significant cost, Mr. Speaker, a significant cost. Let me go through some of the organizations or watchdogs whose staff have been fired, forced out, publicly maligned, or who have resigned in protest, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that the list that I have is somewhat dated. It could probably be updated with a number of others. But this is just a sample, Mr. Speaker. And this is this Prime Minister's style of leadership that we have witnessed, Mr. Speaker. Remember the Canada Firearms Program? Well, there was the Chief Superintendent, Marty Chiliak, who was the Director General. We had the Canadian Wheat Board, Andrian Messner, the President and CEO. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, Linda Keane, Chair, Mr. Speaker. We had Foreign Affairs, Richard Colvin, the diplomat, Mr. Speaker. Military Police Complaints Commission, the head of that, Mr. Speaker, Peter Tinsley. Fired. The Ombudsman for the Department of National Defence and Canadian Forces, Yves Cote.
Unbelievable.
Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, Mr. Speaker. Dealing with funding cuts. RCMP Police Complaints Commission, Paul Kennedy, Chair. The Rights and Democracy, Mr. Speaker, dealing with International Centre for Human Rights and Democratic Development, Remy Beauregard, who is the President.
Order. The honourable member is rising on point of order.
I know that you like to give lots of latitude, and we actually, all members here, appreciate that. But if the honourable member is going to go through the entire list of all federal appointees and staff that have decided to retire or move on, I don't know how I'll possibly get to the subject at hand, which is the great quality science funding that this government has done.
That's certainly not a point of order. And as the member points out, the chair does give a significant latitude to members to speak what is before the House. And with that, I give the floor back to the honourable member of Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, and I can appreciate members on the other side would be somewhat sensitive, maybe even surprised, in terms of the length of the list. And given that I have a limited amount of time, I appreciate the advice, and maybe I should move on, Mr. Speaker. But keep in mind that this is all about the muzzling that takes place within this government, Mr. Speaker. It is a long list. And this is somewhat of a dated list, Mr. Speaker. So I applaud the member for standing up on a point of order and just pointing out the fact that it is indeed a very long list. Huge. And he should share with his caucus colleagues just the profound impact that this government has had in a negative way on Canada's civil service, non-profit organization in every region of our country, by the message that it continues to send out. And that is primarily, Mr. Speaker, if you're not on side with the Government of Canada, we don't want you to say anything. Keep your mouth shut. And that is the gag order, Mr. Speaker. And we see that extensively. My colleague, the mover of the motion, member from Kingston, actually had a wonderful question today in question period that he put forward to the minister responsible for the Treasury Board. A very straight-up question. And you would think, Mr. Speaker, that we would get a fairly simple answer. Well, you did not, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing. Let me give you. Here's the question that was posed by my colleague, Mr. Speaker. PIPSC, the union representing the government scientists, is asking for an unprecedented scientific integrity package in its collective bargaining agreement, rather than asking for a raise. You caught that, right? Rather than asking for a raise, they are asking the government to unmuzzle science. They are explicitly seeking protection from coercion to alter their data, Mr. Speaker. That's got to be a first in Canada, Mr. Speaker, where you have scientists coming together and they're so concerned that it's got to be a part of the negotiations. It's got to be a first. Well, my knowledgeable colleague from Kingston then posed the question, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need to trust that the government policies to keep us safe and healthy are based on objective evidence. That has not been altered for partisan ends. And then he posed a very simple question. Will the President of the Treasury Board agree that to this no cost, underline the word no cost, because I know Conservatives like to hear that, ask in the upcoming contract negotiations? Well, as some have implied through their heckles, one would think it would be a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker, and it would be a simple yes. Well, I would invite members of the Conservative caucus to read Hansard, and they will find, and they might be a little bit disappointed in regards to the government's continual refusal to recognize the important role that Canada's scientists play in many, many different ways, Mr. Speaker. And I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to deal with, and what I'd like to do is give a very specific example that had a very profound impact, not only in my province, but I would ultimately argue beyond Manitoba, in fact, all of Canada. And if you listen to what some of the international scientists were saying, that the impact is around the world. You see, Canada has a great deal of fresh water. We're one of the countries that have been truly blessed with the amount of fresh water that we have as a natural resource. And when you think of the future, future generations, we in the Liberal Party don't believe that it has to be our grandchildren that have to deal with the problems, that where we can actually deal with the problems today, we should actually do that, Mr. Speaker, and show some leadership. And let me give you the example, the Environmental Lakes project. At a very relatively small cost, into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, we had a wonderful facility, and we still do, not because of this government, Mr. Speaker, but a wonderful facility that was providing world-class research on fresh waters and so much more, Mr. Speaker. And the Government of Canada, in its wisdom or lack thereof, made the decision that it is no longer going to fund the Environmental Lakes region, Mr. Speaker. They were prepared to ultimately see it completely disappear. And quite frankly, if it wasn't for the Wynne government here in Ontario, I suspect that it might not be there, Mr. Speaker. It took another provincial government in order to be able to come in and support this particular project. I had opportunity to talk with many people in Winnipeg and Manitoba and others in regards to this issue. I brought forward petitions to the government, Mr. Speaker. They'll spend $750 million on advertising, government advertising. I don't recall one ad of that $750 million saying that they're going to stop funding the few $100,000 to the Environmental Lakes in Manitoba and Ontario, Mr. Speaker, that very important research that was being done there. Not a word. No, it became the role of the scientists to actually raise the concerns and the protests initially to ensure that everyone was aware of what it is that the government of Canada was doing. And then you would think that when Canadians started to react, that the government would have at least been more sympathetic to the needs of not only that particular research facility, Mr. Speaker, but how the world actually benefited by that research that was taking place there. One would have thought that that would have been an absolute given. But not this government, Mr. Speaker. Not under this current leadership, Mr. Speaker. And that is unfortunate. And I think that if you were to canvass the Liberal caucus, member by member, that they would be able to come up with examples in virtually every region of our country where the government has not been proactive in promoting and encouraging research. And it's research and development and science that has so much potential in terms of creating jobs, improving our environment, looking in terms of health care. Mr. Speaker, there is so much that is there that can be done, yet we have a government that has turned a deaf ear to the situation and to the needs of that particular community. And at a substantial cost, Mr. Speaker, at a very significant cost. One of the earlier speakers talked about Canada's GDP and the impact that it has on GDP. And that is true. Compare the amount of research that we do today to what it is that we did on a per capita basis in other countries around the world. We often make reference to the OECD. At one time, you have to go back to the Chrétien era, where we would have virtually first, Mr. Speaker, out of the OECD. Today, we don't even rank within the OECD. We have dropped that far behind. You would think that the government would recognize that it has dropped the ball. And it's more than just the economics of it, Mr. Speaker. Even though the economics would be nice, because these are all good quality jobs and the potential spin-offs, Mr. Speaker, are phenomenal. If the government only recognized that there is a moral responsibility to encourage that research, to financially support it, what would actually happen? Well, you know, I made a quick note of a number of points in which I suspect we could use even more scientists at work in terms of developing research papers. Think of the issue of climate change. When we think of climate change, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that come to mind for many Manitobans is the issue of flooding. Flooding is a very serious issue in Manitoba, and it always has been, but especially in the last decade, Mr. Speaker. I was a member of the Manitoba legislature when we had the big flood of '97. You know, in the Manitoba legislature many years ago, over 5 decades ago, it was a progressive conservative who brought in, we called it the Duff Ditch, which circles half of Winnipeg to divert water. Flooding is a very, very serious issue, but not only in Manitoba. We've seen flooding occur in all provinces in one form or another, or disasters, natural disasters that occur. Only the government believes, Mr. Speaker, that there is no such thing as climate change. Climate change is real. It's there. Now, scientists will tell you that. The government doesn't like scientists telling us that. They don't want to know the facts on the issue. One has got to wonder why, Mr. Speaker. You know, we talk about the issue of overfishing. Well, whether it's in the Atlantic, the Pacific, even Churchill, even our inland freshwater deposits that we have in Canada. We all have a vested interest in ensuring that those fish are going to be there for future generations, Mr. Speaker. I'll sidestep the swipe at the Minister of Finance comments in regards to let the grandchildren deal with it. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, we can deal with those issues. And how do we deal with those issues? We rely on our scientists. Canada has some of the best, if not, I would argue, I'm a little biased, we have the best scientists in the world, Mr. Speaker. And we should be very proud of the work that they're doing. Not only should we be encouraging it, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, we should be allowing them to be able to talk about it. They should be able to talk with the media. They should be able to share amongst their peers, and that's how they develop their ideas, Mr. Speaker, and bring it to the next level. There is so much that we could talk on in regards to this particular bill, or motion, Mr. Speaker. Think of prescription drugs, health care. Think of many of the different issues that are so vitally important to our social fabric and our lifestyle, to the economics, and to the leadership that Canada could play if, in fact, it had a government that understood the benefits of taking out the muzzle and allowing our scientists to be able to speak the truth on facts, Mr. Speaker. What have you got to hide? Take the leader of the Liberal Party's ideas, such as I pointed out, was C613. Make it default, Mr. Speaker. Allow scientists in Canada to be heard, and maybe we'll get more of our scientists wanting to stay in Canada, Mr. Speaker, as we know that they have a passion for Canada and they want to be here, but they want their ideas to be heard, Mr. Speaker, and expanded upon.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I do want to just sidetrack a little bit. I see my colleague from Kingston and the Islands and my colleague from Guelph, who I know are not running again, and I just want to take this time to say it's been great working with you. I see you in the shot there, and it looks great. As for the other member, I have to tell you, the member from Winnipeg North, my goodness, what a short memory that gentleman has, and I know we're doing research on all kinds of those things to do with memory, but it was back in the late 90s when the nation faced not even half the economic crisis that we faced recently, when the Liberals cut funding to science and technology by over 9%, which created what the whole world remembers as the national brain drain. It was the Liberals who chased the pharmaceutical giants out of this country with their enormous tax policies on corporations. Now we don't have anything happening in this country except maybe the manufacturing of vaccinations. But of course, the member has his own selective memory. He did mention this idea of open access to federal research. Now, the government's already done this. So I'm just asking the member if he already knows about the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy and the open government strategies, which have committed to making research available online. So I'm happy to know that the member obviously supports this government's policy when it comes to open access. Will he now confirm that we are doing something right? And
the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I truly believed the government was doing something right, I would tell you. But they're not, Mr. Speaker. You know, first and foremost, let me address the points. The member said, well, there were some cuts during the 90s. And, you know, in fairness, the member is right. Yes, we didn't cut as much as the Reform Party wanted us to cut, but there were some cuts. But the Liberals did not only fully reinstate, Mr. Speaker, but they went far beyond that. And it's important for us to note that during the Liberal administration, never did, under union negotiations, did we have scientists coming to the table saying, just allow us to be able to speak the truth. Just allow us the freedom to be able to share our ideas, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which we had scientists from Canada wanting and coming to the Hill for. And this is what the government needs to recognize, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think that the Conservatives have actually learned from the Liberals with respect to cuts, because when we look at the Liberals, when they were in power, they cut the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, which funds universities' research, by 14%, cut university science research by 25%. They cut Canada's scholarship program for science and engineering to the tune of $23.1 million, and there's more. So obviously, you know, the Conservatives have been have actually taken a page out of the Liberal book. But what my colleague maybe can speak about is with regards to the international reputation and how these muzzling of the scientists impact our reputation internationally. And is he in agreement as well is that the government is really trying to hide stuff? It's just like the long-form census, where what you don't know, you don't have to react to. So I'm just wondering if he can elaborate on that as well.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very quick on this. You know, the NDP have chosen to be somewhat critical of previous Liberal administrations. I don't buy the numbers that they've been throwing around this afternoon or today. And as she tries to pass blame in terms of Liberals, or trying to include Liberals, I think it's somewhat shameful. If I want to be political, it wasn't the NDP provincial government that came to the table to protect and guarantee the environmental lakes. It happened to be the province of Ontario, the province next door. Why didn't the NDP government stand up for the experimental lakes is a question I would pose to him. The NDP do not have any high road on the issue of on this particular issue.
Order. Questions and comments. Order. The honourable member for Guelph.
My friend from Winnipeg mentioned a number of people that were let go, fired, tossed aside by this government because their opinions disagreed somewhat with, or were in somewhat conflict with, that of the government. I want to mention some organizations to my friend from Winnipeg and ask him if he agrees that this goes beyond a paranoia of this government. This goes to pointing out that this is a government that not only doesn't want to be informed, but they don't want Canadians to know. But, you know, the news is, Mr. Speaker, that they're wrong, and they can smile like Cheshire cats thinking they got away with it. But Canadians know. Canadians are not stupid. They know what's going on here. They got rid of the Climate Action Network, Child Care Advocacy Association, Canadian Volunteer Initiative, Canadian Council of Learning, Alberta Network of Immigrant Women, Law Reform Commission of Canada, because they don't want to be informed, National Association for Women in the Law, the Canada's Roundtable on the Economy and the Environment. You remember Kairos? A group of Christian organizations uplifting people in third world countries? They made the mistake of mentioning climate change. And Bev Oda, despite her department saying they should be funded, said no. And I'm wondering what my friend has to say about all those organizations, dozens of them, that have lost their funding.
About 20 seconds for the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, in short, Mr. Speaker, turning down grants and saying no to grants for non-profit groups and others, Mr. Speaker, is a backdoor way of shutting down scientists and having those scientists being able to share their ideas with the world, Mr. Speaker. And I think the government needs to change its attitude, embrace our scientists, be proud of them, and allow them to be heard, Mr. Speaker. That's the way in which Canada can move forward on research and science.
Alas, it being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Sue, seconded by Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North, move that in the opinion of the House, A, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. B, federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. C, research is paid for by taxpayers and must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and the health and safety of Canadians. And therefore, D, the government should immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created science so that it is easily available to the public at large through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Order à l'ordre. The question is the following one. La question est la suivante. Mr. Sue, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, that in the opinion of the House, A, the government has constrained the ability of federal scientists to share their research and to collaborate with their peers. B, federal scientists have been muzzled and prevented from speaking to the media about their work. C, research is paid for by taxpayers and must be done in the public interest in order to protect the environment and the health and safety of Canadians. And therefore, D,
the government should immediately rescind all rules and regulations that muzzle government scientists, consolidate government-funded or created science so that it is easily available to the public at large through a central portal, create a chief science officer whose mandate would include ensuring that government science is freely available to those who are paying for it, namely the public, and allow scientists to be able to speak freely on their work with limited and publicly stated exceptions.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Whelan.
Mr. Alan
Ms. Duncan
Whelan.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron. Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Miss Crowder.
Ms.
Miss
Crowder.
Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette.
Madame Leblanc, La Salémar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Moore, Madame Morin, Notre-Dame, voyons. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-la-Grâce, à Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood for Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur
Mr.
Gould.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy
Mr.
Royal.
Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island
Mrs.
North.
Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Ablancy.
Mrs. Ablancy.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cranprince Edward Hastings.
Cranprince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Warawa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince
Mr.
George.
Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobik Naktakwak.
Alan de Bicknack.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast City Sky.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr. Young
John.
Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Adam Bateman.
Adam Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins. Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, public members' motion, standing in the name of Mr. Zimmer regarding firearms regulation. It's motion number M589.
Motion by Mr. Zimmer, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, Canada already exceeds all the standards listed in United Nations Resolution 55-255 concerning firearms, the resolution. B, les règles envisagées dans la résolution.
B, the regulations envisioned in the resolution would do nothing to enhance public safety and would serve only to burden the law-abiding firearms community. And therefore, the government has already surpassed its obligations with respect to the resolution and is not required to take any further steps. Debate.
Could members please take their discussions outside the chamber? We're about to debate private members' business. Thank you. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to stand today to speak to the motion that I have introduced to this House. For the benefit of those listening at home, the motion reads as follows. That in the opinion of the House, Canada already exceeds all the standards listed in the United Nations Resolution 55-255 concerning firearms, the resolution. B, the regulations envisioned in the resolution would do nothing to enhance public safety and would serve only to burden the law-abiding firearms community, and therefore the government has already surpassed its obligations with respect to the resolution and is not required to take any further steps. Some may wonder, what does the United Nations Resolution 55-255 do, and how does it impact on law-abiding Canadian firearms owners? The basics of this resolution is the criminalization of the trafficking of firearms, the establishment of a framework for marking firearms, and the criminalization of the altering of those markings and the registration of all firearms and all ammunition. Mr. Speaker, Canada has measures in place to protect public safety that are far superior to this. The difference is we operate with good old-fashioned Canadian common sense. Trafficking firearms is subject to a 3-year mandatory prison sentence for a first offence under Section 99 of the Criminal Code. Altering the serial number of a firearm is punishable by up to 5 years in prison per Section 108 of the Criminal Code. And we have seen how wasteful and ineffective the long gun registry, which did nothing to stop crime. We have our own Canadian approach where law-abiding gun owners must adhere to a very strong set of rules, and it is working. According to Statistics Canada, the firearms homicide rate in Canada is at its lowest point in nearly 50 years. And there has been a 30% decline in the rate of handgun homicides since 2008. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is committed to protecting Canadians. At the same time, we are committed to standing up for law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. I firmly believe that the UN has no business dictating that Canadians once again be subjected to what only can be described as a backdoor registry. Our government kept its 17-year-old promise and ended the last wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. My intention in tabling this motion is to ensure that any door that could reopen the long gun registry remains firmly closed. As Darryl Croker, head of conservation programs for Ducks Unlimited in Canada's BC Peace region, where I am from, wrote to me following the tabling of my motion. The Conservative government has successfully eliminated the long gun registry, saving millions of taxpayer dollars. The UN resolution would be a step backwards, imposing additional costs and documentation on taxpayers' shoulders. I couldn't agree more. That brings to me the provision in this UN resolution regarding firearms markings. This resolution proposes that all firearms made or imported into Canada be marked with a specific code identifying Canada, the year of manufacture, the year of import, the name of the manufacturer, the serial number, as well as other details about the firearm. This goes well above and beyond the standard practice of the firearms manufacturing industry and would impose a prohibitive cost on importers. And as we all know, that cost would be passed on to our consumers seeking to legally purchase firearms. Some estimates that I have heard are as much as $200 per firearm, and would possibly limit firearms of a certain brand coming into our country. Mr. Speaker, I cannot see the public safety value in adding all of these markings. Liberals have lauded this resolution when they were in government, when they brought forward regulations to give it teeth. They have said that this resolution somehow improves the ability of law enforcement to trace firearms. I disagree. I've discussed this issue with frontline law enforcement, and they consistently tell me that the only necessary piece of information for effective firearms tracing is the serial number. Therefore, I cannot see how any of these firearms marking regulations as drafted by the previous Liberal government are at all necessary. I would encourage the Minister of Public Safety to repeal the needless portions of those regulations and only keep the serial number. Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful that this will happen in the near future because our Conservative government has consistently taken action to stand up for law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. As I have said before, we ended the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. We repealed the needless Liberal gun show regulations. And we brought forward the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act to get rid of the paperwork around authorizations to transport, limit the arbitrary powers of the CFO, and to restore the Swiss family of firearms and the CZ-858 to their non-restricted classification. We are clearly only partly the only party who will stand up for the rights of law-abiding firearms owners. Mr. Speaker, at its core, the motion before us today is about Canadian outdoors culture. Whether it is hunting, target shooting, skeet shooting, cowboy shooting, three-gun competitions, or any other activity with firearms, these are enjoyable activities that bind us together as a proud part of our shared Canadian heritage. There are over 2 million Canadians who participate in these activities, myself and my family members among them. However, it seems that the NDP and the Liberals continue to believe that these activities are not Canadian. I would quote Greg Farrant from the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, who said before the Public Safety Committee, "Firearms owners in Canada are judges, lawyers, farmers, electricians, mechanics, plumbers, accountants, even federal politicians who live in and represent urban ridings. They are not criminals. They are not gang members, but rather they are lawful firearms owners who obey the law." However, it is clear that the message has not sunk in across the aisle. Some members of the Liberals and the NDP have taken debate on firearms issues as an opportunity to engage in a drive-by smear of outdoor enthusiasts by saying those who want to be able to obey clear rules are part of the American-style gun lobby or advocating for a return to, as one NDP member from Quebec said, Wild West gun laws. That is patently ridiculous and is offensive to the millions of law-abiding Canadian gun owners. It is clear that this UN resolution and any subsequent regulations drafted to enforce it is only designed to take guns out of the hands of law-abiding Canadians. That is why I encourage the government to repeal those regulations, and I encourage all members of this House to send a strong message to support my motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, a question for the member. Two questions, really. Number one, who signed the arms trade treaty when it was signed? That makes us a part of that treaty. I believe it was the Government of Canada, but I'd ask the member to answer that. And, you know, his comments, Mr. Speaker, is to try and, I guess, leave an impression with the legitimate gun owners and hunters community as if this bill is something more than it is. And I would ask him, there's probably not many places in the world where more guns are owned personally than in the United States. And could the member answer whether or not the United States has ratified this treaty that he's so opposed to? I believe they have.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, I'll just speak to thanks to the honourable member across the way. His question. The fact of the matter is my bill is speaking to have us not abide by this particular part of this treaty, and that's why I brought forward the bill. Canada doesn't need any more regulations. We don't need a backdoor registry as this would create. Not to mention the costs added to the firearms themselves, which would be passed on to legal firearms owners in Canada. So the bottom line is my bill is saying we don't need to do this, and I hope everybody across the way will support me in this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, no. Honorable Deputy de La Salle-Mar.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always unfortunate when we talk in such black and white terms. One position, they say, on one side, another position on the other side. I think there are important factors to point out, and there are things that distinguish us from the United States. Fortunately, we have a low crime rate. We'd like it to be even better, but that is a result of the fact that in Canada we have regulations, measures that have been put into place to ensure that we have protection from firearms, for example. We need to have a license to drive a car. I need to, as my colleague mentioned, need to have a license or register my dog or cat. So I don't understand this obsession the Conservatives have with giving, affecting Canada's exemplary reputation for protecting citizens, and which would require adequate control over firearms. Why not instead just put in place the regulations as being proposed by the UN? I don't understand the obsession. Now, perhaps the member opposite could explain their obsession with us, to us, why they don't want to have adequate control over firearms at a time when people who are the owners of these weapons agree with it and agree with these regulations.
For Prince George, Peace River.
I appreciate the other member across the way's statement, but I don't know if she heard what I said in my bill. The fact is we already think in Canada that we do have sufficient regulations, not just sufficient, but exemplary standards and regulations to govern firearms ownership in Canada, that we don't need further moves to accept the UN Arms Treaty proposal. So I think, she said it for us, that we already do have exemplary rules, and why should we follow another set of rules? And why should we recreate another gun registry in Canada? And I think Canadians are behind us. They were behind us in getting rid of the original registry, and I'm sure those same folks don't want to see another registry come in through the back door.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know that the Conservatives always talk about fighting terrorism, about fighting violence, about fighting civil wars, but when it comes time to get down to doing fundamental, in-depth work to deal with terrorism, violence, civil wars, they say, or they don't do the job. They say that they want to do serious work, but in fact, this is something that we see when they talk about victims of crime in Canada as well. It's as if they have no problem with these issues occurring. After that, they want to step in. After that, after the incident has occurred, they want to call in the military. But the very idea of trying to prevent crime, prevent violence, or prevent terrorism is not part of their vocabulary. It's not part of their approach. The idea of dealing with these problems, the root causes of these problems. Now, when we talk about violence, international piracy, terrorism, civil war, one of the sources or one of the essential aspects behind these incidents is weapons and the availability of weapons, illegal firearms. They feed into these conflicts, and This also provides a source of funding to not-so-recommendable groups. Now, I'd like to read an excerpt from the Small Arms Survey. It's something that I've been monitoring for many years, and this group does excellent work, and they say the illicit trade, and we need to focus on the word illicit because we're talking about an illicit or illegal trade. The illicit trade of all firearms is something that occurs in all countries, but is concentrated in areas where there are armed conflicts and organized crime and violence. That is where the rates of illegal firearms is the highest. The trafficking in weapons exasperates these issues. It garnishes the coffers of drug cartels and terrorists and contributes to the proliferation of violent crime as well as sensitive technology. This illegal trafficking is the cause of thousands of deaths each year, and in many countries, this leads to great instability that prevents and hinders the social and economic development of these countries. This phenomenon also leads to other deaths, other problems linked to underdevelopment. As I said earlier, this trafficking helps terrorist groups and other to fund themselves. That is why the international community adopted a protocol to deal with the illegal trade in weapons. It's to put an end to this illicit trade. Now, this is something that was adopted under the resolution, UN Resolution 55-255 in 2011. Canada is a signatory, but did not ratify the resolution. I said 2011, Mr. Speaker, I misspoke. It was 2001. Now, at the time, Canada was a leader in the negotiation of these types of agreements. We were leaders and a model. But since, Mr. Speaker, the government has continued to postpone the ratification of the protocol, and today we're seeing that they want to shelve it completely, push it off indefinitely through this motion, which we must admit, Mr. Speaker, is quite difficult to understand. It says, first of all, that Canada already exceeds all standards listed in UN Resolution 55-255. So if there's no problem there, then why don't we simply accept it? Why don't we simply ratify it and join in the chorus of the international community and do as our important international partners have done, like the EU? Why not take those steps in good faith to show that we're interested in the issue and that we're prepared to deal with and take action the illegal trade in firearms? The resolution also talks, or this motion rather, talks about the burden that this would have for the law-abiding firearms community. Well, if they're law-abiding, then this isn't a burden. We're talking about identifying firearms when they cross the border, and in fact the RCMP has already been working on these issues internationally as well for many years, how to identify firearms. So this isn't an excessive burden for Canada. But this is very typical of the Conservatives. It's like with the Treaty on Small Weapons, firearms. They are saying that it's something that's going to affect the Canadian duck hunters. But that is not the case at all. We're talking about the international trade in firearms here, but they're trying to proceed blindly. They're trying to score some political points with motions and proposals that deal with essential international tools and they are deforming the actual intent behind these resolutions and international tools. If Canada were truly interested in international peace, and I hope it is, it would participate in this type of effort. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that this isn't something we would be doing just for countries that are facing the hardship of civil war, piracy like in Somalia, or terrorism, but we must also take this action because it's something that affects us in Canada indirectly as well. In 2001, when the initial resolution was adopted, the Canadian representative at the time stated, and I believe that's very pertinent today, and I'll wrap up with that. In Canada, we know that the globalization is contributing to the growing complexity of networks for contraband firearms. Illegal transfers of firearms are often the result of crime networks that are well organized, and these firearms are entering civilian markets through these transnational networks. We know that this is a threat to public safety and health in this country. Canada believes that the protocol on firearms is a very important instrument for our collective approach to deal with this phenomenon. Therefore, Canada should ratify this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to speak in this bill. And I want to make clear in the beginning, because there's always the attempt by the government side in terms of using gun control as a wedge issue. I want to make it clear in the beginning that the Liberal Party will not bring back the gun registry, and the United Nations resolution does not bring a registry in the back door. Can you imagine the uproar in the United States if it did bring a registry in the back door, Mr. Speaker? And they have ratified this agreement. The argument put forward by the member moving the motion, according to a March 30th press release, was that the UN treaty attempting to address the illicit trade in firearms should be rejected is the price of placing a stamp reading Canada or CA on any exported firearm from Canada. In that press release, the member confirms that firearms already bear permanently marked serial numbers or identification numbers, which means the stamping process is currently in place, and in some cases they do need to add an additional stamp. It should be of concern to Canadians that while this country votes in support of the Arms Trade Treaty, it now stands with Iran, Syria and North Korea, Russia and China in its refusal to sign, let alone ratify, the treaty. No, not the U.S. The U.S. has already signed. With the signing of the agreement by the United States in 2013, Canada is now the only NATO country that has not signed the treaty. Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, and now the United States all support it. Canada must join the community of nations, specifically our key allies, in supporting this effort to reduce the illegal small arms trade. To do otherwise would only serve the illegitimate purpose of those forces which seek to undermine public safety and national security. The UN Firearms Protocol has been described as working to achieve the following, quote, "The objective of the Firearms Protocol, which is the first legally binding instrument on small arms adopted at the global level, is to promote, facilitate, and strengthen cooperation among states in preventing, combating, and eradicating the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, their parts and components, and ammunition," end of quote. Now, why would the Conservative Party oppose that? Because we all know that a backbench member motion obviously has the support of the PMO before it gets here. Isn't the Conservative parties and government's claim to be for law and order? Haven't we heard a lot of debate in this House from the Prime Minister about his concern for terrorism and to be tough on terrorists? What weapons do you think terrorists use if they're to get a hold of those weapons and kill people either in here or South Africa or Syria or Iran? That's what this UN resolution, Mr. Speaker, is trying to prevent. The illicit use of firearms around the world for any illegal purpose. This is a government that claims to be law and order, claims to be tough on terrorists, and with this motion, if they support it, they're doing the direct opposite at the global level. In order to implement the UNFP firearms protocol, contracting parties need to adopt 3 sets of provisions in their domestic legal system. 1, illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, their parts, components, and ammunition must be categorized as criminal offenses. Secondly, a system of government authorization of licenses to ensure legitimate manufacturing and international movements of firearms should be established. And thirdly and finally, adequate marking and recording regimes for the purpose of effective international cooperation and tracing of firearms should be implemented. Those are the 3 things that need to be done by a country. The text of the Firearms Protocol was adopted in UN Resolution 55/255. It was opened for signature by the United Nations member states in 2001. It is therefore a treaty that is legally binding on those states that ratify it. Will it impact law-abiding gun owners? No, Mr. Speaker, it will not impact law-abiding gun owners. Canada signed the Firearms Protocol in 2002, but has not ratified it. This means that Canada is not legally bound by the treaty's provisions, but has committed not to undermine the treaty's object and purpose, which comes about as a result of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, Article 18. However, progress in implementing the protocol into Canadian law was slow and is still not complete. As per the protocol, a regulation requiring Canada or CA to be stamped or engraved into the frame or receiver of every locally produced or imported firearm with the date of import, if applicable, was made by the Governor in Council in 2004 but never brought into force. Its entry into force was deferred to 2006, then 2007, then 2009, then 2011, 2012, and finally 2013. It is now scheduled to enter into force on 1 December 2015. These deferrals were made for various reasons, Mr. Speaker, and some of them quite legitimate. In 2010, the entry into force was deferred to allow the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to experiment with adhesive markings rather than engraved ones at the request of the domestic firearms industry. I think that was a legitimate deferral. The adhesive markings were found to be inadequate. In 2013, the entry into force was deferred based on the need to consult with stakeholders to ensure the marking regulations would help police investigations without causing excessive difficulties to businesses and individuals. Stakeholders, in this case, referred to law enforcement, the firearms industry, advocacy groups, and firearm control officials. As to the threat to domestic firearms owners, a submission to the Foreign Affairs Committee in July 2013 by the Canadian Arms Control Coalition stated the following, and that was this. There has been considerable speculation and even misrepresentation on the part of some lobby groups that the Arms Trade Treaty would curtail legitimate gun ownership in Canada. This is not the case. There is absolutely nothing in the ATT that would prevent Canadians from legitimately owning firearms or that would change the obligations of current owners. Indeed, thanks to Canada's successful efforts, the treaty's preamble insists that state parties be, quote, mindful of the legitimate trade and lawful ownership and use of certain conventional arms for recreational, cultural, historical, and sporting activities where such trade ownership and use are permitted or protected by law. The treaty does apply to firearms and ammunition exported from or imported into Canada, but since Canada has export and import controls in place that generally meet the standards required by the treaty, treaty implementation by Canada should not have a noticeable impact on legitimate domestic firearms owners, end of quote. This preamble is contained in the text of the final United Nations Conference on the Arms Treaty on March 27, 2013. Mr. Speaker, since that positive vote, Canada has neither signed nor ratified the treaty. Among those countries that have neither signed nor ratified the treaty are Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Syria. Seems strange bedfellows for the government of Canada that claims that it's a law and order country. Canada, Mr. Speaker, to close, Canada remains on the sidelines as the UN Arms Treaty comes into effect. And our reputation around the United Nations is already in tatters. This will give terrorists more legitimacy in terms of the movement of arms, and it further undermines our position at the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest on a point of order.
I don't believe the member is misleading the House, but his data is incorrect. The United States has not ratified this agreement, and they have revoked that ratification, that signature. Thank you.
That is not a point of order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate, well, that might not have been a point of order. It was certainly a point worth raising. Thank you, and I'm pleased to stand and speak today about Motion 589, and I'd like to begin, of course, by commending the member for Prince George and Peace River for all of his work, and particularly around in support of the firearms community. I've had a lot of opportunity to work with him, and those of us on this side of the House who support the firearms community through the Hunting and Angling Caucus and other direct initiatives that we do all know that this member has a keen interest in outdoor pursuits and the hunting and our shooting way of life, and is supportive of this firearms community. He's done a lot of great work, and it's certainly great to have him as a member of our caucus. This important motion highlights our Conservative government's common sense firearms regime while introducing while the member for Prince George and Peace River is introducing the motion to ensure that no unnecessary steps are implemented. I've heard, of course, the Liberals and the NDP today engage in a drive-by smear of outdoor enthusiasts by saying those who want to be able to obey clear rules are part of some sort of American-style gun lobby. In fact, I heard a member from the NDP question the Conservative government's obsession with firearms legislation. It's interesting. While they'll refer to it as an obsession, I would refer to it as representation. Yeah. Representation of the millions and millions of Canadians that are lawful, legal, and ethical firearms owners. So they can go ahead and call that an obsession. I call it good parliamentary representation. And those in that community, those across the country, the millions of Canadians that engage in hunting and athletic and hunting and trapping pursuits and firearms as a day-to-day tool, as a way of protecting and preserving a way of life, will not confuse this as any kind of bizarre obsession by the Conservative government, but in fact clear, unapologetic and resounding support for a lawful, ethical, and indeed healthy way of life exercised for a long, long, long period of time in the tradition and history of Canada. This, of course, these kind of comments by both the NDP and the Liberal Party are ridiculous, and they're offensive to those millions of Canadians that own firearms. This large group of Canadians pays attention to what goes on in this place, and I know they're paying far closer attention than the members of the opposition realize or may think. And I hope that they keep that in mind when this important motion comes forward. Of course, I'd like to talk about this, and I did a little bit yesterday in my speech on Bill C-42, and there's a lot of linkages between our entire firearms policy and our firearms agenda to support these millions of Canadians. Let's talk about a representative from the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, Greg Ferrand, who said firearms owners in Canada are judges, lawyers, farmers, electricians, musicians, plumbers, accountants, federal politicians who live in and represent both rural and urban ridings. They're not criminals. They're not gang members, but rather they're lawful firearms owners who obey the law. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, their mothers, their daughters, their aunts, their uncles, their children include my children, my son. Judging by the comments that we've heard today, it seems that the NDP and the Liberals in opposition continue to believe that only backwoods, unrefined rural folk engage in these activities. And again, Mr. Speaker, that's a complete abandonment of the facts in our country and is a complete insult to those Canadians who pursue a way of life, whether that be in sport, shooting, collection, athletics, or hunting and trapping, which is a long-standing heritage, as I've mentioned. Mr. Speaker, this motion is as much about our outdoor culture and our preservation and protection of a way of life as it is about anything else. We've consistently stood up and been clear that we will do everything we can to ensure that red tape and unnecessary measures are not put in place to create a burden for lawful, ethical, and legal law-abiding firearms owners or manufacturers or ammunition producers in this country. And I think the member from Prince George Peace River outlined clearly the significant steps and the reputation that our country already has, the laws that we already have in place. So the opposition says, well, if they're already doing this, it's lawful, why wouldn't we just go along to get along again? But the fact of the matter is why would we duplicate what we're already doing? Why would we put measures in place that duplicate the things we're already doing so well? We have a regime that's Canadian-made. We have a regime that meets the needs of Canada, a vast nation that spans from Newfoundland and Labrador all the way to the Yukon Territory, some 7,000 kilometers from coast to coast to coast, the largest archipelago in the world, remote rural Canadian locations, huge distribution networks, a vast array of needs and purposes for firearms ownership, firearms manufacturing, firearms shipment. We need a Canadian-made solution, and that's what we have in this country. Do we need the imposition of an international body and an international governance structure telling Canada how we go about administering our laws, our rules, and our policies, given the very unique nature of the Canadian geography and the Canadian people? Of course, we've heard examples from across the floor. Well, the EU is doing this, why wouldn't we? The EU is not Canada. Not in this context. There are times where we look to other nations to model the things that they're doing well and best practices. But in this case, I think the submission from the member in his motion is that we cannot model that system now in this country under the conditions that I've outlined, under the unique geographic differences and the differences of the Canadian people and the different needs for firearms in the Canadian context, the different utilizations, the different history and the different culture. Canada, indeed, in that respect, is different. Nonetheless, we have a strong regime that we can be proud of. In fact, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that the member would, in his motion, would confer that Canada has a model that other countries could sufficiently replicate to maintain public safety, to maintain control, to maintain tracking, and maintain order. I've spoken directly with manufacturers and with shippers in this country, and I can tell you what they tell me is that the programs, the regulations, and the inventory accountability that they need to maintain is second to none. Second to none. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if anybody in this House were wanting to endeavor to really get the facts on that, all they need to do is go to a shipping location in this country and ask, how do you account for the ammunition in your facilities? How do you account for the shipping and movement of that ammunition in and out of your facilities? And you would find an incredible, intricate, regulated network of rules that absolutely guarantee preservation and protection of society, accountability, security, all the necessary measures that I think a reasonable Canadian would expect to be in place. I know that because I've been there. I know that because I've seen that. I know that because I've worked with and talked about these issues with the manufacturers. So other members in the opposition can pontificate about whether or not this would cause onerous measurements or standards, or whether this would be a big deal or not. The simple fact of the matter is they haven't gone out and asked. They haven't been there to find out. And I can tell you with the absolute certainty that the kind of measures that are being proposed aren't good in the Canadian context, aren't fitting in with that need. And we don't need to import an international boondoggle. We need Canadian solutions developed by and developed for Canadians. We need to be able to stand proud, no doubt. We've heard that across both sides of this House, that we need to be able to stand proud and defend the system that we have in place. And again, I think there would be clear and ample submission in this House of Commons that we can defend what we have in Canada in terms of our firearms licensing regime, in terms of our firearms policies, in terms of our sale and distribution legislation, in terms of our criminal sanctions, in terms of the measures that complete a well-rounded policy. But, Mr. Speaker, of course, every time, whether it's this motion, whether it's Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, whether it's Bill 637, introduced by my friend and colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Manitoba, and chair of the Hunting and Angling Caucus, whether it was the elimination of the long gun registry. We continue to hear examples like, I register my dog, I register my cat, I register my car, why is it a big deal? But of course, those then at the time were the 7 myths of the opposition that they continue to talk about. They completely misunderstood the differences between those things. They continue then and they continue today to use fear-mongering tactics in an attempt to fundraise, in an attempt to scare Canadians. The Liberal Party's done it recently, showing pictures of scary guns that will now be available at shopping malls and easily stolen to scare Canadians into thinking somehow any of the laws we're putting in place will make it easier. Mr. Speaker, that's clearly not the case, and I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'll wrap up by concluding and saying that I invite all members to really explore this issue and consider their next steps as they move forward on this motion.
Resuming debate. Please débat. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I rise with great conviction today to speak to this motion and to oppose it as strongly as possible and to share my thinking on this bill and my thinking that I've shared with all my constituents, and I believe the vast majority of them agree with the stand I'm taking. We're talking about a key issue here because it goes to the heart of international peace and security in a number of countries that are conflict-torn. I'm talking about arms trafficking here, and I'd like to stress 2 terms: illicit traffic, not firearms so much. Often the debate coming from the government side is an attempt to portray us as having a gut reaction against firearms. But what we're talking about here is the illicit trafficking in firearms. In 2001, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution to establish a protocol to counter the manufacturing and illicit traffic of firearms. At the time, the Government of Canada approved that UN initiative. Canada was happy to adopt this approach because the world was finally going to be cooperating to effectively combat this worldwide scourge. And I'd like to take 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker, to remind people what Canada said at the time. This is how it goes. In Canada, we know that the globalization contributes to the ever-growing networks of illicit firearms trafficking. This is often done by organized crime. Those arms enter countries through transnational organized gangs. This is a threat to public health and safety. Canada is of the view that the protocol on firearms is a very important instrument in our collective combat against this scourge. So, obviously, those years are far behind us now, and that way of cooperating with the international community has gone by the wayside too, to my great regret. The motion by the member for Prince George Peace River encourages the government to simply turn its back on that UN initiative. Day and night, this government hammers away with its public safety messaging, but this is proof that that messaging is simply posturing. It's simply hot air. Let me tell you what some of the adverse effects of arms trafficking are. Obviously, this is a source of great threat and instability. Now, globalization has its advantages, but it also has disadvantages. I'm not going to get into the advantages. That's not the point of tonight's debate, but unfortunately, criminal gangs take advantage of this phenomenon and are making their activities international in scope. So when it comes to the illicit arms trade, the primary victims are countries that are devastated by years of civil war and communities that are victims of urban violence. For example, the proliferation of low-caliber weapons affect conflict zones. It's a real epidemic. In Brazil, for example, just a few figures to give you an idea of the scope of the problem. In Brazil, every year, over 30,000 individuals are murdered by light weaponry. The illicit trade in firearms also leads to over 20,000 murders a year in Colombia. In many countries, mortality due to armed assault exceeds the mortality rate in official war zones. The Small Arms Survey estimates that 60% of these weapons are in the hands of civilians. The illicit trade, and I continue to stress on this, the illicit manufacturing and trade in small weapons feeds into military conflict. Military conflict may be the result of political, economic, and social upheaval, but the availability of small weaponry in unstable regions increases the probability of armed conflict and makes it more difficult to find solutions. These are the most obvious manifestations of the illegal arms trade, but I'd also like to talk about the indirect consequences, Mr. Speaker. The instability due to arms proliferation has at times hindered humanitarian assistance from reaching the people in need of it. Very often, this leads to malnutrition and illness because the humanitarian assistance can't get through, the people suffer. This is one of the biggest obstacles to development. The presence of firearms hinders reconstruction and reinvestment too. The list of disastrous consequences is very long, but the circulation of illegal arms is a scourge. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police is of the view that the UN system helps in reducing the use of firearms by criminal gangs in their illicit traffic. And this is experts right here at home saying this. We're not talking about conflicts abroad. We're talking about things that may be happening right here in Canada. I'd like to call your attention to the Conservative government's inaction when it comes to the illegal circulation of illegal weapons. The power of the arms lobby encourages this government to do nothing. Why does this government not ratify international regulations on the circulation of arms? Well, I could open a whole other sidebar on Canada's terrible record internationally, and everyone can see that our loss of credibility on the international stage is completely coincident with this government's taking office. And this government plays politics while thousands of civilians lose their lives in conflict zones. It's tragic that a government should be playing petty politics instead of playing a constructive role internationally. In order to effectively combat the illegal arms trade, international cooperation is absolutely crucial. But by refusing to ratify and enforce the UN resolution, the Conservatives once again are demonstrating their lack of regard for the UN. Let me more specifically talk about the implications of this protocol and the requirements for marking weapons. This creates obligations to create criminal offenses. That should be music to the Conservatives' ears, I would think, creating criminal offenses for the illegal manufacturing and trafficking in weaponry and ammunition. It calls the regulation calls for a licensing system and provisions regulating the marking and tracking of firearms. This lack of regard for the UN regulation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me that your watch is running faster than mine. But anyway, when it comes to multilateralism, the Conservatives have plumbed new depths. They have failed to do what over 30 countries have already done, and that is ratify. The UN, Mexico, Greece, Brazil, and many others have already ratified. Where are we? Once again, Mr. Speaker, I can only reply that Canada is conspicuously absent from the list of ratifiers. And once again, as a Conservative member suggested, we should simply withdraw from the UN holus bolus. I thought that was a joke, but since we're the only country who withdrew from Kyoto, I think we unfortunately have to take him seriously.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in support of Motion 589 regarding the firearms regime, which the opposition is attempting to foist upon Canadians by the United Nations. This motion is very important. It clearly lays the case out that Canada has a superior firearms control system to that which is contemplated by the UN. Let me elaborate precisely why that is. The UN resolution calls for three main things. First, it calls for the registry of all firearms. Mr. Speaker, Canada has extensive experience with this social experiment. It cost billions of dollars and did not stop a single crime or save a single life. Unless the Liberals or NDP have the chance, this scheme will never again burden Canadian firearms owners. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, we have a very sophisticated and effective handgun registry that is the model and envy of many nations. The second provision is even more onerous. It calls for a registry of all ammunition. Now, how exactly would this be achieved? Would every single piece of ammunition require a serial number? Mr. Speaker, I think this is just more bureaucratic creep at its worst. The third provision is establishing a very specific and very onerous regime for marking of all firearms manufactured or imported in a signatory country. Let me give you an example. Where this provision is enforced, all firearms imported into Canada this year would be required to be marked with an additional marking, CA-15. The members opposite seem to think that somehow this will be an enhanced tool for tracing. The only real tool police use in tracing firearms is a serial number, Mr. Speaker, which tells a lot to law enforcement. Country markings are patently useless, as statistics show that 96% of firearms crimes in Canada are committed with illegally imported firearms. The facts are these, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to safe and sensible firearms policies. If measures target criminals and make Canadians safer, then we'll support them. If they do not, then we'll abolish them. Case in point, we created tough new sentences for drive-by shootings. This is a good deterrent. It makes Canadians safer. We're in the process of strengthening firearms prohibition orders so that those individuals convicted of domestic violence cannot possess a firearm in a volatile situation. This makes Canadians safer, Mr. Speaker. We also ended the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. This is sensible. And, Mr. Speaker, to the comments across the way in regards to, well, if our firearms regulations and legislation is even more effective than the UN, then why not adopt it? Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, adding laws for the sake of just adding them and adding bureaucratic red tape just means extra burden on Canadians and, frankly, more expense to government, dollars that could easily go to more effective law enforcement and actually reducing the importation of illegal firearms over the borders. And we're eliminating useless red tape around authorizations to transport restricted and prohibited firearms. This paperwork is not even shared with police. It's simply filed in a bureaucrat's drawer, and ending this is a very sensible act. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to make Canada to a made-in-Canada approach. We will not cave in to foreign interests who want to craft Canada's firearms policies. In short, the regulations that give teeth to the resolution we are discussing here today are simply meant to discourage firearms ownership and to discourage hunting and sport shooting. These are Canadian heritage activities, Mr. Speaker. These are activities that we value. These are part of what makes us Canadians. We want to encourage them. And that is why I'll be supporting this motion, and I'll encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 3 minutes. Okay, resuming debate. Les prises de débat. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to this resolution put forward by my colleague from Prince George Peace River. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you read the motion, you have to admit that there's reason to be doubtful about it when I read it. Point A, Canada already exceeds all the standards listed in UN Resolution 55-255 concerning firearms. And B, the regulations envisioned in the resolution would do nothing to enhance public safety and would serve only to burden the law-abiding firearms community. And therefore the government has already surpassed its obligations with respect to the resolution and is not required to take any further steps. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you consider the fact that Canada has already signed this convention, unfortunately we haven't ratified it, and when you consider the fact that, well, let's just say that Canada's already meeting its obligations or surpassing them. That's just with respect to Canada. What about solidarity or cooperation with other parts of the world that are struggling and suffering from this scourge of illegal arms trafficking? Instead of extending a helping hand to our friends, we're slamming the door shut and saying, Thank goodness all threats are not in our backyard. It's really a regrettable attitude, and it's not the first time this government has acted in this fashion, unfortunately. Thank you. I have to interrupt the honourable member at this time because the time for private members' business is now up, and the order falls to the bottom of the order of precedence.
38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to review and hope to find answers to a question that I initially put forward on April 23rd. It relates to funding in our overseas development assistance budgets. Now, in past years, and for many years until recently, when a member of Parliament or any member of the public opened the budget tabled by the Minister of Finance, you would find there in the back tables that showed funding in each department of Canada, and you could compare previous years to this year. In the last number of years, these budgetary tables are not included in the budget, so you have to wait till main estimates and supplementary estimates. But I was struck in reading the budget that although we had heard many commitments in debate on extending the mission of bombing Iraq into bombing Syria, we'd heard commitments over and over again in this place, Mr. Speaker, and you'll recall them, that this was not merely a military mission, this was largely a humanitarian mission, and that Canada was deeply committed to humanitarian assistance in the region. So on April 23rd, I put this to the Minister. I was astonished to find that while in the budget there's $360 million earmarked for military purposes in Iraq and Syria, there is no mention at all of humanitarian assistance in that region. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, there's no reference in the budget to any overseas development assistance spending. There's no budget for what used to be called CEDA, but which has now been folded into something that's referred to around Ottawa as DFAT-D, which is the combined departments of Foreign Affairs and Overseas Development Assistance. We do know that 2 years ago, the budget for international development in this country was slashed by $670 million, and it does appear on further inquiries that there is a freeze on overseas development assistance spending. And so I find it troubling that in the federal budget there was nothing mentioned for humanitarian assistance. Now, the response I got was from the Honourable Minister, responsible for national development, who said that the humanitarian assistance had increased in the Middle East. But again, that's the basic question of what are we spending on development assistance? What's the total amount? How are we accommodating the various humanitarian crises? Right now we have millions of refugees from Syria, in Lebanon, in Turkey, and in Jordan. And the International High Commission on Refugees has made a very clear statement, the UN International High Commission on Refugees, that there's a total lack of resources. There is not sufficient funding coming from the global community to assist the humanitarian crisis in the region. So I'd like to pursue that tonight in debate in adjournment proceedings. I'm hoping to find a response from the Conservative member here as to how much money are we spending on development assistance in total? How are we going to accommodate the various humanitarian crises? What will be spent on Iraq and Syria? And in the minute remaining, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I recently learned that this government is preparing to do something that will be a massive waste of money in moving 3,000 civil servants in this city between Gatineau to downtown Ottawa, moving 3,000 people from what used to be CEDA into different accommodations. I mean, the costs of this are astonishing. The personnel, the new offices, the packing up of file cabinets and computers and phone lines. It's an absurd thing to do from a government that claims to be fiscally responsible. It's particularly absurd and also disrespectful to the challenge of alleviating poverty globally to spend money on moving civil servants around within Ottawa when the real crisis of mobility is the refugees, who are Syrian refugees, who are trying to get out of Syria and who are also stuck in Turkey and Lebanon and Jordan without adequate assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her question tonight during adjournment procedures. From the beginning, Canada has been at the forefront of international response to help the people of Syria and to help the people of Iraq. Most recently in May, the Prime Minister announced additional Canadian humanitarian assistance funding for both Syria and Iraq, whose people continue to suffer from the ongoing conflict. Now, millions inside Syria now require assistance. Millions more have fled to Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey, not knowing if they will ever be able to return to their homes again. Now, compounding this problem even further, terrorist groups, such as the so-called Islamic State, have flourished in such an environment, expanding and threatening stability of the entire region. Mr. Speaker, these situations represent some of the most difficult and complex humanitarian crises ever faced by the international humanitarian community. Canada has been among the top donors to respond to the United Nations call to step up humanitarian efforts on both contexts. The top priorities are protection for civilians, including from sexual and gender-based violence, shelter, food, and access to health care and basic humanitarian services. Now, already in 2015, Canada has allocated $80 million in humanitarian assistance funding in response to the crisis in Iraq. And since the beginning of 2014, we have committed $107.4 million to respond to the needs of Iraqis affected by the violence, and this makes Canada the 5th largest humanitarian donor to this crisis. The 5th largest, Mr. Speaker, in a country with a small population like Canada's. Now, specific to Syria, as of May of 2015, Canada is the 6th largest single-country donor to the humanitarian response. And since the onset of the crisis, Canada has allocated over $503 million in support of the humanitarian response, with the most recent funding announced earlier this month by the Prime Minister himself. It is concerning that opposition MPs fail to acknowledge the real threat that is posed by ISIS and jihadi terrorism to our country and our country domestically. We take this very seriously. The military measures we are taking against ISIL do not in any way preclude humanitarian actions. There is no either-or. There is support for both. We will combat ISIS militarily, and we will support the victims of ISIS humanitarily. Canada has been at the forefront of the international response to the crisis in Iraq, as well as Syria and the surrounding areas since the beginning of each crisis, and we will remain at the forefront. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have helped nearly 2 million people, provided shelter and relief supplies to over 1 million people, and helped educate over 500,000 children. And in Syria, Canada's support has meant 16 million people have access to safe drinking water, 4.1 million Syrians have access to food assistance, and emergency assistance provided to nearly 3 million refugees in neighbouring countries. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to humanitarian assistance during this crisis in the Middle East. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saanich-Go-Filands.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we have heard this before, and I'm certainly gratified to know some dollar amounts. But I don't think it's unreasonable that a parliamentarian and every MP in this House should be able to see the budget for overseas development assistance as a whole. I'm still troubled that while this budget mentions specific amounts for military assistance, it's the budget that failed to mention humanitarian assistance. It's not opposition members who are unwilling to give credit if the government's going to put money into humanitarian assistance, but it is reasonable, since the fundamental principle is that Parliament controls the public purse, that a budget, a document ostensibly a budget, not really a budget because it doesn't give us the numbers, should be able to tell us how much money in total are we putting to overseas development assistance, and what portion of that is going to the humanitarian crisis in Syria and Iraq. And I agree, it's not either or, but it's not unreasonable to ask, how much is the total budget for overseas development assistance?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the estimates contain all of government spending. All one has to do is check the estimates to see how much money the government's spending. And Budget 2015 reaffirms our government's commitment to helping people who live in poverty and responding to a humanitarian crisis, and this response has been strong. Our main estimates clearly show the blueprint for the department's annual planned spending. It's right there, Mr. Speaker. Humanitarian assistance has increased 62% this year over the year before. And since 2003, we've nearly doubled the amount of aid to low-income countries over the previous Liberal government. And we are pleased to see Economic Action Plan 2015 announced that the government's intent to leverage development focus private investments through a development finance initiative. This will enhance Canada's ability to advance its international assistance objectives by partnering with the private sector to address the critical financing gaps in developing countries. Mr. Speaker, the estimates show all of this clearly. Our Conservative government is reducing taxes on the middle class while delivering aid in a way that is accountable to Canadians and effective to those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that this morning I was speaking to Madame Francoeur from the Quatre Soleils Coopérative, who is very happy to have received financial assistance from the Government of Canada for the adaptation of their centre. I want to underscore the work that's done on a yearly basis in Quebec and Canada to improve the quality of life for persons with disabilities. These incentives make a huge difference for people who are living with a physical limitation. The government has a role that it must play, but a great deal remains to be done to make the society inclusive. These resources, as welcome as they are very modest. Investing in the integration of persons with disabilities by investing in accessibility are humanistic and altruistic in nature. They are not, in fact, altruistic in nature. They are good decisions. As I've said often, Mr. Speaker, I must reiterate, investing funding for persons with a disability is something that makes a positive contribution to our communities. That means that we need to deal with these requests the same way we deal with applications for economic resources. Each step taken in the right direction to help reintegrate these people will help their families as well. The lack of stability in program funding, the lack of information with respect to renewal of this funding is a problem. We need to be consequent in our action and provide assistance. The Accessibility Fund is oftentimes open during erratic times. It doesn't make it possible to do any advanced planning. As for organizations that provide assistance to persons with disabilities, many community groups are called upon to find solutions, be it caregivers, stakeholders, professionals, volunteers. Everyone gets involved to improve services and to assist in providing or identifying a solution. Civil society is involved as well. These organizations often survive because of the charitable work of many. But the government must take up its responsibilities and recognize this resourcefulness. Good programs exist, and the impact that they have is measurable. They are beneficial programs. Unfortunately, the lack of consistency in programs offered to groups that provide assistance, a lack of stability, and as a result, there is a great deal of room for improvement. Mr. Speaker, would it be possible to restore the Accessibility Fund with opening dates that are consistent in order to provide stable, consistent funding to persons with disabilities? I'm aware that reviewing the Accessibility Fund requires providing a number of solutions to enhance the performance of the program, but I also believe that we need to focus on inclusion and position ourselves in this regard. I think that the inclusion of persons with disabilities in society requires the assistance of the medical social community, and the notion of inclusion must be respected because there's a great deal of work that remains to be done for transportation in other areas as well.
Ontario.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question, but I also want to thank the Honourable Member for advocacy for disabled people across the country. Now, I welcome the opportunity to address this important issue brought forward by the Honourable Member from Montcalm. But first, I'd like to remind her that as soon as the Minister of Employment and Social Development had heard about a situation in his riding, he immediately pulled everyone together to find a solution that was able to keep Canadians working. And they found that solution swiftly and corrected an issue very swiftly. And as he said, the 50 hardworking Canadians with intellectual disabilities who have been serving the government well for the past 35 years by sorting, recycling and shredding sensitive government documents, their determination and dedication to work, despite their limitations, inspires us all. And we certainly need to continue supporting them and disabled Canadians across the country. And that is why the Minister quickly announced that their contract will be renewed for at least 3 more years. And as for their salaries, my honourable colleague would know that they are set by the Association and not by the Government of Canada. We partner with many organizations like this across Canada that help Canadians with disabilities get good jobs and fully participate within their communities. And our government is proud of our improved registered disability savings plan that are available to over 100,000 Canadians with disabilities. And we're also proud of the Canada Disability Savings Grants and Bonds, which help Canadians with disabilities save money for their future. And we believe that all Canadians, including Canadians with disabilities, should have the opportunity to contribute to our country's economy and contribute positively to their community. And yes, disabled people are still very underrepresented in the workforce, and this is concerning. But we are working at ensuring they have access to better jobs. And that is why our government, through Economic Action Plan 2015, is investing $40 million annually in the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities. And not only that, we're also investing $15 million over 3 years into the Ready, Willing and Able initiative of the Canadian Association for Community Living, which helps connect persons with disabilities with jobs. From my own experience as a parliamentary secretary, I've seen programs like this support literally hundreds of disabled Canadians, connecting them with available jobs. Now, currently, there are over 800,000 disabled people in the country who are currently unemployed. 400,000 of these people have some form of post-secondary education. Conversely, we have employers across the country that are saying they cannot find qualified employees to take those jobs. I encourage them all to look within the disabled community. We have able, ready and willing employees there who want to work, who have a drive to work and be self-sustainable in their own lives. It may take some accommodation in the workplace to employ a person with disabilities. It may take a little flexibility by the employer and maybe by that employee to make sure they can fill that job. But I can tell you from talking to employers that have employed disabled Canadians as recently as a month ago, they will tell you to a person that when you actually put the accommodations in place and support that worker, you're getting a very, very good worker. Now, this money is in addition to the $222 million per year to better meet the employment needs of Canadian businesses and improve the employment prospects for persons with disabilities through a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities. $222 million. Mr. Speaker, in closing, we're getting the job done for the disabled community in this country. I thank the member for her interest and her support for that community, and we will continue to support employers and employees as they move to jobs in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I have the impression that we're holding two different debates because I'm talking about the Accessibility Fund instead of managing this issue drop by drop. I would prefer to have this program be a solidly implanted and implemented program. And organizations that have been waiting to find out the next dates for the accessibility program need assistance. Could additional information be provided in this regard? A great deal of difference can be made in the lives of many people, and I'm sure that the intentions of the government are good. So I would ask the government, can it at least post the next opening date for the accessibility program and improve the transparency and implement more stability for organizations that are providing assistance to persons with disabilities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is working hard to improve the lives of Canadians with disabilities. On top of the measures I mentioned earlier, we are also extending the Enabling Accessibility Fund to improve accessibility in workplaces and other facilities across Canada. This expanded criteria will support the very disabled people the member across is asking about. We're also supporting many organizations dedicated to the well-being of persons with disabilities, helping them connect with available jobs and equipping them with the skills and training they need. Mr. Speaker, the 50 workers I spoke about before have been providing an excellent service to Canadians for over 3 decades now. And thanks to this government, they will be able to continue their great work and keep on inspiring us all. And we will continue to be there for the disabled community. We will continue to support the Accessibility Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.